motivation. My one solution is my queen, cause she stays strong. Yeah, yeah. She is always in my corner, right there when I wanna. All these other girls are tempting, but I'm empty when you're gone. And they say, do you need me? Do you think I'm pretty? Do I make you feel like cheating? I'm like, no, not really, cause oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. She walks like a model. She grants my wishes like a genie in a bottle. Yeah, yeah, cause I'm the wizard of love, and I got the magic wand. All these other girls are tempting, but I'm empty when you're gone. And they say, do you need me? Do you think I'm pretty? Do I make you feel like cheating? I'm like, no, not really, cause oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. She gives me love and affection. Baby, did I mention you're the only girl for me? No, I don't need a next one. Mama loves you too. She thinks I made the right selection. Now all that's left to do is just for me to put the question. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always sunset, I let myself down the ground beneath my feet gone. No more words with it to speak. On that day my song was born. Never meant to leave you all alone. Said I'd be a shelter from the storm. Now your clothes have all been torn. Kingdom sacked, attacked and dethroned. It's time for a champion. Soothe the soul of the land. And the art from the sea and sand. Till the sun comes up again. Time for a champion. Soothe the soul of the land. And the art from the sea and sand. Till the sun comes up again. Reach for the sky. Keep your eye on the prize. Forever in my mind. Be my golden sunshine. It's raining in your mind. So push them clouds aside. Forever by my side. You're my golden sunshine. The way of the world. You're on your own. Time to grow and be a man. Wanna fly high like Peter Pan. No more never, never land. Use your backpack filled with sand. Come along and take my hand. We'll walk together, walk forever. Reach for the sky. Keep your eye on the prize. Forever in my mind. Be my golden sunshine. It's raining in your mind. So push them clouds aside. Forever by my side. You're my golden sunshine. Reach for the sky. Keep your eye on the prize. Forever in my mind. Be my golden sunshine. It's raining in your mind. So push them clouds aside. Forever by my side. You're my golden sunshine. Oh, 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 oh. Talk with me now, baby. Oh, 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 oh. Talk with me, mama, talk with me now. Say, oh, 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 oh. Talk with me now, talk with me now. She's sweet like candy in my veins. Baby, I'm dying for another taste. And every night my mind is running around her. Thunder's getting louder and louder. Baby, you're like lightning in a bottle. I can't let you go.
All right. Well, welcome everyone. I think we got most people checked in here and ready to get rolling on our agenda today on our meeting. And just again, Dave Spickler with Lighthouse Commodities. I just wanted to welcome you all to this meeting, making the point to be here. We got people traveling from a lot further distances and from all around, and it's just really neat to see this crowd gathered. The chance we'll get today to talk about stuff, and the chance we'll get to network and just do things in general. So we'll get into the agenda, some of the stuff that we have set out to do. But before that, I just wanted to start with a few thank yous here, as we do every year. So one of the first ones always is just Cornerstone Bank. There's several folks from Cornerstone Bank here with us today. They've been our bankers since 2017. At the time, back in 2017, being our banker wasn't necessarily thought of as a super appealing idea, and they were willing to come alongside us then when things were when this was more of just an idea or in the early stages of Lighthouse. They've been with us ever since. They've been with us through pretty substantial growth, innovation, new ideas, a lot of challenges and stuff like that. And we really think of them as a true partner with Lighthouse for everything we've done the last several years. We're glad to be with Cornerstone. We're glad that they're here today. And then increasingly, too, I guess I'd be remiss to not note Bank of North Dakota, starting in 2022, Bank of North Dakota has been a participant with Lighthouse and Cornerstone, and that's a really innovative thing we have here in North Dakota, the state-owned bank, and all the projects that they can do and support. I've actually had three pretty formative things in my professional career. My cattle feeding business that was started 20 years ago when I got out of college. My time with what is now Harvest Stone, but was Midwest Ag Energy at the time, and then of course Lighthouse. And Bank of North Dakota has been involved in all three of those projects, making them happen and making them be successful. So really, thank you to Bank of North Dakota also. If you came here today in a decked out NDSU tour bus, that's courtesy of Farmer's Choice. That's something we really appreciate. Steve Knorr and the folks at Farmer's Choice, I think even more so than us, really care about that client and that client experience and the chance to come to a meeting like this in that bus. And we've gotten to know, Steve's been a close personal friend for many years, and we've gotten to know Farmer's Choice well over the years too, as that business has grown. They're certainly innovative on the seed genetic side. They're innovative on the inputs, on the production side of the business, and increasingly at the forefront of helping us unpack and realize low carbon opportunities around our grain going forward. So we really like Farmer's Choice, and we really just want to say thanks again too for the bus today. That's a really nice touch. The other probably biggest thank you for me is just with the Lighthouse team here. I think as far as the one thing that impacts you most is the experience you have at Lighthouse, is the team we put forth. And this screen of Lighthouse team members is pretty full today. That wasn't always the case. It started out just myself way back almost 10 years ago. And actually, Jess, who's now our CFO and a major owner in Lighthouse, when I first set out to interview her, I realized late the night before I didn't have any way to conduct an interview. I had one chair in the office, so we went to, my daughter was about 3 at the time, and late at night we ran to the office supply store and bought these 3 or 4 just cheap stackable office chairs. And my daughter was wearing like a princess dress and had a tiara on, and she was waving this wand around, and she actually insisted on sitting in these chairs while I carried them and carried her out of the store. And so she was sitting in these chairs waving this wand around, and I finally said, Cece, why would a princess have a wand? That makes no sense at all. That's not very accurate to that character. So, but that was a memory that stands out. That's how we started Lighthouse, and now today here we have the team that's in front of you. We won't introduce them all necessarily, just take the time to do that as this team has grown, but it's gotten to be, they're up on screen. They're all here today. We're all wearing Lighthouse colors, if you will. And last year's meeting, the keynote speaker actually talked a lot about the labor and staffing challenges that we all have as businesses. It's certainly true on the farm. It's true in our business too. And he talked a lot about when you see someone you want out in the wild, just go get them. You know, recruiting, normal recruitment's not enough. Just go get them. Go find them, compel them to join your team. That's certainly good advice. That's only half of the staffing thing. The other huge thing is once you have someone, making sure you keep them no matter what. And that's something we're super proud of at Lighthouse. So our recruiting process has evolved a lot from buying office chairs late at night. But once someone gets through that and joins the team and we get them here for a couple months and see that they're a good fit, once we get to that point, we start thinking about throwing them a retirement party someday. That person, we want them with us forever. And if you look at the familiar faces on the screen, the amount of value in having the experience, consistency, communications, the depth of relationship, the skill, the knowledge that we have, and just keeping the same people and putting them to work for you every day, that's something I'm really proud of here at Lighthouse. So all right, just moving on here, I want to talk about this agenda a little bit and then get into the first part of it here. But before I do that, I want to just share a quick story that kind of frames up how we think about this agenda, how we're thinking about 2025 in general as we go into this year. This is many years ago now, but I had come home from work just randomly in the afternoon one day and decided to hard boil some eggs. And then what I did next was I forgot that I did that. And I went back to work, came home a few hours later, and there was just smoke billowing out of my house. And I was like, oh, those eggs, that's right. And so I called 911. I said, you probably get this call a lot, I'm assuming, but just I have this freak egg fire that I could use a hand with. And so we made our way into the house, got the smoke cleared out, got everything squared away. And there was no actual fire, but there was also nothing left in this pan. Like there was no eggs, no egg debris. The pan was spotless. It was sparkling. It looked like it was about to shoot a Dawn commercial. Like it was just perfect. And so at this point, my wife was a little conflicted about this. She's not a fan of having self-caused fires. She does enjoy meeting firefighters though, so it was an okay day for her overall. But if you're also thinking, man, Dave, how do you remember that you had an egg fire? A pretty good nudge is the overpowering smell that is now in your house no matter what. It's pretty tough to forget that you had it. And so I Googled, how can you get rid of this smell? And it turns out you can't. Like you have to repaint your entire house. So I said, okay, simple enough. I'll take the lead on this. I go to the local hardware store that we do a lot of business with, and I talked to the gal running the paint department, and I'd said, I need a couple gallons of like a medium gray paint. And she said, she just kind of chuckled and said, you're going to have to be more specific than that. And she handed me then this 2-inch thick book of paint swatches. All of them, in my opinion, were medium gray. And I picked one out of the middle called Midnight Glacier, something like that. Said, hey, this is what I want, and I think we should be good to go here. She said, well, don't you want to run home with it quick first and just see how it looks, make sure everything's okay? And I said, I tell you what, why don't you just shake me up a couple gallons of this? We'll just both go live the rest of our lives and just get done with it. So she said, okay. So she did this. The painters came and splashed it on the walls. And first time I walked in the house, a couple, immediately after that, these walls were not medium gray. They were not gray at all. They were blue, like a light baby blue color, like the color you would paint your in-home daycare. And just like people would naturally kind of orientate towards this kind of hushed whisper tone in our house. And after that, like there's like a baby sleeping in here. I just know it and stuff. It was. So I go back and I said to her, I was looking for this gray paint. You gave me the wrong paint. You sent me out of here with the wrong paint. I came in looking for medium gray, and now people think I'm married to a Smurf. Like this was a mistake on your end. She said, it wasn't a mistake. I didn't give you the wrong paint. Do you remember what I said when you were in here? It's not the wrong paint. When you were in my store, you were looking at it through the wrong light. And that's why you take paint home, I guess now. So a couple conclusions just with that. Number one, I don't ride herd anymore over family paint decisions. But number two, just when we look at this agenda today, just kind of what we orientated around is just if you look at the immense challenges that we have for 2025, just looking at several things that maybe we're looking at the wrong light here. Maybe these are not the right way to look at things. And that's kind of how we've approached things for almost a decade at Lighthouse. Are we looking at this through the right light or not? So that's kind of with the agenda. I'm going to share just briefly here some things with what's new at Lighthouse. And then Andrew's going to give us a market outlook this morning. After that, Commissioner Goring is going to give an update on legislative session. It sounds like he might be running a few minutes late. So we may have some time to just do Q&A after Andrew's market outlook, and then lunch break. First annual Lighthouse Client Awards, we're excited about that. By far, then the most unique thing you'll get to experience today is Chris Peranto's keynote speech, powerful, moving thing there. This afternoon, to our benchmarking study, much more in depth than we've ever gone on benchmarking. The conclusions kind of jump off the page. We're excited about that. And then we're going to conclude with our grower panel, some breaks sprinkled in, noon meal, reception, and dinner afterwards. So it should be a fun day. Couple of things of what's new at Lighthouse that we just mainly want to focus on as far as things that really impact your operation and your decision making. Before we get into that, just recapping some of the numbers at Lighthouse. It's maybe kind of fun to just, we work with you guys every day, but we're busy enough. You don't ever probably take a lot of time to think about what's going on at Lighthouse. This was actually, we just completed in October our 9th year in existence. We're coming up on our 10th anniversary at Lighthouse now, so it still feels like a lot of days like it's only the second or third day we've been in business. We're still kind of have a startup, aggressive, go hard vibe to it, but it's actually, we're coming on our 10-year anniversary. Just as a curiosity, we shipped a little over 48 million bushel of grain last year. That was a new record for us. We now actually in late December actually crossed 200 million bushel of grain that we've shipped since we founded Lighthouse, and just a little over 1.3 billion in cumulative sales since the company was founded. So continuing to just chug along there. Something that's really important to us, our Beacon Fund. If you think about 4 years ago, we launched our Lighthouse Beacon Fund, where we provide matching donations to you guys as clients for community causes, really any cause that's important to you. That crossed $250,000 in 2024 of matching donations that we've gone out and done. And just a reminder to that too, going forward, we're looking to give away money through the Beacon Fund. So if you have any causes that are important to you, even if you've used your matching funds, just don't hesitate to reach out there. Lighthouse has expanded into 7 states now. We added clients in Minnesota and Wisconsin, along with Ohio, North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, and that's given us, among other things, a lot of just great insight on the ground as to what's happening in the different states that we're in. We did break ground late this fall in a new office building, long overdue. We outgrew our current space we're in several years ago. It's kind of a quick, funny anecdote about the last time we moved. We last moved in 2018, and we were much smaller then. There was only 4 or 5 of us, and we just picked up from our old office building one afternoon, moved everything out. That space was just empty into the new space, just kind of Lighthouse way. We're just going to get everything done here. We just left that space empty, and probably a week later, we had a farmer show up to that old office looking for a check, and the whole office was just emptied, cleared out. And this was this was right in the middle of, coincidentally, like a major, unrelated to us, just a major grain insolvency case that was dominating the region's ag media. And that's, if you're wondering how many missed calls you can get in a 30-second span, it's 7. So said, hey, let's hang a sign on the old office just that we moved. So we'll remember to hang a sign this time when we move again. Also, just noting on the staffing front, as we've continued to grow out the team, and we actually added a quantitative analyst to the staff. Someone, Vishesh, he's here today. He's actually got an advanced degree in quantitative finance, in addition to having experience as a commodity trader, a super rare find, and that has really helped push our analytics along further, having him on the team. So that's what kind of the last year was like at Lighthouse. Let's talk about a couple things that are new. Probably the biggest, most impactful thing, late summer, early fall, we launched our market gauges, and this was a progression of our analytics that has been in the works for several years. We have our price signals. We're on version 3 of that price signal chart, and we started, when Vishesh joined the team, we started working on what is version 4, and what it ended up being was these market gauges that go along with our price signal. And this is, all of this analytics focus at Lighthouse that goes back, 4 years, and even prior to that, conceptually, it's based on something my wife said to me when we were first dating. So this is many years ago. We were just getting to know each other, and she was sharing a story about how a few years prior to this, she had caught the attention of a couple male suitors, and then trying to decide, she went with the one that was better looking, and it didn't turn out well for her. And she said, I learned my lesson now. I don't go by looks anymore. So I was hoping more just for polite laughter on that one. That was a little, but that's a true story, but it is a super tight analog to what we do in grain marketing. Here's a picture someone sent me from Brazil. Here's things of this nature, and it's all of this looking stuff, fundamental stuff you can look at and observe, and it's always lagging, and it's rarely useful. And we said, what if we can use math to do a much better job of just giving us context on the market? So that's what the price signals that we've had for years do. And these market gauges are designed to add another layer of context to this. So basically, these market gauges quantify 4 key fundamental aspects of a grain market at any given time. When you look at price range versus stocks to use, percent rally off a major low, large speculator, net buying or selling position, and then just your seasonal, which is one we're most common with. And just taking all that data and spanning it to a 0 to 100 scale, saying, in a year like this, what was the typical price range? What was the typical seasonal? what was the managed money typical behavior, and the closer you are to 0, the more of a buying or ill-advised selling time. The closer you are to 100, the stronger that gauge is to be a good time to sell. So how these kind of fit together then is you've got your price signal, and that's a chart you're getting every day, and it's falling or rallying. And then as it gets, say, to a sell signal or wherever, you can also look at your market gauges, and the higher the combination of all of them are, the much stronger of a, again, not a look, not a feeling, not a tweet, not what we think, but the analytics are saying, hey, this is a good time to sell, or hey, this is a terrible time to sell. So these market gauges, this is part of what you get in a daily email and in a text. They're embedded on the price signal chart, and this is essentially what it's saying. 0, bad time to sell. 100, a good time to sell. The higher the individual gauge is, and the more higher gauges you are, the more compelling of a time it is to make a sale. So I want to just illustrate this on, this is back in June of 2023, so a year and a half ago. We didn't have gauges then, hadn't even conceptualized them at that point. We did have our price signal chart, and it's highlighted there. And this stands out to me. This is one of, we could rattle off dozens of examples of where the price signals provided great insight, but this one really stands out because if you probably don't think about June of 2023, but price had rallied then, and going into that weekend where it made its highs, we rarely get feedback at all on our commentary, our weekend videos and whatnot. I had actually had people reaching out saying, and Dave, you're saying sell, your analytics are saying sell. You have an obligation here to, don't you look at how dry it is. It's drier than 2012. It's this and that. Look at this picture. You got it. This grains are going to the moon. You can't be out here showing these analytics. You got all these people following you, watching you, listening. You got to do this. And at the same time, that was the absolute high of the markets, and they collapsed. And so the sell signal, we were in a sell signal. If you look at your market gauges, 3 of the 4 were 75 or higher. So if you go back to June 21st to 2023 and you're wondering what to do, and on one hand, you've got your tweet deck and all these super bullish tweets about weather and whatnot. On the other hand, you've got analytics here saying sell signal, and 3 of these 4 gauges are this high. It's all designed to just empower that we're able to make better decisions on marketing, and this is an example how it kind of works together. The opposite is true too. Shortly after we gathered here at this meeting last year, grains made a major low, and then proceeded to rally into a summer high that we were able to sell into. And this was about the time, like late January, early February, where the give-up feelings were starting to come in. Corn's fall, it's never going to rally. We're never going to see high prices again. And we had a buy signal for several days, enough to say don't be selling grain. If you look at the market gauges, 3 of the 4, 2 of them were at 0, and 1 was at 34 in that time frame. Again, just another say this is a terrible time to sell here. We don't know what's going to happen next. We just know not to sell grain. So it's maybe not necessarily super exciting to think about the analytics behind this, but this is what you're getting in your email every day. This is what's on the website if you log into it. This is what we're referencing, what we're talking about, and how it informs better decision making and so forth. So we continue to, by far the largest investment we're making every year is in our analytics, and continue that, and this is where we're at now. So that kind of the other main one that I wanted to talk about a little bit is Beacon Pricing, our managed pricing program. We rolled this out last year. We didn't do a lot of fanfare. We talked about it in the Market Thoughts video a couple times. It was year 1. We wanted to make sure it went how we thought it would and so forth. But this year, with the addition of the market gauges, with the addition of a quantitative analyst, with all of the things that we got, have poured into these analytics, we want to make a bigger point to have guys consider enrolling at least part of that production in Beacon Pricing. We've been talking about this weekly in January, but just to recap again, the Beacon Pricing is you would enroll a certain number of bushels, and in the pricing window, we would make the actual decisions to price them. At the end of this, you would get a hedge to arrive contract. There's no cost to do this. Just our normal marketing fee would apply. It's not a black box. You get a weekly email as well as just our normally weekly conversations where we're just here's how the Beacon Pricing is doing. and you can opt out of any bushels you commit at any time. So you're not giving up control. The biggest thing you're giving us is the ability to just execute way more promptly than we could if we were doing a traditional contracting and whatnot. In those beacon pricing bushels, in the pricing window that we have, we've got full authority then we can, we've got a sell signal we want to sell, we've got a buy signal we want to buy back, things of that nature. So this is something we'll be, this year's program starts on February 1st. So next week, we'll be making a push just to confirm what guys want to do or not do. Nobody has to do anything. You don't have to commit any bushels, but that's what we're doing here, using our analytics to run this managed pricing program. We're in that key growing season. We can make these decisions much quicker than what we maybe would if we had to, call through each trade, advise, et cetera. So something just to consider is enrolling here in our beacon pricing, our managed pricing bushels. Enrolling is a stretch as far as the noun for that. All you literally have to do is just advise how many bushels will get the contracts rolled up. And if a few of you were in the program last year, it's a real simple process. So that's the other big thing that we view as the next part of this direction. This will make a lot more sense. This will tie really well to our benchmarking discussion this afternoon, because the benchmarking makes abundantly clear there's a chunk of these bushels we are not getting priced well, and they could just as well be in the beacon pricing program as left to our own devices. Lastly, that's the intermittent howling is certainly something that's noteworthy. The last thing here, least inspiring slide of our whole deck, but just from an awareness standpoint, this is still not a native app, but just to be aware, you can go into your Google Play or your Apple Store, download the latest version of Lighthouse app, and it has all of our touch points in it. It's got the risk management. It will redirect you to the risk management login, where you'd see your Harvest IQ, your bushels, your percent sold, all your positions together. You can track your farm costs there. Hedge Beacon, you're getting the emails and texts every day, but if you want to actually go into the website and review that data, that's that. The Bushel app is where you would actually see all your contracts, your tickets, your settlements. Market data is just, if there's a million places you can get this, but if through our app you get grain price quotes, what are the grain markets doing? They're delayed, but you can see that. View contacts as this team keeps growing. If you want to see a listing of Lighthouse contacts, then you can actually make a Beacon Fund donation request right from the app. So this doesn't have to inspire any certain behavior from anyone. We still get a lot of people just calling to answer some of these questions, or hey, we're counting on you to know this, we don't care, whatever, things of that nature. You don't have to necessarily do anything any different there, but at least want you aware if you're wanting to engage with this stuff more. Just Lighthouse app, you'll still need the login credentials for the various sites and stuff, but it's all in one spot if you're wanting to look at all the data behind what we do here. What we do here is Lighthouse. So that's kind of what's new at Lighthouse. Again, really excited to be going into our 10th year together with all of you. Great to see a full room today. So far, the only missteps is I forgot my name tag or whatever's happening with the HVAC system. It feels like it might just drop on top of our heads here. But we've got probably the most important thing we do at these meetings, and Andrew Kavish, our Chief Operating Officer, is going to give this market outlook. And this is designed to kind of just set the fundamental outlook for the year. So what is the broad strokes fundamental outlook? And then our signals, our analytics, our signals, our market gauges can define a lot of our execution stuff around that. But Andrew's going to give us a great, go through in quite a bit of detail just what this fundamental landscape looks like today. And then with Commissioner Gorin running just a touch late, we're going to have a few minutes we can actually answer and ask some marketing questions afterwards. So Andrew, if you're ready, we can get into it.
Well, like all things, let's hope technology works like it's supposed to. As Dave mentioned, I'm Andrew Kubish, Chief Operating Officer, if you want a real title. Otherwise, just a farm marketer. Work with about 30 to 34 of the client deck out there on a weekly basis. I reside in office out of South Central Nebraska 99% of my time, so I can oftentimes prevent a little of the backyard syndrome that sometimes we get if we're all looking at North Dakota crops and vice versa. So my wife farms with her family down there, and obviously farms are tough to move, so that's why I sit where I sit. But yeah, I wanted to give, a lot of, obviously we talk about this weekly, that's why we're in the business of doing what we're doing, but I think, sometimes we gotta take this 30,000 foot view of where we've been and where we think things are going, and because obviously, we get into the minutia of everything so much every day that it's nice to just, back up and see where we're at. But, before we go forward, I think the first thing we want to look at is, conclusions from a year ago. And this is actually the exact slide we finished with at the Market Thoughts from last year's meeting. And so, I think rings pretty true for what occurred. Obviously, you can't predict the future, but knowing what we knew about the setup, the historics and everything else, the 24 marketing year turned out pretty much like we expected it to. We're rolling out of the big bullish years. Obviously, things got pretty bearish, big carryouts, everything like that. One thing we didn't do, we didn't even actually make 105% of our Q4 highs. We didn't even actually fill the gap from January 2nd of 24. We did get really close in May of this last year, and price signals were telling us at that time we needed to be doing something, and we did, thank goodness, and then watch this thing just collapse through the summer. Significant downside to risk in the summer, certainly. Sub $4 corn, beans, sub 10. Longer term bearish view, you get in these bear markets, 3-4 year cycle. That's where we were. This is your Dees corn chart. Pretty much didn't even fill that gap, like I said. Got our little May rally, which was a very non-traditional rally in the sense that you saw a lot of years you get those big blow-off tops in the summer on a big weather rally, and it was 2 to 3 weeks of kind of trending to sideways lower market action, and then market realized, oh, hey, we don't have a planning delay, and everything else looks pretty good, and boom, it was over. So thank goodness for our price signals. I think got a lot of guys sold up in those windows, and happily so. Again, just looking at this same chart, 24 new crop, we got that May high, collapsed off of there. We've had some other intermediate highs as we move through the late summer. Obviously, at those levels, we weren't really wanting to do anything. And then as we work, back from those late summer, early fall lows, trying to get, if we need to get some catch-up sales on, we've been doing that. But that was what was in the past. And what we need to focus on is what's going on down the road here. And the WASDE on the 10th definitely changed our perspective. We'd seen, throughout the fall, the USDA had been, slowly downsizing crop sizes, which kind of lined up with, things we'd heard, a dry finish on the corn and bean crop across the Midwest. Not shocking, but what was shocking was coming into the, Friday report, and going, oh my gosh, 3.5 bushel an acre on corn, and dropped on beans as well. And that really is going to reset our expectations for this balance of this old crop year, as well as for what we're, how 25 likely plays out. Prior to this report, still, sell these big rallies, or sell these rallies and stuff like that, because these opportunities could be, slim to none. Well, this, now we take corn down to $1.5 billion. We take beans back to 3.8 or 380 million carry out. Both numbers, especially on the corn side, that 1.5 is kind of that where you start price rationing, stocks to use ratios at 10% or less. The market starts, getting concerned or pays more attention to both demand and supply issues that you start having at that point. So I think that's our overarching theme is, this is, obviously we've seen the rally post report, but I think this also, just what we would have said, 30 days ago was, hey, we get, 450 new crop corn, maybe we do need to sell. Well, we're setting up now to have a deal where high likelihood that you're going to see way better opportunities on both old and new crop. And I think that's one thing we've been harping on, especially on new crop corn and beans is, we don't have some on in the group, but certainly not a lot of new crop beans, and just feel like there was going to be a better opportunity to sell. And we have that story now to get us there. Talk a little bit about weather. Obviously, first and foremost, what's kind of been driving the bean market especially, and a bit of the corn market is, South American weather. Obviously, as we well know, we're huge competitors with them now, and so we've got to pay attention to what's going on down there much more than we have in the past. This is looking out from basically 2 days ago through early February, and just kind of looking at percentage anomaly or percentage of normal rainfall in those areas. We are kind of getting to the point where in central and northern Brazil, where they need to get the beans off, looks to be drying out. Southern Brazil, northern Argentina, starting to look like they're going to pick up some rains. Not to say that this is over by any stretch, but combined with a couple days sell signal in corn, a sell signal on beans yesterday, I think the market's starting to weigh the fact that, yeah, we've got a few issues down there, but this isn't like a year ago where we, just demolished the southern Brazil crop and had a giant hole down there. Still something to pay attention to. We still got to keep an eye on as they're able to get stuff out. They've had pretty slow export pace on their new crop, but there still are a lot of beans down there that are going to have to come to the market at some point. Sea surface temperature. I'm not a meteorologist at all, but one thing that if anybody that's, okay, because the next two slides I'll show are kind of going to be dependent on where this goes. Gulf of Alaska, West Coast US, pretty warm today. You can see the big blue in the Central Pacific. That's La Nina starting to fade. You got the warmer spots right off of South America, off of Colombia and Peru there that are warming. So we're starting to see La Nina fade a bit, but specifically watching the Northern Pacific and Gulf of Alaska, because as we set that up, if we get a bunch of cold water along that coast there, that potentially can set us up for a potentially drier summer setup. Some concern that La Nina is going to bring this southwestern drought up into the central western plains, central, and even up the corridor up into North and South Dakota. That being said, here's the Euro seasonal May, June, July projected forecast. Kind of says that similarly. You keep the Eastern Corn Belt a little, this is just anomalies. This isn't like look at this and say, oh my gosh, they're too wet, but looking like we're trying to favor. Now, mind you, these are 6-month out models. Take these with a grain of salt, but a lot of these models are trying to trend with a little more western dryness. We'll still have to see, what wins, what loses. Watch the Pacific, Northern Pacific there. And then a couple just other longer term models, both IRI and the NME, which is the both US products, basically May, June, July again for both of these maps, bringing some drier conditions potentially, or at least as the way things are setting up today. So something we got to keep an eye on. You take that with where balance sheets are at today and everything else. We don't want to miss our sales opportunities, but we also have to keep an eye on these extended forecasts too, because we don't have that cushion that we did a year ago. Start talking on corn a little bit. U.S. corn balance sheet, obviously starting late summer, 183 yields, just pretty, I wouldn't say burdensome carryout, but certainly no concern. We were just right at 2 billion carryout. That's definitely not a concern in the market size. But we've had really good export sales on the U.S. side, and then obviously these slashes in production from this 24 crop, again, has dropped us down to this 10-ish stocks-to-use ratio. You can look back through history. We're not at the lowest by any means, but we're right on the cusp here of a market that, you know, if we get more demand, things like that, you know, we're gonna have, we gotta start rationing some demand here at some point. World corn balance sheet similarly, I mean, we're not back to 12, 13 by any stretch, but, you know, pretty significant drop off, all based off of U.S. production. And that being said, we are kind of the main game in town as it stands until Brazilian crop comes on, and that crop still needs to get planted after their wet bean crop gets off. So we got a lot of things that, you know, potentially could stack up and start creating even more bullish stories. We'll have to continue, you know, we don't know what the weather is gonna do necessarily a month and a half down the road, or how the safrinha crop finishes in South America, but, you know, certainly have a setup here where, you know, things that we thought 60 days ago appear, you know, more likely to occur as it relates to being higher prices than, you know, back sub 4 for that matter. And this is our major stocks-to-use balance sheet, and I think this shows it very well. You know, one of the tightest world carryout number stocks-to-use ratios, 11, 12, 7, and 8. And so I think this really goes to show that we're on the cusp of, if something weather-wise happens in the corn, South American corn or North American corn market, even if the weather does finally cooperate, we have the setup for something that's a little more friendly than we definitely had 60 days ago. This is a chart that Vajesh and Dave had put together. This is kind of where we're at today. This is basically, as you look at, you can see each column, the red columns 13, 14, light gray columns 21, 22, and the white columns 24, 25. And all years where we've watched the USDA slash those carryout numbers, and then commensurately the solid line being the old crop July board that in those respective years, and then the dotted line being the new crop contract for those respective years. And you can see where we're at today. If you can kind of make it out there, we've got the 9-ish% return so far on the old crop on July corn. And you can look at the two commensurate years where we've had pretty wide disparities, obviously, how weather has turned out, but we definitely, again, same theme here with, if you look over history, that we're probably, you know, July corn probably isn't over, and probably have much better opportunities to be selling new crop 25 corn here down the road. There we go. One thing that's a little bit of an anchor in this market today is the funds, or could potentially be, if you want to call it a bearish aspect. They are, as of CFTC report on Friday, nearly at their max long. You'd still have another 50 to 70,000 contracts here. But that being said, you know, that has been what, you know, we've been having a major price risk transfer from a U.S. producer that was woefully undersold coming into this year's crop, and a large spec that started building their long or exited their shorts late this fall, or late summer, early fall, and has now started building this huge long back. If things transpire, we don't get a major weather event, would guess funds are gonna probably start liquidating some of this, taking profits. You know, we'll talk about here in a second on the balance sheets, but like Informa was out yesterday, 93.5 estimated corn acres and 83 on beans. Well, that would probably be a market that would, you know, be pretty bearish corn for the short term. Wouldn't be surprised if we see this spec long liquidate. So that's definitely something we got to keep in mind. We got to keep this bull, you know, got to keep feeding this bull here to keep these funds want to stay engaged. Just wanted to throw together some balance sheets. You know, we can't literally do every what if scenario, but kind of wanted to throw out, you know, the first column being our last year's final acres numbers, yield, et cetera, where that took us to our ending stocks carryout. And then just kind of throwing some, if you look at the top line estimates, basically 91.5, 92.7, 93.7, and 94, just kind of some ranges of potential acreage outcomes depending on how, what the U.S. producer decides that they want to put in the ground this year. And then also just throwing out some yields. 183 obviously is the trend line yield. So if you have trend yields with these various things, you can see the ending stocks number and the stocks to use numbers down at the very bottom. Very last column to the right is kind of what we think, max acres increase is, but then what happens if we don't do trend yield? We're 1794, or 1734, excuse me. I think the biggest takeaway from this is, unless we have something well over 4 million acres, which would be pretty outside of the historical norm since the dawn of the ethanol era, it's going to be a struggle to get this corn number back over a 2 billion carryout, which would be considered pretty bearish. So any impetus of a potential weather issue this summer, again, same thing. These balance sheets going to need big trend yields to keep the numbers up. So. And then another chart that Dave and Vijesh has put together here is just kind of looking at the July corn seasonal year to date, and then kind of 21 being an extremely bullish year, and 2014, or 21 being the yellow line, 2014 being the white line, and the kind of the outcomes. But a pretty strong trend that we're going to see, July corn work its way up probably into the 520-ish range here. Weather dependent, probably depends on where we diverge at come June, July. So, it definitely, again, things to keep an eye on. Biggest takeaway, again, just where we're at on carryouts. We're kind of on this cusp of, going either way on either being super bearish, super bullish, but, or bearish versus super bullish. But either way, we definitely have more risk out there than we did, pre-WASDE. Soybean balance sheet, well, thank goodness we lost some yield and lost some acres, et cetera. That thing still is not pretty, but at least it's tolerable now. Sub 400 million carryout. Stocks to use back down a little bit, but still kind of the poor man corn, soy as it stands today, and we're going to continue to struggle there as time goes on. World soy balance sheet is probably more informative. Brazil, Argentina, South American crop, huge. They still need to get it off, but obviously stocks to use numbers here are pretty burdensome. Corn soy ratio down at historically low levels. This will have to correct. You get an 83 million planted soy acres and a 93 corn. Well, I think that chart probably corrects itself in pretty short order. 475 corn, 480 corn, which we aren't, we're not there today, but we're not that far away today. Probably takes us, if you get normalized corn soy ratio in that 2.324 range, that's going to get us towards those $11 beans. So things that we thought 60 days ago, man, are we going to be able to get back into the 1050, 1080 beans while we're here? Are we going to be able to get new crop to 11? I think we at least have a shot, depending on where weather takes us this summer. One thing as it relates to, and this is just food for thought, more on the cash trading side, but with this delay in South American crop coming out, they're still going to have a monster crop. That's a little more concerning for us because that's going to push their export window into some of our more traditional September, October harvest windows that we typically are exporting beans out of the U.S. So between that, obviously a new administration, tweets coming out every day, tariffs and stuff like that, which we'll talk about here in a second, could be a lot of interesting things. So I think that's another thing we may want to keep an eye on, especially when it comes to harvest bean basis. I think if we see some opportunities that look decent historically, we may want to be taking advantage of those. Again, did this, kind of stress test the bean balance sheet similarly. I think biggest takeaway here is you either hold things steady, depending on where we get acres at. I was definitely not as aggressively lower. And then you can also have the whole conspiracy of where did some of these acres go in the last few planted acres reports. Do those show back up if we actually have some decent profitability going on? other than, it doesn't look like we're going to take this bean balance sheet over 600 million or something just extremely burdensome. We still got to be cautious of our world carryouts, but to that point, we're at least not looking at taking this bean balance sheet so far into stocks to use that we're, repetition of 18, 19. Now, we could get some tariffs. We talked about tariffs this morning. Now we're back to 10, 40% potentially on China. But I think we're definitely in a different place than we were in the first administration as it relates to the market reacting to some of this stuff. Spring wheat balance sheets, for those of you that love and care about spring wheat, which seems to be fewer and fewer of you every year, which doesn't break our hearts at all. But to that point, we are actually stocks to use ratio in a decent spot. I think spring wheat actually could be a bit of a sleeper this year, and more broadly because we just have some fundamentals going on in the broader wheat market. But certainly stocks to use ratio in the spring wheat balance sheet isn't overly burdensome, even with this monster crop we had, at least in North Dakota and most of the northern plains this last year. World wheat balance sheet, okay, you're like, all right, well, doesn't look great, doesn't look half bad, but I think the one that I guess I'm not sure where my one slide went to here if I'm looking at my next one, but stocks to use ratio as it relates to world balance sheet is a little more concerning. And I'll get next slide after this is actually the one I wanted. But Black Sea conditions, same thing. Euro model, seasonal, May, June, July. Obviously, Black Sea dictates so much of what's going on in the wheat market. They're the biggest, Russia, Ukraine, biggest exporter in the world. Potentially, if we see some thawing of that conflict, although the market's pretty much ignoring that conflict now in the marketplace. So really going to be weather dependent. But that being said, world major stocks to use is probably, this chart is more informative than anything else as it relates to the wheat market upcoming. We are approaching, we're basically at our lowest levels since 07, 08, as $20 wheat. Not saying we're going there, but to the point that it's not going to be much of a weather or implied weather market. Russia, U.S. northern, U.S. plains, potentially northern plains late dryness. We don't know. You look at those weather maps from prior. It wouldn't take much of an impetus on that to really kickstart this wheat market and potentially give us some pretty explosive rallies. Funds are extremely short, all wheat complex right now. We have a setup here that potentially could get us back to this $6.50, $7, especially new crop type numbers. I think mentioned it here just a few minutes ago, but we have headline risks today. We always do in every market, but obviously new administration, watch the bean market and see what Trump tweeted on X, and you probably can tell if it was positive, negative tariffs without even having to read anything, just looking at the bean chart. So market is going to have to get used to that again. It's just going to create more volatility. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Volatility can be good if used correctly, but it's definitely going to make for some roller coaster ups and downs here as time goes on. 45Z credits, just generally biofuels. I don't want to get too deep into it because Adam, that's going to be our speaker on carbon, will talk a little bit more about some of the new developments there. But obviously, previous administration kind of punted. They gave some guidelines of what they thought things should be. No real teeth to any of those guidelines. We'll have to see what the new administration decides. Who knows? Obviously, new administration, not a big fan of the Inflation Reduction Act and funding it. That's where all these new 45Z regs are sitting. So it'll be interesting to see if we renegotiate a new package and keep some of this biofuel policy. I think maybe the only good thing is the new administration still is relatively farmer friendly, U.S. domestic friendly. So hopefully they can come to some agreement to keep pushing the advanced biofuel product. Again, we talked earlier, Ukraine obviously has now been going on since 22 now, and market's almost just ignoring that at this point. I don't know that a thaw in relations or a ceasefire there probably drastically changes the wheat market much. You always have this Taiwanese question mark out there, would have big implications in this Pacific region if something did happen there. And then obviously always our simmering Middle East conflicts, although at this point with some of the recent ceasefires, things have quieted down there quite a bit. And then macro policies, and this kind of goes back to administration tweets, et cetera. Do we weaken the U.S. dollar? I think that's been also part of this little recent run-up too. We've seen U.S. dollar weaken fairly substantially, made us a bit more competitive in the world export markets. And, that being said, that's going to drive a lot of our competitiveness and whether we're selling beans to China or the rest of the world, or if the Brazilians are able to at cheaper values. I guess just conclusions, and this is more looking at new crop 24 charts over the last year. And so we kind of looked at this already, but I think just looking at each one of these new crop charts, corn, beans, and wheat from this last year, and just saying, hey, obviously with our, as Dave alluded to, with our new price signals, or with our market gauges on the price signals charts, you're getting better informed. We're specifically in this chart just looking at some of these seasonal lows. Big takeaway being there's times where doing nothing is the best answer, and just being more disciplined about. You watch the bean market drop $1.50 in 3, 4, 5 weeks, go to zero on the price chart. That's not something we want to do similarly that we had in corn this year. Soybeans, like I said, just massive downdraft, bunch of buy signals. Just being disciplined this year to not be falling in the trap of, getting super, just let's not do anything for the moment. And wheat, similarly, we're down in buy signals, being disciplined, sold what we needed to sell in the spring rallies vis-a-vis the May rally when we were poking above there. And again, just being disciplined and watching these signals for guidance. So again, don't want to be like runaway bullish here, but definitely a mentality shift is warranted here as we think about where we were 60 days ago to where we are today. Obviously, like I said, Jan Wasdy set us up for that. Set up for a spring-summer rally. We still have gaps residing in the DS25 and no bean charts at the respective numbers you see on the screen. Wouldn't take much at current levels with a little bit of volatility, some weather events to get us there. So feels like, the doldrums of a year ago when we walked into this meeting and kind of buy signals and low prices. And I definitely feel a little bit more upbeat about potential for getting us to some levels here profitability-wise that return us. But we also have to be disciplined about our hedging and make sure we're locking those deals in. And again, wheat fundamentals, like we talked about, could be explosive if we have the right setup on weather and stuff. So that's kind of what we're talking about in our group and broadly. Dave keeps bringing up in commentary. I guess anybody got any questions? We'd gladly take some questions if you want to talk about something specific. But definitely, I guess, what anybody's got? Maybe. Otherwise, Dave and I are just going to banter back and forth and getting into really in-depth macro corn balance sheet fundamentals or something. So I don't think you want to get that crazy.
Yeah, my question is, why is that gap from over a year ago important?
Why is that gap from over a year ago important? So.
Traditionally, especially on, not even on a continuous chart, but on just on a open market chart, the old adage is gaps get filled. Sometimes you get it done in a year, or sometimes it takes 2 years. Not saying that it happens this year, but the market always tends to go back to those points. We had a lot of open orders in the marketplace this last year that was right at or above that gap. And with the fundamentals we had, we just never quite got there. And I think a lot of folks were disappointed that they didn't. To our, I think, credit, our price signals told us, hey, we're not to this gap, but we really should be doing something. And that was the impetus for us talking to a lot, all of you guys, a lot in that May timeframe, because although we were close to that gap and we had some open orders there, we finally woke up one morning and just said, we don't think we're going to get there. But fundamentals where they're at for this next year, not saying it's a guarantee, but market likes to trend back towards those gaps.
And on like a continuous corn chart in particular, there's really no framework for a gap surviving maybe a couple years max. They all get filled eventually. So you actually have a pretty interesting setup on continuous corn because you have a gap from the September expiration down around 385. So at some point we're headed back there, but you also have this gap from last summer up at 503. So that probably in broad strokes sets the range of corn here for this year, and that fits with our price range, the stocks to use regression that you see in market gauge, and kind of sets the stage for what we're marketing about. So, and that, I think that's a good, like as you're climbing into, and even now as you start thinking about new crop hedging, if I'm 470 corn, if I'm 480 corn, if I've got a sell signal, if 3 of my market gauges are high, we're getting close enough to what we think is the upside today that really fits making a sale as opposed to just making sure the gap gets filled or whatnot. So that's a good question, Chris. Any, Chase?
Outside of political factors and weather factors, do you think we're in a potential reinflation event? I mean, look at the equity index or the Andrews favorite softs. I mean, they've been looking at they've been very extremely strong for almost a year to soft. So we're going to get some reinflation in the grain.
So question from Chase was just, are we back to a reinflation environment here on grain similar to what the 2021 trade was? Andrew, I'll let you share.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got two opposing things. I think obviously new administration, you've got this, pretty high inclination, and we saw in their first time around, getting rid of rules, making the economy want to fire on all cylinders, all these new investments. To the flip side, I think that could be a little detrimental is, you've got this, government, funding issue / budget issue that could be a bit deflationary if some of the things that come to pass that they want to get accomplished, cutting some departments out, trying to cut some of these budgets. I mean, obviously government spending has been a big portion, all this printing of money to fund these deficit, spending sprees. If we get some of that, I mean, it's been so long since we've had money actually dollars getting sucked back out of the economy, in a deflationary environment that I think, one could kind of offset the other, which honestly, stable is probably better than runaway inflation or vice versa. I mean, we've seen it before where, we love $6, $7 corn, but we also know as producers what that does to every other person in the chain that comes to us. They always want more. So I think it could be a bit of an offset, although I think obviously, at least as the market's responding today, feels very comfortable as at least economic growth moving higher, which should be slightly inflationary as we move on here.
So to dovetail what Andrew said, like these soft commodity and like metals rallies, those aren't inflationary per se. Those are specific fundamental issues within. I mean, you have major production issues in the softs, and you have major demand on the copper side. If you think about the inflation rally of 21, that was actual inflation. That was, money chasing, not enough money chasing too few of goods, and that broader monetary policy is not at all like 2021. You've got even the incoming administration has made it a point that you're going to fight just core inflation any way possible. So I think as it relates to will you have an inflationary component in 2025 similar to 21 that helps propel grains way higher than what their fundamentals would suggest? I just, my personal opinion, that's a relatively low likelihood. So.
And I think we have, some underlying things that, you look at 10-year rates, They've been divergent versus what the Fed's been doing on short-term rates. I think you have some underlying just consumer, problems with debt, servicing debt and stuff like that. So, I think you'd be more likely to see maybe a little economic correction here at some point, even though this, presentation is friendly commodities. I think we do still have some issues out there in the broader macro complex that could rear its head at some point in the next 6 to 12 months.
Absolutely, and yeah, great question, Chase. A lot of momentum behind these questions here. Who else? Mike Clemens is here somewhere. You've never not had a question, Mike. So. Okay, we'll give you a pass. There's still a lot of day left. Yeah, Troy.
So, Chase didn't want to talk politics. What happens if we get a E15 mandate and SAF goes through?
So the question, what if E15 mandate goes year round, and then if SAF, if you solve these 45s, you think you have the pathway for SAF, and same thing, Andrew, if you...
Yeah, I mean, I think there was an EO actually issued this week or in the last 48 hours that implied, energy security emergency using all this. I think E15's on the table as year round. Unfortunately, I mean, we've had this tried multiple times, and even if it does come to fruition, we've got so much capacity on the ethanol side. All you're doing is just swapping oil for gas. It helps a little bit, but it probably helps ethanol guys on the crush margin side, just because it, props up the ethanol demand a little bit more. But it's not a massive game changer on the corn demand side. As it relates to SAFs, again, probably let Adam talk a lot more about what's coming, because he's the subject matter expert. But basically, you still got to be to get ethanol to qualify. You still have to get these carbon sequestration projects done. Still looks like soybean oil and imported Brazilian ethanol are still the winners as it relates to advanced SAF products. So we haven't solved that. We maybe have solved this UCO, this cooking oil issue that we were a little concerned about. But it's pretty high standards to get this to qualify for SAF. Huge demand out there from end users that want to use the product, but a lot of this is still going to be on what the administration decides the pathways are and how we're going to get there.
So the point then, Andrew, probably being that even with some of that regulatory clearance, you don't just instantly have just an abundance this year of fresh corn demand. You don't have the ethanol plant capacity, and you don't even have the feedstock issues worked out on SAF. So it's long-term supportive. It's a reason but it's probably not a singular catalyst either to like a move to the moon here on grain this year. But
I think it's important that they noted that biofuels and this EO was noted. I mean, it wasn't like they wrote it out. Honestly, ethanol, midterm ethanol demand dropping into this EV credit is probably just as beneficial to you as a corn producer rather than worrying about E15, because now you've backed off all these regulations. You don't have this early 23 deadline to have a certain amount of EV cars. Well, that hurts us. You're getting zero ethanol on the demand out of an EV. So, I think if we have rolled some of that back, that's also midterm here, at least friendly for us on the biofuels piece.
Good deal, good question, Troy. Any other?
How can we get the currencies? What's going to affect the currencies to get a U.S. dollar out?
So,
like the Canadian dollar out or the Brazilian dollar out?
question was what affects currencies so that we ideally would see U.S. dollar fall and Canadian dollar rally, Brazilian dollar rally. It for clients along the northern border that we export grain to Canada, having the Canadian dollar rally is important, or as we're marketing canola. But as the broader markets, the Brazilian currency is a way bigger factor. You want to see a rising Brazilian dollar, but I think you can weigh in too, Andrew, but obviously the biggest one that would be deflationary to the dollar, just forestalling, new tariffs and continuing to just focus on interest rate changes that fight inflation and whatnot. So, and that seems to be in the early days of the new administration. That's been a priority. So, but the real challenging combo you get into is the tariffs not only potentially inspire reciprocal tariffs that cut off market access, but also tends to actually cause the US dollar to rally. So you're losing on both fronts. You're losing competitiveness in the markets you're still in, and you're losing market access. So that's all, the biggest thing there on the currency stuff is still tied primarily to what happens with, next on the tariff front. So,
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to be administration driven on a lot of fronts, and it's going to be what we think could happen more so than probably what actually does happen as it relates to currencies, and trading and, where things go. Again, I think if the Fed starts soaking up some of these dollars potentially, that also would, make things, a little more competitive as well. But again, tweets will tell us a lot in the next 12 months. So.
all right, Mike. Yeah.
I got a question for you. So everybody is in a cash flow bind, with the prices that we've had to go through to finish up our marketing plans and everything. When we start marketing our new crop now, we're all gonna be a little bit edgy about pulling the trigger maybe a little bit too soon. So do you wanna talk about re-ownership, using courage calls, and do we go all the way out to December contract or short date? Is that enough?
Yeah. So Mike asked, a lot of some key points in that, but just obviously disappointing year this past year for prices. We're short on cash flow. Everything costs more. We want to hedge into this new crop rally, but we don't want to miss a major further upside. So how do you think about re-ownership in that scenario? Are you owning full dated new crop options? Are you owning something short dated? Same thing, Andrew. I'd get your thoughts too here and whatnot. And so general, just obligatory kind of disclaimer comment. Incredibly rare is that there's a farmer that's not long enough already on grain. Like you're always long. You're long the grain you don't have sold. You're long the grain you're gonna plant. We're not in general a big believer in just re-owning grain. We just are really fond of trying to sell it right the first time and then sell some more. The other big key in this is even at the times when we're doing this, we're wanting to that ownership when the analytics support it. Like 5-6 weeks ago, we had a buy signal on soybeans, and that was when everyone thought the sky was falling. Beans are $9.50. They're going sub $9. That was when you want to own soybeans. You don't want to own them today when you're 2 days into a sell signal. A couple other just broad points. You're seeing with the way the old crop carryouts have tightened down now, you're seeing this natural spreading of old versus new. Like the old crop contracts are gaining more than new. If the market continues to rally, that will continue. So you actually, even as opposed to short dated new crop options, if you're re-owning, you'd want to own like summer old crop, calls, whatever, even because that if the market rallies, that's going to rally more than what new crop is in a scenario like this. And if the market doesn't rally, you're out your premium either way. So those are just some general things to think about there. I do think all of that disclaimer, I think you're probably right here, Mike, that you have a use case this year for re-owning some of these sales because you have corn at this 10% stocks to use. Like as it stands today, you've got a summer high around $5, and then you're back to chasing down that 385 gap of the continuous chart. But if anything else changes, you're into that sub 10% stocks to use range on corn, and you're going to the moon. Plus, so normally like a year ago, we would have been strong advocates. Again, you do not need to re-own this crop. We just need to get it sold. But this is as good a year as we likely. This is a case where that makes a lot of sense. I would be looking at, not short dated outright like July corn and beans and we might have already missed the initial window to do this, but again, just doing it when the analytics are saying buy, not when the analytics are saying sell. And I don't think typically, and in a year like this should be a case, you don't have to go much beyond July. It's only about once every 15 years that your rally hasn't predominantly happened by July. So generalizing greatly, this is what your lighthouse clients, we talk through this stuff every week. Each case would be unique, but that would be my general comments to all that. And I actually would, if ever there was a year to look at something like that, this year fits that criteria, because you're heading to a point here where we got to decide what we're doing right now with new crop corn. If we get to 475, 480-ish, we've got multi-day sell signal. 3 of our more market gauges are high. We've got some profit at that level. Our analytics are saying you better sell, but that's still, man, if that thing rips this summer, we want to probably still be in it. So yeah, good. And Andrew, I kind of.
Yeah, I think the only thing to maybe dovetail off of that is, and more specifically, and a year ago, we had this very bearish bias. So when we did get those May highs, it was let's lay into the hedge drives. You don't see anything out there with the acres and yield potential that would catapult us into a $6 type corn market. We laid heavy into hedge drives a year ago. Concurrently, I think this year, we have the pool pricing, so hopefully we're doing right by guys in the pool. We might be doing some things in there that, you aren't even necessarily watching or knowing about, but, doing some of those type of strategies within that. Conversely too, we get to, June 15th, things are dry up here. We got the options to do some of these min-max type contracts, give us some upside so that at least, we're locking, and we're going to be locking in floors like on a min-max type contract that are way more profitable than they were a year ago. I mean, a year ago, you're doing min-maxes at break even. Well, might as well just leave the option premium on the table in those instances and just sell the hedge drive and lock in the profit. This year, you're probably in the opposite scenario where, you're going to be locking in 480, 490 potential floors or something. That's a way more palatable number to leave a little on the table, but leave some decent upside in the eventuality we do have some weather issues.
So on that pricing, and you find bushels up, are you guys taking advantage of like getting into old crop type stuff, or is that only either new crops? Or are you taking calls and what have you on that for old crop as well as new crop opportunity?
So the bulk, it would be pretty unlikely that you have a component of that is old crop just because you're wanting to. I mean, the goal is not to take just unfettered risk, but the biggest thing on beacon pricing is, like to Mike's question, if I've got a sell signal here today, I may be selling all of this corn in this pool, and then when I have a buy signal, I may be buying it all back, things of that nature. You're just more aggressively responding to those signals than what would even be practical in a cash contract basis, but you're probably not further. We're not, I mean, this is how we get paid, and we're really fond of having, we want to be celebrating lots of 10-year anniversaries with clients. We're not out looking to take reckless, risk and stuff, but that's the biggest thing there. Clint, it dovetails well with the last thing on calls, like you hear from brokers and people that get paid just off commission and don't get paid the way we do based off the price. Just buy calls, re-own this, move your grain at harvest and re-own it with call. Like, you don't make money off call options by being right about the market going. That's the easy part. Like, that's easy. You have to buy it, have the market rally, and sell it without all your time value eroding in between. You've got 3 decisions you have to make there and most of the time, if you just indiscriminately buy calls, you can't make enough on the year when you hit it big to offset all the premium you spent year over year. So we don't, for our discretionary trading, our things like this, we a lot of just, hey, we're grown men here. If this is our bias, that grains are going to fall, we sell it. If it's our bias, they're going to rally, we buy it back and stuff. So that's the other thing just to note there. These are actually really good. This is a fun dialogue, at least for me and Andrew. This is fun. So, any other market questions?
So is the Ukrainian conflict resolution bullish or bearish?
Is the Ukrainian conflict resolution bullish or bearish? This would just be wild speculation on our part, but if you look at the last 18 months, the wheat market has not responded at all to developments, good or bad, in that conflict. You've had momentary, you know, instances where it maybe rallied for a day based on an escalation of fighting, or it retreated for a day, but it has not responded at all like it did in the early days of the war. So it's certainly not, I wouldn't view it as bullish for wheat, but it's probably not a shockingly bearish thing if it happens either, because the market's already, Ukrainian farmers are like US farmers, incredibly resilient. You've had an incredible amount of that grain still executing in normal trade flows, so you've been largely just disregarding it. So if you had a resolution, I don't think it would be like an instant, oh, now wheat's...
It would probably be bullish only because everybody thinks it would be bearish, probably type of thing. We've blown up ships in the Black Sea. We've, had massive incursions and, potential nuclear escalation, and we get a dime move in wheat. So I think that tells you where the market's at today. I think I'd be more worried about a drought scenario in, southern Russia than whether Ukraine gets some of their land back, and it'll take them 10 years to probably clear all the landmines anyway, too. So.
And we're not afraid to just speculate wildly with a misleading amount of confidence on
That's right.
geopolitical things we know very little about. So keep them coming here. But yeah, any other questions? I think we could hit one or two more here, and then I think about a 10-minute break, and then I think Commissioner Gorin was running a little behind, but then he would be here. So any last question or excuse me, or two here. So, but otherwise, I think this dialogue helped just flesh out. I think, as you alluded to in your presentation, this is a big difference between last year and a year. Last year, we were still, just coming off of this bull market. It was just a rough outlook. This year is not. You've established a clear base under these grains, and you have a lot of things. You've drastically tightened down your corn carry out. You're not in a bull market. You're certainly not in a 22 style or 21 style market, but you have a lot more. You're a lot closer to those things, and it gives you a lot more reason to be a little more cautious on these new crop marketings, wait further into the summer, see what the summer weather is, let one or two of these other shoes drop here. So I think in that sense, this is a lot more enjoyable market outlook than a year ago.
Yeah, I think we're at least going to find some profitability levels out there, and hopefully when we get those shots that we're taking advantage of them, and we're not running ourselves into a cash flow issue going into 26 or something like that. So, but yeah, it's definitely a reset for us, and not in a bad way. Just it's good, and glad that the producers are going to have the opportunity to act on some better values in the upcoming season.
Oh, another question from Chris here. Yeah. So, as I said, I'll explain anything. It may not be tethered to reality, but to Chris, to your question, 2 years ago, hearing about the extreme drought conditions, the market immediately collapsed and fell. This year we had this huge crop. Turns out it's not as big. So just general comment here. This is why practically the amount of a new combine that we've spent on analytics at Lighthouse, not what you're hearing, what you see. What you see in your analytics should guide your decisions, because what you're hearing is always outdated. The fact that you're hearing it is outdated by definition, and most of the time it's wrong. So if you think of that 2023 example, right as the peak of that drought story was dominating the ag media, the actual weather models were saying this entire pattern is changing in plenty of time and our analytics were picking up on that prior to even that happened. But that was like 23 was that's not a shock. That's not like a mystery like what happened. That was you had that early growing season weather rally, and the weather changed, and the market fell, and people were slow to just accept that, and you got caught in this Twitter farmer bullish 2012 memory cycle of just, this is 2012 all over again. Look at how similar the last 3 weeks were to 2012. It's not the last 3 weeks of May that mattered in 2012. It's what happened June, July, August. So that was that one. This year, it's important to note part of the change this year is you've had 3 months of incredibly strong corn demand. Like a lot of your balance sheet tightening has come from the demand side, as you've had incredibly strong corn demand. As far as the January WASDE, where these yields were way lower, I don't know on that one. There's no precedent for that. There's no precedent for a relatively normal fall and rapid harvest, and you've got your November yields, and then to come in January and move up. That was by far the largest changes we've ever seen. So I don't know on that one, but the numbers are what they are in that case. I think the broader point too, again though, is right as the sky was falling, rhetoric was taking hold, like September timeframe. Corn was 360 futures, like this is terrible. Buy signals on our analytics. We don't know what's going to change. We don't know what's going to drive it. We just know don't get caught up in this rhetoric. Again, it's not what you're hearing. Don't be out selling. Just wait. And now we're watching how this story's evolved back to something more eager. So, but yeah, if you got a theory on how we came up with those yield numbers, let them.
I think the only thing that has been bandied about a little bit, and it's kind of like the 19 test weight debacle on stocks to use. Did we not account for the overtly dry conditions? It's still tough to explain away a 3 bushel an acre loss on the corn balance sheet. But we were generally dry across, majority of the corn belt during harvest and stayed that way. So maybe that way. I think the one thing too is USDA changed their methodology, and what was it, 45 years ago, and they have been less consistent, I wouldn't say less consistent, but they're willing to make quicker changes sooner than they had before. A lot of times they'd meter out a production issue, and they'd play with the balance sheets all the way through the whole cycle, and then you maybe get a surprise like you did in 19 on the test weight and a bullish stocks to use number at the very end of the season. I think they're a little bit more willing now, given their data sets, to get a little more aggressive on some of that stuff. So just another wild card out there that you kind of have to account for. And alluding to Dave's point, everybody's like, hey, do we need to be selling $10 beans here for new crop? No, we should have a better opportunity. And yeah, glad we didn't go sell 20% new crop beans at $10, because we should have some better opportunities given the setup today. So.
Well, thanks. These questions, this was actually a real enjoyable part of this. Commissioner Goring is here now, and we'll maybe take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll look forward to hearing from the commissioners. So thank you, Andrew. Yeah, we'll take a quick break here.
I'm coming taste, just a taste. 'Cause I love you, babe, in every kind of way. Just a little taste, you know I love you, babe.
Check. Hey. 1, 2. Yep. Hey.
I got my head out the sunroof. I'm blasting our favorite tunes. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than a sunshine in my eyes. You got those pretty eyes in your head. You know it. You got me dancing in my bed, so let me show it. You are exactly what I want. Kinda cool and kinda not. Wanna give myself to you. Yeah, we're driving down the freeway at night. I only got one thing in the back of my mind. I'm feeling like this might be my time to shine with you, with you, with you. I got my head out the sunroof. I'm blasting our favorite tunes. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than a sunshine in my eyes. I got my head out the sunroof. You got me stuck on the thought of you. Yeah, we're driving down the freeway at night. I only got one thing in the back of my mind. I'm feeling like this might be my time to shine with you, with you, with you. I got my head out the sunroof. I'm blasting our favorite tunes. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than a sunshine in my eyes. La da la da da la da da. La da 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 dee da da la da 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 la da la da da la da da. La da la da da da
I can't believe all of the things they say about me. Walk in the room, they throwing shade left to right. They be like, ooh, she's serving face. And I just tell them, cut me up and get down. They call us dirty 'cause we break all your rules down. And we just came to act a fool, is that alright? Girl, that's alright. They be like, ooh, let them eat cake. But we eat wings and throw them bones
Okay.
on the ground. And I agree and I'm for that.
All right, guys, if we maybe grab our seats here. If we could grab our seats here, we got Commissioner Goring ready to give a legislative outlook here. So we'll get him up here and let him share what's going on in the ag world.
Well, good morning. How is everyone today? I see you drew a really big crowd, Dave. Jeez, this is getting bigger and bigger every year. Now I know why you moved it here. I know Dave asked a while back if I'd be able to come and talk a little bit about what's going on maybe at the federal level, a little bit of what's going on at the state level, talk a little bit about the legislative session. I'll share a little bit of that. But I thought I would probably start off by maybe just hitting a few things in the Farm Bill. We did get an extension. Unfortunately, there were a few of those what we call base programs that ended up getting orphaned. And there were some things in there, I'm glad it got orphaned, but there were some other things with sheep and wool research. Under the conservation, there were a few areas that would have been nice to probably maintain and keep that, like feral swine and critical habitat or habitat enhancement. There were some things with energy, like advanced biofuels and bio-based markets, some things that would have really helped out the most of our rural communities in the Midwest anyways. Some of those things were certainly impacted. Horticulture, rural development, which has helped a lot of our communities in some respects. Also, food bank and commodities, or it was under the commodity title, and it has to do with implementation, which does affect every one of us when we walk in an FSA office. If they're short-staffed, you might take a while before you actually get any service or get your issues addressed. But I think along those lines, there's been a lot of conversations started probably about a year and a half ago when we knew the Farm Bill was going to be up. And I don't see, between my colleagues from other states and a lot of the ag organizations, you don't see much change. A little bit here and there, some want a few things different. But overall, I think when it comes down to it, what most producers are looking for is a good crop insurance program, good safety net, address reference prices. They get a little leery anymore when you start talking about conservation and conservation title. That's been, excuse my terminology, but bastardized. And I think that's really bothered many producers out there. We saw in the last couple years where they inserted a lot more language and things that were tied back to climate change policy. And in fact, just as a point, for many of us in the Northern Plains to comply and be eligible for some of that money to enhance our farm operations, we would have to have cover crops in. Well, if anybody has been watching, and especially the guys in conservation, they certainly have, cover crops and a practice in how you incorporate them into your operation, that actually started in North Dakota in the early 90s. A lot of people don't know that. And it's been adopted and utilized across the nation. But to that point, they have stuck into the overall program that you have to have a cover crop during the growing season. And I've tried explaining to USDA, that ain't happening in the upper plains. My God, we need every bit of heat unit and sunlight that we can muster up just to finish out the corn. And soybeans are going right into the fall. And you ever try planting a cover crop at the end of August behind your wheat? And actually, there's some places in North Dakota, they aren't even done with wheat harvest until you get into September. So they just don't seem to get it. The program is designed more for the central and southern part of the country.
So that's unfortunate. I think some other things we're certainly focused on is research and trade. We'll see what's going to happen there. We did get a bump in trade money and funds. In fact, we got more support now than we've ever had before from Congress when it comes to market enhancement program, emerging markets program, and the foreign market development program. And I believe probably going forward, we'll continue to get that. Also recently, the American Relief Act, $31 billion. And depending on who you're talking to, and I've had a few conversations with some producers about this, about $21 billion is dedicated towards those natural disasters and some of the problems that have occurred in parts of this country that have devastated some farms and ranches. The other part is economic, in a sense, where it's looking at the lost revenue from most of our grain farming operations. And you probably know who won: cotton, peanuts, and rice. But there is some money there, and there are some payments that would be, and they're supposed to be made in 90 days, which is going to be interesting to see if that gets accomplished. I think that puts us sometime into February, early or mid-February, somewhere in there. We'll see what happens there. But I've had some calls, and I've been in some town hall meetings where some producers have said, you know, why do they do this? We don't need the money. Well, and I get it. Maybe some of you don't, but even across the state of North Dakota, there are still some farms that probably didn't have exceptional yields, and they're struggling, and this is probably going to at least help them pay down some operating and live to fight another day. So if you're in that situation where, you know, this is just going to help, just take it as a blessing and don't do a lot of criticism, because when we can ever get Congress to act on our behalf, it's a good thing. I'm not about wanting to make a living off from the federal government, but given the fact we have food policies in place that promote an abundant and affordable food supply that the public gets to enjoy, they forget that someone out here is producing it. So we got Congress's attention. We'll see what happens. Kind of moving on to some federal issues. And you guys have probably been hearing more and more about this in the last year and a half. But endangered species has become weaponized. And it is awful. And here's the scary thing about it. It trumps everything. It doesn't matter. When you look at other regulations, it doesn't matter what you're looking at with respect to farming practices, techniques, systems. It doesn't even matter that you might have the most prime piece of ground that you've been preserving and protecting and enhancing endangered species. It will lock you down and limit you, and it just doesn't matter. And they have found better ways in which they are pushing these issues forward. I mean, monarch butterfly. You want to talk about something frustrating. My colleagues and I have been working on this for 10 years because there were threats and there was conversations about we got to do something for the monarch butterfly. First it started with milkweed, if anybody remembers milkweed. Yeah. Well, by the way, there are several. I think there might be 9 different species of milkweed. The issue isn't what we're doing up here, although many activists, environmentalists, and Save the World people believe we're the problem in the United States. It's actually in Mexico. It's where they overwinter. And the problem down there is the government's just trying to keep their head above water and manage what they can. The areas where the monarch butterfly actually overwinters, drug cartels pretty much run that area. And we don't necessarily know what needs to change, what needs to happen if we're going to enhance the overwintering opportunities. But it's unfortunate that we get saddled with having to come up with the fix. And I'm not so sure it's going to fix anything. I think that's much like China can have all the emissions it wants, but we're supposed to put more restrictions and more regulations on our emissions in this country when we only contribute 1%. And you think we're going to change what somebody's doing at a 13 or 17% level globally? I doubt it. I will say, and we're going to watch and see what happens here, but Trump did issue an order, and it puts all regulations on pause at the moment. That is good news. Unfortunately, so many things have happened in the last 3.5 years that it's probably going to take us 8 months to 18 months to really stop some of this other activity. And it isn't going to stop altogether. For example, when it comes to litigation, and keep in mind, North Dakota, our culture, historically, we don't like to litigate. We're not about suing. But we have learned over a period of time, the only way to catch our attention, the only way to win, and the only way to stop things is you have to litigate. And I'll just name off probably a dozen things that we're actually litigating on. And there are other things out there we are proposing to do, and we'll see what happens. And there's some other things I haven't even mentioned. Is this still working? Battery's going dead? Okay. I can just talk like this. Or I suppose I get next to this. All right, that works too. I don't think the battery's going to go dead on this one. The MATS rule, which is a mercury, air. Watch that thing fall off, and then I'll have to buy it. The MATS rule, mercury, air, toxin emissions. The carbon rule, that looks at all coal, oil, and gas generation. Interesting. It only targets those. We have the venting and flaring rule, which certainly targets all oil and gas producing states in the nation. The methane rule, interesting. Does anybody actually know? There's been a big issue over the last 15 years or so, 20 years probably, on methane. Does anybody know what happens to methane when it's released in the atmosphere? It's a very light molecule. It goes straight up. It actually converts. In 8 years, it converts to CO2 and water. It doesn't stay methane forever, which explains why we don't have an atmosphere that explodes on us. The BLM conservation rule, that's meant to first restrict any type of mineral development on federal lands, but it goes a step further, and talking to my colleagues in western states like Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, any place where you have BLM active, they eventually put more and more restrictions on agricultural operations. Case in point, most of our ranching and livestock operations. NEPA 2.0 came out. That's going to help us do better. Well, let me see. It's the best way to say it. It looks at environmental assessments is what it comes down to. But it kind of puts it on steroids. So be prepared It's going to shut some things down. It's going to limit the scope of projects, and it's going to limit our ability to do some things. Now, why this is important also, some of you may think, well, it doesn't really impact us. Well, it impacts some of the projects around North Dakota. But if you are an FSA borrower and you look at utilizing any of those funds, you are required, if you're going to do a project, build a barn, shop, even a grain bin, you could be required to have to do a NEPA. And that could delay your project for a year, year and a half, maybe even longer. We had a dairy operation that wanted to just do a little add-on. This was a few years back. And this is when they were starting to update and look at NEPA 2.0. That poor guy just about went ballistic. He almost went postal. But they stopped his project. I mean, what he was intending to do in 1 year and he had the money for, he wasn't able to do just because he was an FSA borrower. And I'm not telling you not to be one. I'm just telling you, be cautious. Make sure you talk some things over with your lender before you do this. We have the, another BLM, which is a resource management plan. Kind of goes back to the other thing, but this does certainly look at all aspects of resources on the ground, on the surface, how that will impact, and it's looking at updating their goals and objectives, which generally means you people are not part of that goal and objective. Secondly, WOTUS. We've been really successful in this area, and thanks to all of you. North Dakota took the lead back in 2015. We actually have a stay on. There's 12 states that joined us, or actually 11 states joined us, so it was a 12 state. We have a stay in place. Then 2022, there was a new WOTUS rule that came out. We had proven ourselves so well back in 2015 with that stay. 24 states, 23 other states joined us, and we were able to get a stay. I will tell you, even though they talk about WOTUS, isn't going anywhere right now, we're not letting up. I have the FERLIC Fund, which is the Federal Environmental Litigation Review Committee and Fund in my office, and we continue to pay the bills for the attorneys and to keep the thing alive, because you never know. Until we get a ruling from the Supreme Court, we're not going to just walk away. This needs to end. Otherwise, we're going to maintain the stays that are in place, and we're going to continue to pay the bills on that. It looks like we might have avoided this other issue, and I don't know if anybody's heard about this. And has anybody heard about the potential national monument designation for North Dakota? Anybody? It's kept pretty quiet. We did try to make some noise about it. When you look at a national monument, you generally think of something specific. I'll be as simple as a tree. But when you do a designation, you try to identify something specific and you're going to designate it. Well, there was a request made by some of the tribes, and a lot of NGOs, like Sierra Club, I believe DRC was part of that, American Wildlife Trust, there's a whole bunch of them. And then some of our Democrat friends here in North Dakota made a plea to the administration to get a designation in western North Dakota, which is linked to the Mattahey Trail, 140,000 acres. And what happens with designations like that? It completely shuts down any oil and gas activity. But secondly, from what we found out from adjacent states in the West that this has happened, there is no farming and ranching activities eventually that happen on that land. Dangerous. And we were afraid in the 11th hour on the 19th, or maybe the morning of the 20th, and we're still looking, it could be buried someplace, that there might be some designation. We were able to and worked with 3 affiliated tribes to get their support pulled on this, but there's other tribes that are certainly supportive of this. Here was the biggest fear is how do you fight these things? If anybody is familiar with probably not, because you didn't even know about the designation, but in Wyoming, there's a wagon trail that goes across that state. This administration put a national designation on it, monument designation. So it identified the trail as a national monument. And then it took 10 miles on each side of that trail and designated it as a national monument. They are livid. That encompasses a lot of private land and activity. So they're trying to figure out how to fight that, how to get back out from underneath that, but I'm afraid they're going to get stuck with some part and portion of it. Let's hope it doesn't happen. The other issues we've been working on at the national level, labor issues, H-2A, we'll continue to do that. I'm hoping with the new administration as we go into this transition that we'll get back into that mix, because what had happened previously, Sonny Perdue was great to work with. He made people like myself, commissioners, secretaries, and directors across the United States, gave us the ability to actually work on behalf of our producers in the H-2A program so that we could get a case number, we could find out the issue, and we could actually talk to the Department of Labor on your behalf to try and get some movement or some type of action. About 3.5 years ago, that all stopped, and we haven't been able to help anybody since. There's a good chance we might be able to get back involved in that and help. And that's been changing in North Dakota, the landscape. I mean, you guys know it. Labor's hard to find. 5 years ago, we were right around 1,900 H-2A workers. 2023, over 4,600. That's how difficult it is to try and find help out there. Also working on the CDL issue. That's been a long issue. I've been working on that ever since I got here. Met with the Department of Transportation, told them how restrictive they had made it to try and get a CDL for somebody. Thought they were doing us a favor about 4 years ago. They put a new rule out and said, oh yeah, we're thinking about allowing you guys to do some training. We're still not going to change the criteria, which means you have to be 21 before you can actually travel interstate. Intrastate, within the state, you can hire someone at 18 years old, they can get a CDL and they can drive intrastate. But this is becoming such a challenge in trying to get across to them that if you get somebody out of high school and you train them, develop them, really seek out that talent and do that, you have a chance of keeping them as truck drivers. But if you wait till they're 21, they've moved on to something else. And they just kind of shrug their shoulders. It looked like we were getting or making some headway with them until you read between the lines, and actually they took away our ability to even do on-the-job training anymore. You now have to hire and pay about $12,000 to train someone to actually to get a CDL and to do any interstate driving. So it's just getting ridiculous how things have been. I'll say this tongue in cheek, but a new strategy has been deployed by the activists and the environmentalists in this country and EPA. And it's brilliant because I don't know how we can fight it. So I will, and I believe probably President Trump will do this. I believe he's probably going to put it and sign an order, do an executive order that stops the practice of sue and settle. Because 4 days after President Biden became president, he actually went and repealed and lifted that. Well, this is what we ended up with. We ended up again with EPA being involved in sue and settle agreements. And what happens is your friends in the wildlife, environmental, and activist community sue you. And then you go into court and you apologize and you say, okay, we'll settle. They wink, wink, nod, nod. They go in the back room. They come up with an agreement that it's exactly what the activists wanted. It's actually what EPA wanted. And they now go out, tell the court, the judge, this is our settlement agreement. It's a court-mandated settlement. See, any other time when they pull some shady stuff, they have to follow executive rule and orders. They have to follow the process, everything that's been outlined by Congress. Now they're circumventing that. We used to be able to sue them and take a position. We're trying to figure out how to do that now. We have the draft herbicide strategy out there, the insecticide strategy, the fumigant strategy or the fungicide strategy, and the rodenticide strategy is coming. That's everything in FIFRA. That's everything you and I use out there in the farm and ranch. And they've put strategies in place that are going to make it so difficult, not only for registrants to have a product available to us, those tools in the toolbox, they'll make it so darn difficult that your ability to even use them is going to be restricted, and they'll virtually be removing some of those tools. We aren't giving up. We're going to continue to work on this. It's a little daunting, and I don't want to sound defeated, but we need to find a way. And I don't know how you sue the court, but we may have to find some way of doing that. So we'll see. One issue that hits close to home, if anybody is aware of the Dakota Access Pipeline, heard about that. Corps of Engineers is requiring an environmental assessment on that. It's interesting because generally when you do environmental assessments or you're going to re-engage on those, you put options on the table. And generally, out of all the options you put, one is to do nothing, just let it operate. This is the most technologically advanced pipeline in the country. And there is no option that says, just leave it alone. You have to do something. It's been operating for 7 years. There's been no issue. And something's going to happen with it, and we're not sure. Now, there's been no decision rendered yet as to what that'll be, and maybe thank our lucky stars that we've had a change in administration, so there might be some more accountability and oversight. We'll see what happens, but this is the asinine approach that's been taking place that just continues to hamper and harm a lot of our industries, our communities, our economy. We'll, stay tuned. Yeah, I hit a few things on local issues, and then I'd take some questions. Legislature. So the last legislative session, there was a program that was created. It was actually created, and I implement and enforce the program, and it's on mitigation. And what was happening was about 10 years ago, there were some laws that were put in place, and they were loosely defined, but they were targeted and they identify indirect impacts. I want you to keep this in mind. No place in the country does anybody look at indirect impacts. No place. Because they can be made up. It's like, well, we think that meadowlark is harmed, or maybe that duck, or maybe those sage grouse, or any of the game birds out there. The environment's being harmed, and so we're going to assess some value. Well, what had happened is this was in response to wind farms. Now, that's private property right. It doesn't matter what my opinion is about them. But what does matter is the impact that was happening to our farmers and ranchers and landowners. And that was huge. Because of this activity, and we kept saying, we have issues with this, and the legislature wasn't listening until I ended up in Washington at the Department of Interior talking about the easements in our state, and primarily the wetland easements. How can we get these delineated properly? And after, I suppose you could probably say, an hour of adversarial discussion, it seemed like, finally they just said, Commissioner, we don't really care, because we're to the point now, we're just going to buy land in North Dakota for wildlife refuges. And besides that, we've got over 2 million acres now of grassland easements in your state. 2 million acres. Well, let me tell you what was happening. So PSC was requiring that you had to mitigate where these indirect impacts were. So they told the Game and Fish to do it. Game and Fish says, oh, our hands are tied. We're not touching this. We want to be 1 degree removed. So they gave it to the NGOs, like Ducks Unlimited, like the wildlife conservation people. There's three or four of those nonprofits out there, NGOs, that are doing this work. So what they were supposed to do is, you write us out a check, and we're happy when we get to a certain number. Then we'll write a letter to Game and Fish and tell them we're satisfied with the mitigation. And then you can probably get your project approved. Well, here's what they were doing. They were buying up grassland easements across the state. Over 2 million acres. And by the time we got to it, and the legislature found out that even the people that had proposed the bill in the beginning and hated wind so bad and wanted to poke them in the eye with a sharp stick, I said, it doesn't matter what you were trying to do to somebody else. You impacted our communities. Because once you put a perpetual easement on, guess what, folks? It's there forever and a day. You won't drill a well there. You probably could drill the well for water, but you can't run power lines there. You can't build a building and put in a pressure tank. I don't know where you're going to move that water to, because you can't dig in water lines. It's so bad that you cannot even update the township or county or state road that's adjacent to it. That land is off limits. You will move every pipeline, every transmission line. You will move all activities to the adjacent lands, which means you move them to your neighbors. And I already have this issue in western North Dakota, because a few guys were getting picked on that said, I got pipeline fatigue, and now they want to run 2 more pipelines onto my property. And it's because on the other side, he's got fish and wildlife easements. So that potential area will never, ever, nothing will ever happen. I guess I'll cut to the chase. What happened was, legislature did go in and fix that. They gave us the program. We're creating accountability and transparency. We're also, we're coming back to the legislature with our water bank program to have that expanded to do all other types of easements, and that way we can hold the easements for the life of the project, or we're doing it for 30 years. and then it ends up being a generational easement. But we're doing this, and we're putting producers, landowners back in the saddle again, where at least they have some say-so as to what's going on and something that may or may not impact them into the future. But we'll stay tuned. Actually, it's working pretty good. This last, in the interim here, we've also been doing the model zoning task force, and I chaired that. We are making some changes to model zoning in North Dakota. I will tell you, we looked at adjacent states, how they're set up, established, how they work, and we're going to be less restrictive than we were before, but we're still going to be more restrictive than our surrounding neighbors. And that was just a compromise. The room was full of county commissioners, township officers, planning and development directors, and agriculture, all the ag groups. And this is where we kind of settle in at. It's better. That's all I'm going to say. It's better. But we did have some conversations about what happens in these rural communities when you start to have animal ag moving in and you have larger facilities, some that just seem mind-blowing in some respects, because in North Dakota we don't see much of this, like a 12,500 or a 25,000 head dairy. You know, what's the impacts to the community? Keep in mind, you only have 3 classes of taxable property in North Dakota: residential, commercial, and agriculture. So since we don't have anything that taxes an animal ag facility, it's just agricultural tax. There are no extra resources available for roads, schools, emergency services, or even maintenance in those areas. So there's some unique things coming along. I will say that the legislature did last session put in an ag infrastructure bill or program that we run and operate, and it'll help those communities update their roads and bridges and utilities. But they're also looking this time that the tax that's paid to construct one of those facilities, the sales tax, they're thinking of capturing that, pulling it back, and giving it to the political sub, the county or the township, to use that money for infrastructure issues in the future. I think that's actually quite ingenious. Good for them. Low carbon fuel program. They're moving the farm management program out of CTE. We're actually going to be managing that, and we'll do reimbursements back to those colleges and universities for the instructors and the educators there. The bill that I got, I ended up being late this morning for this event, was because it was an easement bill that came through. And what it was looking at doing was giving tax-free exempt, property tax exempt status for any land that had a perpetual easement on it. And I said, for God's sakes, I saw the people that were on there. These are people that hate perpetual easements. I said, why'd you guys sign this? We did what? What do you mean? It brought the bill to them. They're like, oh my God. I just trusted them. I thought this was, come to find out it was a constituent bill. Someone wanted to not only get the federal money, and there's a tax break, a federal income tax break, but then they didn't want to pay any property tax in the community. So the chairman actually allowed me to oppose the bill even before the bill was heard this morning, because I had to leave. So that was kind of him. I'll thank him when I get back. Hate to sound all doom and gloom. There's good stuff out there. And I know this morning I shared a lot of bad stuff with you and a lot of disturbing things. I think we've turned a corner in some respects, at least with the federal government. We may not be in self-preservation mode going forward for a while, but we do have to keep our eyes and ears open, and we do have to continue to address some things. And we're going to have the fallout from previous activities that have happened at the national level. At the state level, we really are doing well. And I know once in a while the legislators get picked on. I think I've heard comments like they're just a bunch of drunken sailors spending money there. I will tell you something in their defense. Back when this country was going through a recession in 2008, 9, and actually it lasted all the way into 13, these guys were taking oil and gas money and building infrastructure in North Dakota. No place else in the country was doing that. We have great infrastructure, and we need to do more. And I know there's more issues that they're trying to address and trying to address the property tax issue. There's 40 different bills out there. I don't even know where to start and what's going to actually end up in front of them in the end. But there are some good things happening. And I feel blessed and fortunate and thankful, first of all, to be born and raised here in the United States, but actually in North Dakota. No one understands what it's like in the rest of the world. We are truly blessed and fortunate. And I thank all of you for the contribution you make to our lives and our economy every day. So cheers. And with that, I'd take questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. That was really useful. And we may just run a bit tight on time. Whoever's got the single best question here, maybe ask that, and then we'll have lunch and let Commissioner go back to working on our behalf here. So anyone got the?
There's one.
All right, here we go. Let's hear it.
Is there any work to rolling back some of these permanent easements, or just like I'm gonna be saddled with some of the decisions that my forefathers made, and my children are gonna be permanent. Seems like a long work of time. Is there any work to roll any of that back?
Any work to roll back permanent
perpetual
easements?
Yeah. No, and in fact, people have asked if I could get to Burgum and talk to them about that. Even if Burgum wanted to do that as Secretary of Interior, even though, think about when some of these easements were acquired in the late 60s and early 70s, they were under duress where, first of all, someone might have been in a bad economic situation and they were offered some money to sell this easement. I think what has been so disingenuous is it never was spelled out. And it wasn't until later when we forced the issue, we tried to force them to delineate what that is. There's a great point up in Devil's Lake. It's near Devil's Lake. There's a young guy that bought a farm. There is an easement on that farm, and it's about 46 acres. And when we forced the issue here several years ago to delineate these perpetual easements on wetlands, they came back with a response. Took them 3 years to do it, and they showed that they had a 21 acre easement. They picked potholes here and there, and they said they still couldn't account. They'll decide later when the 26 acres. Here's the problem. If you look at the map, you pull up the map of their farm, there's a lake at the bottom end of it. And it just happens to be 46 acres. But they won't count that. And this guy does not have the money to fight them. And he's just going to roll over, unfortunately. He's a young guy that just doesn't have much equity. But to your point, we've talked to many about this. They are legal contracts, and Department of Justice won't allow Burgum to do anything about it, and the courts have already said, you signed the contract or somebody signed the contract, it's valid. They do agree with us that it should be delineated properly, but that's about as far as it's going to go, unfortunately.
Well, Commissioner, thanks again. You're sure welcome to join us for lunch here if your schedule allows, but we appreciate you. I think this is 5 out of 6 times you've made time to speak here, and it means a lot every time. So with that, thanks, Commissioner. We appreciate that. And
thank you.
So and then we can go ahead and eat now. I think that the food is there. Make your way there and just be respectful of everyone, but plow through the line and whatnot, just buffet style. So we'll have lunch here, and a little after 1 or so, we'll get going with our award ceremony and keynote speakers. So yeah, I think we're ready to eat.
Is it peculiar that she twerk in the mirror? And am I weird to dance alone late at night? And is it true we're all insane? If I just tell them no we ain't and get down. I heard this life is just a play with no rehearsal. I wonder will this be my final act tonight? And tell me what's the price of fame? Am I a sinner with my skirt on the ground? Am I a freak for that? Am I a freak? Am I a freak for that? Don't teach down. I'm cutting up. Don't cut me down. Judge me now. Yeah, I wanna be. Come on. Hey brother, can you save my soul from the devil? Say, is it weird to like the way she wear her tights? And is it rude to wear my shades? Am I a freak because I love watching Mary? Hey sister, am I good enough for your heaven? Say, will your God accept me in my black and white? Would he approve the way I'm made? Or should I reprogram, deprogram, and get down? Am I a freak for that? Sit round. Am I a freak for getting down? I'm cutting up. Don't cut me down. You got to carry on. Yeah, I wanna be. Even if it makes others uncomfortable. Because the booty don't lie. No, the booty don't lie. Oh no, the booty don't lie. Yeah, let's flip it. I don't think they understand what I'm trying to say. Yeah. I asked a question like this. Are we a lost generation of our people? Add us to equations, but they'll never make us equal. She who writes the movie on the script in the sequel. So why ain't the stealing of my rights made illegal? They keep us.
I can see why you think you belong to me. I never tried to make you think or let you see one thing for yourself. But now you're off with someone else and I'm alone. You see, I thought that I might keep you for my own. Amy, what you wanna do? I think I could stay with you for a while, maybe longer if I do. see what's right and what is wrong. It'll take too long to see. Amy, what you wanna do? I think I could stay with you for a while, maybe longer if I do. Well, Amy, what you wanna do? I think I could stay with you for a while, maybe longer if I do. Now it's come to what you want, you've had your way, and all the things you thought before just faded in the grave. Can you see that I don't know if it's you or if it's me? If it's one of us, I'm sure we both will see. Won't you look at me and tell me, Amy, what you wanna do? I think I could stay with you for a while, maybe longer if I do, yeah. Now, Amy, what you wanna do? I think I could stay with you for a while, maybe longer if I do. I'd keep falling in and out of love with you, falling in and out of love with you. Don't know what I'm gonna do. I keep falling in and out of love with you. City girls just seem to find out early how to open doors with just a smile. A rich old man, and she won't have to worry. She'll dress up all in lace and go in style. Late at night, a big old house gets lonely. I guess every form of refuge has its price, and it breaks her heart to think her love is only given to a man with hands as cold as ice. So she tells him she must go out for the evening to comfort an old friend who's feeling down. But he knows where she's going, yeah, she's leaving. She is headed for the cheating side of town. You can't hide your light. rushes to his arms, they fall together. She whispers that it's only for a while. She swears that soon she'll be coming back forever. She goes away and leaves him with a smile. You can't hide your lying eyes, and your smile is a thin disguise. I thought by now you'd realize there ain't no way to hide your lying eyes. She gets up and pours herself a strong one and stares out at the stars up in the sky. Another night, it's gonna be a long one. She draws a shade and hangs her head to cry. She wonders how it ever got this crazy. She thinks about a boy she knew in school. Did she get tired or did she just get lazy? She's so far gone she feels just until you've been beside a man. You don't know what he wants. You don't know if he cries at night. You don't know if he don't. When nothing comes easy, old nightmares are real. Until you've been beside a man, you don't know how he feels. Once inside a woman's heart, a man must keep his head. Heaven opens up the door where angels fear to tread. Some men go crazy, some men go slow, some men go just where they want, some men never go. Oh, blame it on midnight. Shame on the moon. Everywhere it's all around, comfort in the crowd, strangers' faces all around, laughing right out loud. Hey, watch where you're going, step light on old toes, 'cause until you've been beside a man, don't know who he knows. Oh, blame it on midnight. Shame on the moon. Oh, blame it on midnight. Shame on the moon. Blame it on midnight. You can blame it on midnight. Shame, 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 shame on the moon. Blame it on midnight. Shame on the moon. Sitting in a tiny table in a ritzy restaurant, she was staring at her coffee cup. He was trying to keep his small when they talked at all. They both knew what they wanted. There was no need to talk about it. They were old enough to scope it out and keep it loose. She said, "You don't look like my type, but I guess you'll do." Third-rate romance, low-rent rendezvous. He said, "I'll even tell you that I love you if you want me to." Third-rate romance, low-rent rendezvous. And they left the bar, they got in his car and they drove away. He drove to the family inn. She didn't even have to pretend she didn't know what for. Then he went to the desk and made his request while she waited outside. And he came back with the key. And she said, "Give it to me and I'll unlock the door." She kept saying, "I've never really done this kind of thing before. Have you?" Third-rate romance, low-rent rendezvous. And he said, "Yes, I have, but only a time or two." Third-rate romance, low-rent rendezvous. Third-rate romance, low-rent rendezvous. Third-rate romance, low-rent rendezvous. Nobody ever loved me like she does me. Ooh, she does me. She does me good. And if somebody ever really loved me, then she done me. She done me good. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. first time that she really done me. Ooh, she done me. She done me good. I guess nobody ever really loved me the way she done me. She done me good. Don't let me down. 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 There's talk on the street, it sounds so familiar. Great expectations, everybody's watching you. People you meet, they all seem to know you. Even your old friends treat you like you're something new. Johnny come lately, the new kid in town. Everybody loves you, so don't let them down. You look in her eyes, the music begins to play. Hopeless romantics, here we go again. But after a while, you're looking the other way. It's those restless hearts that never mend. Johnny come lately, the new kid in town. Will she still love you? man, Bojangles, and he danced for you in worn-out shoes, silver hair and ragged shirt and baggy pants, the old soft shoe. He jumped so high, and then he lightly touched down. I met him in a cell in New Orleans. I was down and out. He looked to me to be the eyes of age as the smoke ran out. He talked of life, he talked of life. Laugh clicked his heels and stepped. He said his name, Bojangles, and he danced a lick across the cell. He grabbed his pants and feathered stance, whoa, he jumped so high. And then he clicked his heels. He let go a laugh, he let go a laugh. Shook back his clothes all around. Mr. Bojangles, Mr. Bojangles, Mr. Bojangles, dance. He danced for those at minstrel shows and county fairs throughout the South. He spoke through tears of 15 years, how his dog and him traveled about. The dog up and died, he up and died. After 20 years, he still grieves. He said a dance now at every chance in honky-tonk for drinks and tips, but most of the time I spend behind these county bars, 'cause I drink so big. He shook his head, and as he shook his head, I heard someone ask him, please, please, are on the road must have a code that you can live by, and so become yourself, because the past is just a goodbye. Teach your children well, their father's hell did slowly go by, and feed them on your dreams, the one they picked, the one you know by. Don't you ever ask them why, if they told you you would cry, so just look at them and sigh, and know they love you. And you of tender years can't know the fears that your elders grew by, and so please help them with your youth. They seek the truth before they can die. Teach your parents well, their children's hell will slowly go by, and feed them on your dreams, the one they picked, the one you know by. Don't you ever ask them why, if they told you you would cry, so just look at them and sigh, and know they love you. I tried to make it Sunday, but I got so damn depressed that I set my sights on Monday, and I got myself undressed. I ain't ready for the altar, but I do agree there's times when a woman sure can be a friend of mine. But I keep on thinking about you, sister golden hair surprise, and I just can't live without you. Can't you see it in my eyes? I've been one poor correspondent, and I've been too hard to find, but it doesn't mean you ain't been on my mind.
Okay. Folks, I think everyone had maybe a chance to eat here. We might, just to keep the show rolling, we got an incredible keynote speaker, and we got this award ceremony standing in the way of that. So we maybe better get rolling here if everyone wants to just take a seat. I don't know if any of the catering crew is in the room right now. If they are, we should probably give them a hand. That was a phenomenal meal. So yeah, I guess we got our first annual Lighthouse Client Award, something that like a lot of things at Lighthouse, this started out as an idea. This is our first iteration of it, but something we want to expand on, and we'll talk about why. And then we'll go into Chris Peranto's keynote speech, which is definitely just the marquee aspect of this whole meeting, and then the afternoon agenda with carbon, with benchmarking, with grower panels. So we're going to have a good time. We'll have a break in there somewhere so you don't have to try to absorb 3.5 hours of this nonstop. But yeah, I think we can get rolling here. So just as we start talking about client awards, I think one of the first questions is just why. You know, we try to start almost everything we do at Lighthouse with why. And I just to share a quick story behind our thought process on this. Up on the screen is a couple photos from the Spickler family house. My two girls were earlier in their years here, were real active in gymnastics, real successful, won enough awards across enough gymnastics meets that we actually had to hang up more than one award holder. Really a fun time for them, a fun time in their life. That, believe it or not, was not my experience in life. I last won an award in kindergarten on Everybody Gets a Ribbon Day. But that's the story I wanted to share is about the award I should have won. About 12 years ago or so, I was pretty big into running and liked to do these little 5Ks, and there was a small one here on the edge of town or just south of town, a 5K, and I thought this has a chance to go pretty well for me. And there was actually a news crew there. They were like going to film the winner of this race, and they were going to put it on the news that night. So I was pretty excited about this. And so us participants got out and got going on this race. And it was one of these fall days where it feels like Mother Nature could have tried a little harder. It was cold, it was windy, and the news crew and all the spectators just went into the pavilion to wait for us to rumble through this race. And you know, partway through this, my wife says to the news crew, you know, you want to start getting set up. My husband will probably be back here in 20 minutes or so. And they said, listen, lady, we got a pretty good look at your husband. I don't think we're seeing him again in 20 minutes. And so as it worked out, I was way this small race way ahead. I'm coming down across the corner of the finish line. I see this news crew scrambling to get set up to film this, and they don't get set up in time, and so they missed me entirely. And they filmed the person that got second place, and then showed him on the news as the winner that night. That was the original fake news. That's what started. That's what started the fake news thing. I was a part of that. So this happens, and the race organizer said, "Man, Dave, tough break there on that one, but stick around for this awards ceremony. We're gonna have you walk out of here still feeling like a champion." So stuck around for the awards ceremony. The award was a meat thermometer. So that wasn't the award for winning the race. That was the award for everybody, and not just everybody in the race. Everybody in that whole building got a meat thermometer. Kids were sword fighting with them. Dogs were chewing on them. I mean, just a whole sea of meat thermometers, and so that's a story that stands out to me for a long time and always has. And I think it applies to the point here that applies to what we're doing here with recognizing some of you guys. I think farming can be like this in a way. A lot of times you can win a lot of races where the award goes to someone else. You can do an outstanding job of farming, and collectively your award might be terrible prices. You can do a lot of things to run a farm really successful for a long time and not get any recognition for it. So we see a corner of what you guys do every day with our marketing, and we wanted to just take a moment and acknowledge some of that here with the award ceremony. So just a few things here. The first one, just recognizing these Lighthouse clients that we are in this year is our 10th crop year marketed together. This is a handful of clients that first started working with Lighthouse when it wasn't Lighthouse, it was just myself. There wasn't an office, there was a bedroom, there wasn't all the technology, all the analytics, all the things that have developed over the last 10 years. There was just, here's what we think we can do. We still work with all these clients today, and it's really neat to think about what we've done over the last 10 years, and there certainly wouldn't be Lighthouse like it is today if there wasn't all these original clients that had 10 years ago. So what we did is we had signs made up celebrating the 10 years. Envision this will be an every year thing. We'll have another group next year and so forth. And we had those sent to everybody's farm already, but just gonna list these off here quickly now. And if you're that farm, if you're here, if you don't mind standing, we'll do it quick here and just recognize everyone at the end of it here. So Dan and Jay Zimmerman Farms from out at Castleton. I think Jay wasn't able to make it with the roads today from out that way. Schaefer Grain Farm, Robert Schaefer up at Glenburn. Robert's actually out of state too. Ballantine Agri from West Hope. I think Mitch was here. Clinton Olafson, owned by Minot. Clinton was planning to be here. Corey Presky from up by Glenburn also. Blue Hill Ranch, Jamie and Claire Haig and their wives and family. They're with us today. Ransom Ridge, Seth Williams. Troy and Chris Stein from up at McCluskey. Prairie Rose Farms, Kevin and Shane Black. And then Wellstead Farms, Jess is not here today, but Wellstead Farms from also up kind of by Russell. So those are our 10-year clients with Lighthouse. Clients have been with us for 10 years, since the fall of 2015, essentially, and whatnot. So if we can give them a round of applause, that's something we're really proud about. Those 10 farms collectively, as of this morning, we've marketed a little over 40 million bushel of grain together over the last 10 years. So quite the legacy we have with each other. And it's also neat to look, if you could see on these signs the established dates, there's literally hundreds upon hundreds of years of farming success spread among these farms. So what a neat deal there. Another one we wanted to just do is start acknowledging retirees, Lighthouse clients we've had that have retired along the way. Three of the four that we have to acknowledge this year are not here. One said he'd sure be at this meeting if we held it in Arizona. But I still want to acknowledge these gentlemen that have retired. So Gary Severson from up at Souris, North Dakota, retired actually a couple years ago, but this is the first time we're doing it. Similar with Alan Rodenberg from out just east of town here out at Sterling. Sanford Williams and your wife Kim are here today. Sanford was one of the original Lighthouse clients and retired here a few years ago. And then Alan Lee Farms up at Berthold. So maybe a hand for these guys too that have finished up their farming career, and we sure. Okay, so getting into the award side of this, and this is one we debated a little bit because we wanted to acknowledge some highest price awards, but we wouldn't want to send the wrong message here. So basically the criteria on this, the highest cash price for a contract of at least 5,000 bushel that was delivered or set to deliver anyways in calendar year 2024. So highest cash price for a contract, 5,000 bushels or more, one contract in calendar year 2024. This is not the average price of everyone's grain. This is not even necessarily something to aspire to. Certainly when we look at success on marketing, it's not by happenstance do you have one 5,000 bushel sale, but does your marketing overall achieve your goals you set out? But at the same time, out of almost 50 million bushel of grain, having the highest price contract is something pretty exciting, and actually kind of what we intend to do with these awards is a quasi traveling award where every year we just etch the previous high price, and after 10-15 years it'll be neat to see just kind of a time capsule, if you will, of how what these highest prices were. So that's what we have for highest price award. Again, I think I'm entitled one sports analogy out of a 6-hour meeting here, and just the way to maybe think about it is if this were the NFL, I mean, we're trying to win the Super Bowl. If we happen to win the MVP award, that's a nice bonus, but the main goal is winning the Super Bowl. We're out in our overall marketing trying to do that. So not, not to mislead anyone, but nonetheless, we had some pretty cool highest price outcomes. First one on wheat, Brad Landenberger. I think Brad wasn't actually able to be here now. $8.93 a bushel though. So if you think about wheat price today, congrats to Brad on that contract. Corn, Jeff Scarville, I think you're here. If you'd come up, Jeff had $5.52 a bushel on a corn contract that was delivered in 2024. So, thanks, Jeff. And then lastly here, we had Ethan Stanglin with soybeans, $13.53 a bushel. That's really a fascinating one. If you think about a month ago, we figured we'd be paying people to take soybeans. The price had fallen so high. So that gives you a sign of the times. Ethan, thank you. Great job on that. So that's what we got for highest price awards. Like all things Lighthouse, this was the first draft of this. We'll probably expand these awards into more things and whatnot, but that was something we're excited about. The main kind of marquee award, though, that was kind of the vision behind this is we're calling the Jim Kirkheide Memorial Impact Award. Just a quick backstory on this. Jim was an early investor in Lighthouse, the only external investor we'd ever had, and he passed away in a freak boating accident in April of 2019. And prior to doing that, he'd established a large successful farm that he built from scratch, a large successful agribusiness that he built from scratch. He was really involved in his community, supporting causes and activities that were important to there. He really enjoyed children and was really good to children. And then if you knew Jim at all, a few of us in this room here knew him well, he just enjoyed the heck out of every day of his life along the way. And it really set a model for, I think, something to aspire to for us at Lighthouse and on the farm too. Just this idea that you'd have a farm that makes a big impact on the farm side, that makes a big impact in the industry, and makes a big impact in your community. And that's something we see all this going on out among a room full of people like this, and we wanted to start acknowledging some of this. So that's kind of our marquee award this year, is the Jim Kirkheide Memorial Impact Award. This year's recipient, the first time we're giving it out, this year's recipients go to Blue Hill Ranch, the Haig families from down at Carson, North Dakota. We've got a quick reel here highlighting the impact that they've had, and then if Jamie and Deb don't mind making their way up after that. So if we can cue up the video.
Lighthouse is proud to give its inaugural Jim Kirkheide Memorial Impact Award to Blue Hill Ranch. Founded in 1906 in southwest North Dakota, Blue Hill Ranch is operated by brothers Jamie and Claire Haig, along with their wives Deb and Jennifer. Jamie, Claire, and their spouses represent the fourth generation to operate the business since it was founded nearly 125 years ago. Blue Hill Ranch raises a variety of crops including corn, spring wheat, peas, sunflower, barley, rye, and alfalfa. The operation also includes a commercial and registered Black Angus cow herd, and that diversification has kept them sustainable and able to adapt to changing markets for generations. Blue Hill Ranch prioritizes long-term business relationships and has developed several innovative partnerships along the way, including with the 44 Farms branded beef program, Jorgensen Land and Cattle, and Melbourne Seeds. And they've been a marketing client of Lighthouse since shortly after our founding in 2015. The Haigs also devote considerable time to supporting the ag industry, serving in leadership roles at organizations including the North Dakota Stockmen's Association and Farm Credit Services. But perhaps most impactful is their commitment to giving back to the community. 10 years ago, they formed the Haig Family Foundation to share their success by supporting initiatives that align with their values. A big thank you from all of us at Lighthouse to Blue Hill Ranch and the Haig families, our 2025 Impact Award recipients.
thank you to everyone. My brother Claire and his wife Jennifer got stuck in Florida. They went on a family vacation, and yesterday they missed their plane flight. And Claire was going to give this little talk because Claire's not the emotional one. I tend to weep, as our pastor would say. But our story, and I just want to take 30 seconds because Claire and I, he said, well, will you do this? And I said, well, what do you want me to talk about? And he said, well, what you would talk about. So here we go. I guess I need my glasses, but our story with the farm is one thing, but relationships are just key to our business. And about 11 or 12 years ago, Tom Bressenhan from Sinner Brother and Bressenhan, and Dave Spickler, when he was still with Blue Flint, and myself, once a week would visit for 30 minutes to maybe an hour every, was it on a Monday, I think, or a Tuesday, right after lunch, or over lunch, and we'd talk about markets, we'd talk about cattle marketing, because we were all into that, and we would talk about life. And Tom, taught Dave and I both a lot, and it had nothing to do with marketing. It had to do with relationships and life and God. But with that relationship, the one thing, and it leads into what we're both passionate about, and that's giving back. And that came from Tom. You know, he talked about the foundation that Sinner Brother and Bressenhan had, and 10 years ago, we started our foundation. And our foundation is very precise. It is for the poorest of the world, to the people to the children of the world, and most of all, the most important is Christ and giving back, because it's not really ours, it's God's. And he installed that in us, and we started ours, and what Lighthouse is doing now, and they're giving back, it's just amazing how one man could influence two people so much. But relationships. Okay, so Lighthouse, 10 years. We've been in relationship. Foundation, 10 years, relationship there. Jorgensen Land and Cattle, I did an internship with them 30 years ago, and it took 25 years for a seed to be planted to there to be fruit. We're in a relationship there. 44 farms out of Texas on our Angus cattle side. We send bulls to Texas. A lot of those bulls come back to North Dakota, and they are through the marketing of the Prime Pursuit program, and what it has done for the beef industry in the United States is just unbelievable, what it's putting back in people's pocket on Main Street. But 10 years, and there's a theme. Everything in life started 10 years ago where God really opened our place up and put us in front of the right people. And then Millborn Seed, of course, on how it all came. We do a lot of cover crops. We do, the soil is so important at our place. But Millborn Seed, through what Claire does, and we have a relationship with 44 farms in Walmart on this side, on the cattle side, and with Millborn Seed, we have a Millborn Seed on this side, and which is also involved with Walmart, and it's like this full circle thing that has just come into play. But just most of all, I would like to thank Lighthouse for this opportunity, and most of all, thank God for what He has done for not only our family, for Lighthouse, and all of you. Thank you.
All right, well, that actually wraps up our first annual award ceremony, real special time for us, and I was excited to get to do that. And now am I being, okay. Well, that's, Chris needs a couple minutes. One thing I can do really well is fill a couple minutes, so we should be fine here. So I'll get to Chris's bio here, and we've promoted him as we've talked about this event for months now as we do in our weekly commentary and so forth. But he was part of the Benghazi incident, memorialized in the movie 13 Hours, and really a powerful story we're going to start to hear. I don't know what you'll remember today overall as we pack a lot of stuff into this, but I guarantee you'll remember some of what Chris said, and you'll definitely remember how you felt as he shares this message. Probably the most impressive thing I've seen Chris do so far is he's actually compelling enough that he got my wife to come to a work event with me. So my beautiful wife Lori is here. If you cornered her right now, I'm not sure she could convince you I was a commodity trader. She's not always. So it's so no, we're excited to have him here. And while we're waiting for Chris, I'll maybe just share quickly on his biography, and then we'll have you come up, Chris. So Chris is a former Army Ranger with the 2nd Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment, and then a private security contractor. Chris Paronto, or Tonto as he's affectionately known in security contracting circles, was part of the CIA security team that responded to the terrorist attack on the U.S. Special Mission in Benghazi, Libya on September 11th, 2012. For more than 13 hours, he and his team heroically fought off terrorists, helping to save over 20 lives. His story is depicted in the book 13 Hours and in the 2016 major motion picture of the same name. He's also written 2 additional motivational books, The Ranger Way and The Patriot's Creed, that offer leadership principles taken from his military experiences in becoming an Army Ranger, his personal trials and tribulations, and his many deployments to Afghanistan, Iraq, Yemen, Libya, South Africa, and various regions throughout South and Central America. His belief through his experiences lead him not to look at failure as a step back, but as a tool to learn, improve, and move forward in leaps and bounds. His mantra, never quit, is a reminder that as long as you don't give up, you will never be out of the fight, and you will succeed in whatever you set out to accomplish. Paronto is a devoted father and husband who exemplifies patriotism, selflessness, and courage, and he offers a captivating first-hand account of what happened in Benghazi on that historic day and powerful perspective on leadership, harnessing one's inner strength, and the importance of strong teamwork in perilous situations. So join me in welcoming Chris here to the stage. This is going to be really a treat.
I don't know if they were going to run the video or not, but it's okay if they don't. Look at my ugly mug longer anyway. That's fine with y'all. You guys good? Do you want to run it? You don't have to. All right, go ahead. You can see Tig and Oz.
My name is Christian Paronto, and my call sign was Tonto. And I was with the 2nd Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment. I was in Bravo Company.
Name's John Tigan, former Marine. Did 4 years with the 3rd Battalion, 7th Marines.
My name's Mark Geist. My call sign's Oz. I was in the Marine Corps for 12 years. I was in Benghazi for about 30 days when the attack happened that night.
Everybody, this is Jack Silva. Jack. It's our 3rd contract together, so he knows the drill.
We had DB, former Marine, Jack, who was a SEAL, and then Roan, he was a SEAL. It was a good crew. 13 Hours just tells the minute-by-minute story of what happened that night. Try to get what we all did and what we went through.
We as a team decided that the story that wasn't being told out there was what actually happened that night, and so we felt compelled to make sure the story gets out there the right way. It's not about the politics, it's the story of what happened on the ground.
GRS stands for Global Response Services. We're mainly used in high-threat areas.
We are the security element for the Central Intelligence Agency, and we just provide protection in austere environments.
Hey, we're coming in, we're on property! Is Chris inside? Is he still inside? Get down!
All of us were former military, Spec Ops guys or Marines. You're working with some of the top guys in their respective services.
13 hours was how long we were in the fight that night.
The state guys, we just heard them on the radio say, hey, if you guys don't get over here, we're all gonna die. And we just kind of looked at each other and said, we gotta go now.
None of you have to go. But we are the only help they have.
Americans help Americans overseas, especially in areas where there wasn't any military support.
We had to go, no matter what. Damn the consequences.
Got some wind, here we go. Roll.
Our director is Michael Bay. He's been very respectful to us, and he's taken this seriously, and he's got us involved.
Michael has that vision of what he wants, and he's doing it in a way so it's as accurate as possible.
Ready, and go. You won't touch.
My teammates did so many amazing things, and it's a story of the battle. It's a story of a lot of sacrifice that went on. It shows that there's still guys out there that are willing to sacrifice their lives for others, you know, to put others before themselves.
Very good. Got it. Beautiful.
Thank you all for having me and listening to me and braving the weather out here. I actually drove up I live in Kansas now. Every 10 years it seems I'm moving farther south. Went from North Dakota to Nebraska. Now I'm southeast Kansas. 10 more years I'm going to be down in Florida because I got back here for Fargo when did I get in Fargo? Monday? No, hell no. Minus 33? No. People think I'm tough. No, y'all are tough. I was like, why? Now I remember why I moved from this place. But anyway, guys, thank you for having me in the Lighthouse. Thank you for bringing me in. And I'm going to talk, today I'll talk about Benghazi. I'm going to get into it because that's what you're here for. And there is a lot of lessons learned from Benghazi, a lot of things that happened that night. A lot of heroism. I got to see heroism exemplified from my two teammates, Tyrone and Glenn, and from the guys that survived. You saw big-headed Tig and those two Marines, Oz and Tig, their heads, not just because they're egos, because they're Marines, but because of their heads, they're monsters. I love you, Marines. I'm kidding y'all. But I got to see heroism from those guys as well, and also my sniper buddy, Boone. But also, I saw death, and I'm going to talk to you about that. I saw death that we had to fight through that night to continue on. And I'm going to talk to you about, there's some failings that went on as well. But I'm also going to throw in there, because I do think he needs all the praise in the world, is God. God got us through that. And the path leading up to that point in time before Benghazi that put me through a lot before I even got there, which prepped me for that night, which I think we all go through our ups and downs, and we kind of blame God sometimes, or we blame whoever we believe in. And I was going to tell you, just believe in something. There's something bigger, and that's out there. I'm not going to tell you to believe in God. I do. I found my way. You're going to have to find it on your own if you haven't already. But believe in something. But what that path does, and our path's just prepping us for that moment in time. And then that moment in time happens, and that's prepping us for something that's coming later. But anyway, first ground rules, guys, I don't have any. If I bore the heck out of you, you're welcome to leave. It don't bother me in the least. If I offend you, I seriously doubt I'll offend anybody in this room because of who you are. But if I do, and you don't like what I'm saying, see ya. Bye. Here's the exit. Help yourself out. You're not going to bother me at all. I do move around a lot, so I'm like a Wimbledon tennis match. You got to watch me moving. That's just how I am. I can't stay steady when I'm talking because I'm reliving a lot of things going through my head. And last but not least, like I already said, I do talk about my faith, and I think we need to, especially now in today's day and age. But anyway, let's just get started. Since I'm in limited time and I don't want Jessica coming and kicking my butt off the stage if I run off and go over time. Growing up was normal. I grew up actually on a farm in Delta, Colorado. My grandfather, he was a picker. My grandfather, Joaquin Garcia, he came over from Mexico. I grew up with a bunch of pickers. And don't blame my southern drawl. That's from my daddy. He's from Spur, Texas. I get the southern drawl from him. But we grew up very, very poor, but we grew up happy. I never saw Joaquin, my grandfather, my abuelo. I never saw him angry. I never saw my abuela, my grandmother, angry. They were always happy. We didn't have a ton. They're always working. They're always out on the farm. We had potatoes and onions mainly on the western slope of Colorado. And I just remember having the wonderful childhood growing up on the farm, playing baseball with the pickers when they used to come out from the field. My grandmother was tough. She was the toughest. And anybody that's been around Mexican or Latinas, they're like drill sergeants. You don't mess around with them. And my grandmother was that same way.
I could never complain and get away from it. My mother was the same way as well. If I said anything and blamed anybody for a failure that I did or something that I didn't reach, it was always, did you work hard enough, hijo? And I usually got hijo normally. If they were really caring and they loved me, I got mijo. Now, for those that don't speak Spanish, ask one of your bilingual people in this room what that means. I would get mijo. If it was, okay, I'm understanding you, I'm not mad at you yet, I got hijo. Mijo means my son, hijo means son. And then if I was really pissing them off and complaining, I'd get pendejo. And that's usually what I got from my grandmother, which means you're calling me, my grandmother's calling me, you pendejo, you idiot. Stop complaining. But what I get from them is that as I was growing up, if I didn't reach a goal, it was never anybody else's fault. It was always, hijo, did you work hard enough? So growing up, I already had that never quit attitude from my parents and my grandparents. And I watched my grandfather become a picker to own in his own farm. So I got to see the success of hard labor. Now, it was just by the process of osmosis. I thought that was just the normal way to go. But that's how it was. So you just work hard, don't complain, and you're going to succeed. And as I was growing up, that's what I had in my mindset. So I went to high school, normal kid there in Colorado, went to Grand Junction Central High School, played football, got a scholarship to play football, played it at Colorado Mesa University over there. And then I got suckered into going in the Army because an Army recruiter saw a sucker on the top of my forehead. And out of a group of students in the student union building there at Mesa College, he yelled, "Hey, you," and I was the only one dumb enough to turn around and look at all these recruiters sitting in the college student union building. But I saw the videos. I saw the Ranger video, I saw the SEAL video, I saw the Force Recon video, which are the Raiders down the Marines. I saw the Air Force video, and they were all awesome. The Ranger video, they're out there fast roping out of helicopters. The SEALs are helo casting out of Chinooks in the ocean. The Marines are sneaking up on the beachhead. The Air Force guys are in their air conditioning cubicles and they're on their computers. All you veterans, you guys get it. I love you all. Thank you for all your service. You guys can give me crap either because I was dumb enough to go in the Army. But anyway, I saw those videos, and I remember asking the recruiter, I said, "Hey, I like the Ranger one." I did. They had that cool black beret. They all have tan berets now, but it was a black beret back then. You had that steel, slack-jawed Ranger, tough as nails. And I go, "Is that hard?" He goes, "Yeah." I go, "All right, sign me up. That's what I want to do." And I went to the Army. And I went to the Army, and I spent a few years there, and then I did something stupid. I went through a situation, and I wrote about in the Ranger Way. It's where my first wife was messing around with me, and I did something I shouldn't have done to the guy she was messing around with me with, and I got kicked out of the military the first time I was in. A lot of people don't know that. I was thrown out. And that was hard, because that was like a tail between my legs sort of thing. Like, everything's going right. I'm a Ranger. I'm doing what I need to do, and I didn't know how to handle adversity yet. I'd never seen that in my family, so I didn't know how to handle it. Did something dumb. Went back home. No job. I'm discharged from the military. Luckily for me, I got an honorable discharge. I don't know how I got it. My commander was awesome. Sergeant Major was awesome. I shouldn't have got it. Again, God's looking out for you. It is. God's looking out for me. And I spent my next 2 years trying to figure out my life. And what did I do? I actually moved to Nebraska, and I went to grad school. Because that was the only thing I could do, because nobody else would hire me, so I'll go back to college. And then I did what anybody would do when they get kicked out of the military and they're 25 years old, and it's springtime. They go to South Padre Island and they go to spring break. That's what I did. And it's not creepy, guys. It's not like I was 35 trolling on college chicks. You guys are like, I was 25. I'm still right at that cusp. And I remember I'm dancing around this bar and getting drunk. I'm having fun. I'm getting drunk up there and dancing around. All of a sudden, this scalding liquid hits my face, and it was from the cinnamon schnapps that the girls were carrying around in the little shot glass, Well, somebody had hit one of those girls and knocked it all in my face. And I was turning around ready to fight, and there's this angel right there. It's like Cupid's arrow. Whap, right hit me. It's my second wife. That's who I have my children with, so I'm married to it this day. You never know. God's path's weird. It is weird. And I keep telling her, because I had to take my shirt off because I had stuff all over me, and I knew that's when she fell in love with me. That's what I tell everybody. You saw his Buxton Ranger, chest huge. Married her, and that's when my life thought I was getting it back together. And I went back and I tried 8 different times, 8 different recruiters to get in the military, did everything I could. And on the last try, finally, a sergeant major of the Nebraska Recruiting Command He was at the last recruiting station I was at, and he said, do you want to go back in the military? Really, son? Do you really want to do this? I said, yes, Sergeant Major. He says, here's your paperwork. I signed it. He pulled it back, just like a used car salesman does when you're signing over stuff and he knows he's got you. He pulls it back, and he goes, oh, by the way, you got to do it all over again. I said, do all over what? He says, you have to do it all over again. So from day one, he goes, day one. And as I did. Basic, Airborne, Ranger, did twice. You all know this. I know you all know this better than anybody. If you want something bad enough, you'll go through hell to get it. You will, and I did. And my life's back on track again. So I'm moving. Everything's great. Went to officer camp. Actually became an officer. Went from getting kicked out of the military to becoming a commissioned officer. And then all of a sudden I got sick. And I didn't know what it was, but I'll just tell you, this is a group I can tell you. I was out on a training mission in Fort Benning, Georgia, and it was hot, and it was just sweaty. And those that have been down south and trained at the bases down there in the summertime knows how it gets. You know, and the night before, I'm a Ranger, so I was out partying the night before. That's what we do, is at the cannon, drinking and eating pizza. So anyway, my stomach's not feeling good, and I'm starting to feel a little rumble in there, but that's normal, right? You're getting bubble guts from too much drinking, not enough water, now you're out sweating. And all of a sudden, I passed some gas. I ain't gonna lie, this is what happened, and stuff came out that shouldn't. I sharded. That's what I'll just tell you what I did. Y'all been in the field before. You know what I'm talking about. No, I'm telling you this. Lighthouse people are like, man, I didn't know he was gonna come talk about poop the whole time. Anyway, but what came out, it was growth, but it was more than that. It was sticky. It was blood. And they rushed me to Martin Army Hospital, and they found out that I had what some of you may have heard of, Crohn's disease. And they're like, we don't even know how you're in the military. How'd you get in with that? I'm like, I don't know. I didn't even know I had it. And I lost 25 pounds in about 2 weeks, and I was discharged from the military. And it hurt. I remember laying on the gurney when they told me that, and I was already looking up at God, and I'm like, why? Why did you do this? What did I do? Everything's going right. You know, it's hard to not play pity parties on yourself, but I thought back to my grandma. She never let us do that. So I got myself back together, went home, got discharged, and for the next year, I built my body back up because I knew something had to be on the horizon. This couldn't be it. And every day I do a push-up, and if I could do 2 push-ups, I do 2 push-ups, and I figured out what I could eat and what I couldn't eat, and then I had to cut the drinking out a little bit. Couldn't drink anymore. That's fine. Got to put that away. And I did. I went back to where I could do 1 push-up and after that year, I was back to doing 100 push-ups in 2 minutes. I was back to running 5-minute miles. And I got a call from a company in 2003 called Blackwater Security. They called me and they said, hey, do you want to be a contractor in Iraq? And I said, guys, no crap. This is exactly what I said. I said, guys, I think you got the wrong phone number. I don't build houses. I don't do plumbing. I don't do electrician. I didn't know what a contractor was. They said, no, you were recommended by a Ranger buddy of yours who wants you to go back to Iraq and do what you did somewhat as a Ranger, and then here's what we're paying you. And that was a lot of money. And I didn't have a job. And they said, are you okay? Are you ill? Are you sick? And I said, nope. And as far as you know, and I went for the next 10 years, I fought then a global war on terror as a contractor with various security agencies and contractors. I went to Baghdad, I went to Kandahar, I went to Mosul, I went to Herat, I went to fought in pirates off the coast of Somalia after Captain Phillips got attacked. I was one of the first 6 guys on ships. That was cool, fighting pirates in the Red Sea. Man, I feel like Captain Jack Sparrow on the Indian Ocean. That was awesome. And then I ended up in Benghazi. And that was almost 10 years after my first trip. 18 years after I started on this whole journey. God was preparing me. I didn't know it. All that adversity I kind of skimmed through, was waiting for that moment. Because I'd seen a lot of life at that point. I saw girls go to school for the first time in Kabul when we kicked the Taliban out. That was awesome. It was so cool. And then I saw a lot of death, and I remember in 2005 in the Mansour district there in Baghdad where I made a bad call and a little girl died because of my call. I did the right mission call, but I did the wrong call for a person. I remembered that. All that was prepping me for that night. So when 9/11 happened in 2012, we had an amazing team. You saw Oz and Tig. They were former Marines, great guys, tremendous warriors. We had Tyrone, who was SEAL Team 6, Dave Boone Benton, who was our state platoon guys, our sniper, surveillance, target acquisition, former Marine, and then you had myself, the Army Ranger. You know, and I remember after a speaking event, I'm digressing, a speaking event, a lady came up to me after I got done, and she goes, you know what? You were the Lone Ranger and Tano at the same place. Like, you're right. Hey, I didn't figure that out for 6 years after talking. Anyway, when we got that call, all of us were senior guys. We all been doing that for about 10 years. We were salty. I don't think that was a coincidence. I don't think God makes coincidences. But when we got that call on the radio on 9/11/2012, it was from our GRS team leader. That's what we were, GRS, Global Response Staff. We worked for the CIA. We were the security element. Our GRS team leader says to us on the radio, he goes, GRS, we need you in the team room. And the first thing Boone did, and if you've seen the movie 13 Hours, you'll know why he did this. He looks at me and he goes, Tano, what'd you do? Now, if you've seen 13 Hours, yes, Pablo Schreiber, we are still actually very good friends. We talk probably once every month, once every couple months. Big dude, a lot bigger than me. You guys probably, when I walked in, especially you group, like, that's Tano? Because Pablo's like up here. I'm a lot better looking, though, aren't I? Yeah, this is a good trade-off. But if you've seen the movie, I am a jackass. That's how I was over there. I made fun of the CIA case officers. I punked them all the time because they were always the smartest kids in the room. At least they thought they were. So that was my job. So that's what Boone said when we got the call on the radio. He looked at me and he goes, Tano, what'd you do now? Because he thought I was playing a practical joke on one of them again and was getting us in trouble with our chief of base. But I had been a saint all day. I actually had supposed to go home 2 weeks earlier and I'd extended. I just wanted to go home. Had a 3-year-old daughter and a 7-year-old son that I rarely had seen in 10 years in their lifetimes at that point. 30 seconds later, though, we do get a more urgent call on the radio. And I remember we got the call, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. And I want you to imagine you getting a phone call from a loved one or somebody you really care about. You get a radio call, and it's not what they say. It's just the tone, and you know something's really wrong. And our GRS team leader comes across the radio, and he goes, GRS, we need you in the team room now. And every time I say that, for 10 years I've been speaking now almost. And I always smile at that point because that's what I was doing that night when I heard it. I smiled because I knew it was time to get it on. And I look at Boone, and he's smiling too. Ben and I have been together for 10 years. We started at Class 1 at Blackwater. I'm looking at Boone. He's looking at me. He's smiling. I'm smiling. And I said, man, we get to do something fun tonight. And we grabbed our gear and we headed out the doors. We headed out the door. The firefight was already going on. We're 3/4 mile away, if that, from the U.S. consulate. We're at the CIA annex, and you can already see the tracers going up in the air. For those that don't know what a tracer is a bullet that burns. Our enemy used to use it to shift fire. You Vietnam vets, you know what I'm talking about. They didn't have the advantage of night vision like we do. So they use bullets that burn so you can shoot, and then you can adjust where you're shooting at, because you can't see in an iron sight with your naked eye at nighttime. You got to use that burning bullet. Well, they don't always fragment like a regular bullet. They'll hit and they'll go right up in the air. And they're freaking awesome. It's like a laser light show. They're hitting, and you're seeing these tracers from these 7.62 rounds from these PKMs and AK-47s just shoot up in the air. And it's always gorgeous. I used to watch that in the Helmand province in Lashkar. I used to sit up on rooftops at night. We used to sneak in and watch firefights. And it's beautiful. And I saw that, and it's just gorgeous. And I'm looking at a team of leaders do what leaders do at that point in time. My whole team is doing our responsibilities. We all have been tasked responsibilities, and we're moving. Tyrone's moving to get his vehicle. Take's moving to get the 203. I'm moving to get my heavy weapon system. Boone's getting our vehicles, and it's just like a symphony. I mean, it's just beautiful. Guys are just flowing. And you're seeing people that don't know how to handle themselves in those situations. They're freaking out. They're like cats where you throw firecrackers at them. They're just jumping everywhere. You always train your people to the hardest you can train them. Nobody is going to raise their game or get to this level up here if they have not been trained to be at this level up here. Rise to the occasion. You rise to the occasion if you train to rise to the occasion. If you don't, you won't reach it. Guaranteed. If you train here, then you're going to reach here under duress. You train here, you'll reach here under duress. And we're SEALs and Rangers. That's how we've been doing it for 10 years. It's normal. 5 minutes, we're ready to go. And I remember looking at Boone. I looked at Tyrone. Tyrone is at his sedan. I'm walking up to my Land Cruiser. He goes like this. I go like this back up to Tyrone. I go to my chief of base, Bob, who's standing here. My team leader, we didn't portray him in the movie. He just didn't have time. He didn't do anything anyway. But he's right there. I go, we're ready to go. Chief, we're ready to go. Chief looks at our team leader. He tells the team leader, tells these guys they need to wait. I'm standing right here. It was disrespectful. That's what he made it that way. Our team leader looks at me. He starts to say, you guys need, and I stop him mid-sentence. I go, dude, I got it, man. I walk back to the car. Tyrone's on the radio going, Tano, what's going on? I said, Bob's telling us we got to wait. and we wait. And it's hard because the firefight's starting to rage even heavier. We're starting to hear the RPGs hit now. And then you start hearing a that's a lower rate of fire. That's a Dishka. That's a 50 cal. And that's suicide, running into that. 5 minutes turns to 10, 10 turns to 15. The State Department guys who share our radio frequencies are now coming across our radio frequencies going, GRS, we need you. Alec Henderson, who's barricaded himself in their Tactical Operations Center, he's watching this all unfold on all the CCTVs. He's saying, GRS, we need you here now. GRS, get your effing butts here. GRS, if you don't get here, we're all going to effing die. And that's when, to this day, I still think it's one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life. I saw Tyrone Woods. Now, Tyrone was huge. He was a big SEAL. Arms like that. He's driving the sedan. I'm driving the Land Cruiser behind us, or it was a G5. It was a Mercedes. I'm driving it behind us. He cracks his door, and he goes like this, and I just saw this arm, monstrous arm come out of the car door. And all I could think to myself was, this is badass. I get to go combat with Leonidas from 300. That's what I'm thinking of. Like, this dude, yes. And we start to move. Now, through those 20 minutes of that delay, how do you keep your adrenaline in check? Well, how we do it, and they teach you how to do this in the SEALs, the Rangers, Marines. They teach you how to war game in your head. You're prepping for what's coming next. It's called maintaining the initiative or keeping the initiative or even gaining the initiative. So that's what I'm trying to do. So as that delay's going on, instead of getting just pissed off, because that didn't do nothing for you, I'm thinking of scenarios in my head. Okay, what if we get hit with mortars here? What do I do? Got it. If we get out the gate and we get ambushed, what do I do? Okay, got it. If we're getting out this gate here, we get in a car wreck, what do I do? Got it. So I'm thinking of scenarios. So as we're leaving, the scenario in my head of the interpreter starts to pop in. I'm thinking, man, I know we're forgetting something. We need our interpreter. If you watch 13 Hours, you see we call him Amal in the movie. His real name's Henry, great guy. He didn't look like the guy in the movie. Amal actually looks pretty capable, 40s, pretty good shape. Henry didn't look like that at all. He looked like Bob Newhart. He looked like an Egyptian Bob Newhart, and not the young Bob Newhart, but the Daryl, my other brother Daryl, Bob Newhart, droopy cheeks. He was adorable. I did have to break up when he left Benghazi. I love that guy. But we need him. This just shows bravery. Bravery is something that every one of us has if you choose to use it. He was the bravest of all of us that night. I'm calling him on the radio. I can't reach him. Finally, I say, stop the vehicles. I have faith I'm going to find him. It's amazing when you have faith in God, it increases your luck. It's amazing how that coincidence works. But I know I'm going to find him. As I get out of my G5 and I walk around the front of it, there he is. He's not got his radio on, so he's not hearing me call him on his radio. He's just walking, he's walking at a quick pace to Building C. And I said, dude, he looks at me, deer in headlights look. Because he knows what I'm going to ask him, and he don't want to go. He is not a combat Terp. Bob Newhart does not go to combat. I said, dude, we need you. He goes, Tano, I'm not a combat Terp. I'm not weapons qualified. I had a Glock 19 on my hip. I handed it to him. I said, Yarno, go get your stuff. He looked at me, kind of bewildered for a second, and then he grabbed it, turned around, ran into Building C where all of our gear was. And for a brief moment, Boone had gotten out of the vehicle. He's leaning on the hood, looking at me, smiling, kind of just smirking. Just going, because I know what he's thinking. And I look at him as he's smirking, shaking his head at me. I go, he ain't coming back, is he? I just lost my pistol, didn't I? But 30 seconds later, I do see little Bob Newhart, and he's running towards me. And he's got this flak jacket on. He doesn't have all the cool body armor, Gucci form-fitting stuff that we have. He's got a body armor on, flak jacket down to here. He's got a helmet on. I don't know who he got it from, but it has to be 10 sizes too big or else it's on backwards. It was just jangling everywhere. And he's running, and he's not weapons qualified. For those y'all that are, where's his finger? The trigger well. As he's running towards me, where's that muzzle? As he's running towards me, he's flagging the crap out of me as he's running. And all I can do is smile and laugh because all I'm thinking as I'm watching this guy almost shoot me is going, you are the most brave, adorable little Egyptian turtle I've ever seen in my life. And he gets in our car and goes. He was the bravest of us all because he didn't have to go. He's not trained. We are trained. Guys like myself and the SEALs and the Marines, we've been doing this for years. That's our job. He has no business going with us, and he still made the decision to go. Selfless service and sacrifice is what makes bravery. giving of yourself, and he was giving all of himself with no reward for it except possible death. That's it. I love that guy. Well, we get in the cars, we shoot down there, we're driving, we get about 200 to 300 meters from the back of the consulate, because we're supposed to go down there. We drive down a road called Gunfighter, we bang a right, and there's the front gate of the consulate. We get in there. No, we're not going to get in there. Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb and Ansar Sharia, the two groups we fought on 9/11. Feels like last night. We fought on 9/11. They learned just from the stuff that we do. The tactics that we do, they pick up. They emulate, and that's what they did. They blocked every avenue of approach that we were going to come down with gunfire. That's what we would do. I respect them for that. They're tough fighters. Well, we get down there, and so we can't bang that right to go down that road, that alleyway off Gunfighter to get to the front of the consulate. I'm sorry. And as we get to the front of the consulate there, we get to that corner. There's a group of fighters that are shooting down that alleyway. And as they're shooting down that alleyway, they're not shooting at us, so I'm assuming they're good guys. It's the only way you can tell. And we start to move out of the vehicles because we stop at this 8-foot-high block wall. We park. As we get out, we start to move over there. And all of a sudden, you can start hearing the cracks and snaps go by our head. What that is, it's a high-velocity round. When it goes by our head, it breaks the sound barrier. And it goes crack. It sounds like a whip cracking. And it's freaking awesome. And those things are snapping by our heads. And I'm seeing a team of leaders do what leaders do at that point in time again. Everybody gets in position and starts to shoot back. And I see Tig get our 1-203 grenade launcher, and he starts lobbing these 203s, these golden eggs, dual-purpose rounds, high-explosive dual-purpose rounds, and you hear him crack the breech of that 203, put a grenade in, and go, foom. And as long as it's going outward, not coming inward, that is gorgeous sound, and you just hear it 1, 2, 3, then boom, it blows up. And we start to take it to him. Then Boone comes to me and says, Tano, let's get high. Boone's our sniper. I'm the smallest guy on the team, so I, of course, have the most equipment. I have a Mark 46, which is a mini machine gun, an M4, and we start to jump walls. Now, I got all my gear on. I got my helmet on. I got my body armor on. I've got my M4. I've got my machine gun. I've got a 200-round drum here. I've got magazines all over me. I have magazines in my short cargo pockets. That wasn't movie magic. I was wearing shorts. I had shorts on that night. I still got them. It's hot, man. This piece of cloth isn't going to save my life. I mean, I'm already sweating my stuff off anyway. And I hit that first hot wall, and I pull myself up. I'm 42, and I'm thinking to myself, as I pull myself up with all that extra weight on that wall, my muscles are screaming, and all I can think of is, oh my gosh, because I look over the top of that wall, it's just wall after wall after wall that we're going to have to scale. And I'm thinking to myself, how am I going to do this? I'm no spring chicken. I'm no young ranger anymore. And I had a flashback to ranger school. I don't know why. I have no idea why. Briefly, I thought of winter phase of ranger school. To me, mountain phase in the wintertime at ranger school. It's the hardest phase, mountain phase. Because the first thing you do when you get to ranger school is you get off the bus in mountain phase. You've already been in ranger school for about 6 weeks at that time, counting RAP week and 0 week. Pre-ranger as well. And you get off a bus, you put your rucksack on. It could be anywhere between 50, 60, 70 pounds, and you run off a mountain called Mount Yon. It's 5 miles. It's a trail. And it's not pass-fail exercise. It's not a team exercise. If you fall behind the RI, you get kicked out of ranger school. Now, there's no way coming in a second time that I was going to get kicked out of ranger school. But I remember that morning when I got off the bus to run up that mountain, during this flashback briefly, I'm thinking to myself, man, I almost fell out. Because I did. I was running up, and I remember the RI screaming at me going, you better not fall out, Rangers. You better not fall out or you're done. And I found an extra gear, and I shot up that mountain, and I actually finished third. Well, I came back to that 8-foot-high block wall. I didn't have a 70-pound ruck on. It didn't seem that bad anymore. I know you guys have heard it. You've heard it growing up from your parents, your grandparents, great-grandparents, that your body can go through hell. It's your mind that's going to quit on you, but that's the truth. That's God-honest truth. If your brain says you can't do it, you're not going to be able to do it. If your brain says you can do it, your body will push itself till it can't go anymore, and it will do it. And that's what I did. And I didn't hurt anymore that night. I got tired, but I didn't hurt. And we just jumped walls and jumped walls. We got up to the top of this building that we thought we could put sniper fire in, this 4-story building. And I remember looking down and being disappointed because all I could see was black smoke from all the fire on that consulate. The consulate was 9 acres. Everything was on fire. And of course, the only trees in the whole city of Benghazi are on that consulate. They're all burning. Diesel smoke everywhere because that's how they lit the fires. And I took a moment, though, and I just marveled at it. War has a savage beauty that only those that really have seen it and can actually take a breath and enjoy for a second can see. And I'm not saying enjoy war. Death is not something you want to enjoy, but you can grab beauty in anything. And I remember looking down and seeing all that orange flame coming up, and then the black smoke, even in the dead of night, you could see it and see the Land Cruisers on fire, see the chaos, and just like, wow, that is so beautiful. Well, we got off there. We got into the consulate. We fight Ansar Sharia off on that 9 acres. We try to find all the survivors that we can. We do find 4 of this State Department guys, but in the meantime, we can't find the ambassador, Sean Smith. So we end up taking turns running into the burning building that was completely on fire. And I'll be honest, I'd rather get shot at again than ever run in a burning building again. For all you volunteer firefighters out there, I admire the hell out of you. Because every time I'd run in there, I feel like my eyeballs were going to melt to the back of my skull. But we did. We kept taking turns, and when we weren't taking turns, we pulled security. And my turn to pull security because there was a back gate that was open. I remember Boone come from behind me, and he's screaming. He's not screaming, but he's pissed. He's angry. He's saying, that mother effer, that piece of dog, that son of a, and that scares me because Boone doesn't get angry. Boone is the most level-headed Marine I've ever met. And I look at him, I go, dude, what happened? He goes, we lost one. Yeah, I didn't know Sean very well, but I still have a hard time talking about that because you never want to lose somebody, especially when you have the chance to save them. But you got to keep it together. And I look at Boone. I go, what do you mean we lost one? He goes, we lost one. We lost the IT guy. And I run in front of the compound, and I see Jack Silva. Jack Silva is over Sean's body. Sean is dead. Obviously, he's dead. To me, I can just tell this was color of his body, how he's laying. But Jack Silva, our SEAL Team 5 guy, great guy, he's doing chest compressions on a dead body. And I'm just wondering, looking at it, because I'm marveling. I'm like standing here. Jack is right there doing chest compressions, and I can't figure out why he's trying to revive a dead body. Jack's our medic. He knows he's dead. And then I understand why, because Scott Wickland, who got out of that consulate, he was the ambassador's body man. He's sitting on a step, rocking back and forth, going, he was just with me. He's going into shock. And as I see this, I remember I just went like this. I went, thank you. Thanking God again for putting me there with these guys, because I'm seeing this guy sacrifice his emotional state. My teammate, for the rest of his life, trying to do chest compressions on a dead body to get Scott Wickland from going into shock. We have 6 guys. We have a dead body. He goes into shock. We are already, the chances of us winning this fight are here. Now it's going to go down to here. He's sacrificing his own emotional state for the rest of his life to get Scott back in the fight, and it worked. And I just marveled at it, at how incredible my team was. And I see Tyrone, true Tyrone fashion, like Superman. He comes out of nowhere, and he just puts his arms around Scott. Big Leonidas, he goes, dude, we are still in this fight. You never quit, ever. Scott comes out of his shock. We put his body, Sean's body, in the back of our SUV. I remember Tyrone yelled at me and Jack. They said, guys, they forgot our classified information. You got to run back and get it. So we run back to their tactical operations center. We don't have thermite grenades because the CIA, the government, didn't believe that we were capable to pull the pin and throw the grenades, even though we've been doing it for 18 years, but we hadn't gone through their certification course yet, or we would have just thrown a thermite in there and burned it all up. We didn't have any diesel fuel left, so all we did was we just started to cut wires and get everything that we thought was classified out of there, which is the IT equipment. So we just got our arms full of hard drives, thumb drives, computers, anything that we could find that might be classified, as we're running back from their tactical operations center about 100 to 200 meters back to our vehicles to throw it in there. So I just want you to imagine, you got a Mexican, and then you got Jack's Portuguese, so he's Mexican light, kind of Mexican there. And we got all this computer equipment running through these burning buildings. We're covered in black soot. We got weapon systems all over us. You may be offended or not. My mom loves this. She thought it was hilarious. We look like a couple of looters is what we look like. Jack sees that my morale's dropping. Laughter truly is the best medicine, y'all. He sees that I'm running out of that fight. I am. I'm starting like, oh my gosh, how are we going to get through this? I'm starting to lose a little bit of hope. Jack looks at me, and this is how we make fun of each other. Even though I got a southern drawl because I'm Mexican, obviously I speak like Cheech Marin from Cheech and Chong whenever they want to make fun of me, right? So as we're running, he looks at me, and we got all this computer equipment. It looked like a couple of looters, and he goes, hey man, doesn't look like we just robbed the Best Buy? And I about fell over laughing right there in the middle of the field. And I went from 0 to 100 like that. We get too caught up, and I don't think this group does too much, but a lot of other groups I speak to, I do want to reiterate this. We get too caught up in PC-ness that we forget that sometimes a little laughter, even if it's off color, is going to pick us up. And it's going to help us get through that fight. And it did. And I learned it from a guy named Stanley McChrystal, who was my first battalion commander at Ranger Battalion. Well, we get all that classified information. We get in that back of that vehicle. I go back to pulling security. We still haven't found the ambassador. I take a knee, and all of a sudden this big explosion goes off. Boom, blows up. My gun comes up, and this Libyan runs in front of me about where that table is. And as he's running, he's holding his wrist. But there's no hand where the hand should be. It's just blood just splurting out. And then his buddy comes out of nowhere, and he's chasing him like this, holding pieces of his buddy's hand. Now, I'm watching this in my brain. I just got kind of rattled because an explosion went off real close to me. Didn't get me with the shrapnel because the explosion was on this side. I'm on this side of this building. But as I'm looking, this guy runs by me, and my gun comes up, and all I want to say, I don't say it, but in my head I'm going, dude, stop. You forgot your hand. Your buddy's got it. But all I can get out, I just say, what happened? The guy that is holding pieces of his buddy's hand goes, grenade. So when he says grenade, I went, oh. And myself, I'm going, well, idiot. Learn how to cook a grenade off before you throw it. You don't hold it for 3 seconds. You hold it for 2. I thought he tried to cook a grenade off and tried to kill us with it, but he held it for too long. So as I go back to pulling security again, this time I do hear, boom. It was a explosion from about 100 meters away, and I know what that is. RPGs, guys, if you watch the movies, you don't see that slow vapor trail. If it's close, 100 meters on in, you're going to hear a boom, and then hopefully you hear a second boom, because if you do, that means you're alive. And I heard a boom, and I went, oh, crap. And I know my pucker factor went to 10, and I knew something was coming for me, and I just braced, and luckily for me, it hit over here as RPG. Explosion knocks me in the middle of the road. The movie did a great job showing that. The only thing is the movie got wrong is I didn't have that wall to get up on. It knocked me in the middle of this open road, running down the middle of the consulate, and all I could think to myself, what do Rangers do if we're getting shot at? We shoot back. I learned that going through all my Ranger training. Just what you do. It's your best defense. And I took a knee, and I just started shooting. And I do believe my guardian angel sitting up there with God, and they're looking at this idiot getting shot at with cover on both sides of him that's not going to take it in the middle of the road. And my guardian angel's looking at God going, see what I got to deal with, this moron? He doesn't do nothing. And God showed pity on me. And he says, I got you. We all get one. We do. I believe that. Some of you may have already had your one, but we do. And I just felt the golden cocoon come over the top of me and says, I got you. And we fought him off. Then we have to make a decision. We have an ISR, a drone that's been overhead for about an hour. It's telling us that we need to get back to our annex because the enemy's massing, and if we don't get back, they're going to overrun it. But we haven't found the ambassador. Every one of us, branch of service, has this something similar to this. This is part of the 5th stanza of the Ranger Creed. Part of the 5th stanza of the Ranger Creed is, you never leave a fallen comrade fall in the hands of the enemy. But we did. We left the ambassador. Now, he was dead. We didn't know it at the time, but it doesn't matter. And it still hurts to this day to say that, too, that we left him. As leaders, we have to make hard decisions. You all know that. Some decisions will affect you for the rest of your life, like this one does. It hurts me every day. Was it the right decision? Yes, it was. Because if we didn't leave, we would have lost 24 at our place. But you have to make those tough decisions, and we left him. Well, we get back to our annex, we go to our various sites. If you watch the movie, it's pretty spot on. We're all just moving to different positions of the buildings because we know how to defend our keep. And as we get up to the tops of these buildings, I start seeing people move through an area we call Zombieland. That wasn't movie magic. We called it Zombieland. It was right next to a sheep slaughterhouse. Our place smelled great every day of the year when we were over there. But as I'm seeing them move through my night vision, I'm watching these terrorists start to move, and they're starting to hide behind bushes, and they're starting to hide behind trees and buildings and cars as they're trying to get to us. And all I can do is kind of snicker because I don't think they realize how good our night vision is. I mean, they probably do now, but at least back then they didn't. And as we're moving towards, I'm just going, I can see you, I can see you, I can see you. I don't know why you're running over there. You're just going to die tired, terrorist. And all of a sudden, I see a fizz come over the back gate. It looks like a stick of dynamite. Because in my night vision, there's a wick lid on it, and it looks like a Wile E. Coyote cartoon when he throws it at the Roadrunner. And I see this come over the top of Oz and Tig's position. And I'm thinking, as I see it go over their position, I'm like, okay, they're safe. And then all of a sudden, I see this guy running this way. So I'm seeing this bomb come like this, and this guy with water, his arms full of water, what it looked like, running this way. It was Tig. Tig got out of his fighting position to go get water. What's the odds? And all I can do is I just want to stop time. You're watching this happen. You know this is not going to be a good ending. And I'm like, oh, my, stop. Explosion goes off. Night vision goes white. As it comes back, all I can think of is I'll pick his body parts up later. And I turn, traverse, and the world opens up. And we just hammered him. The movie did an excellent job showing that first firefight. Probably 5 minutes is all it took, and we just destroyed him. It's beautiful watching a firefight in our night vision, too, when you're in the middle of it. Because as good as we think we are shooting, we don't always hit. And when we don't, our bullets will hit something and fragment, and you'll see that little fragment. So you're just seeing little tracers, little fragments, and it's wow. Sounds, smells, everything. Well, that fight ends. We fight him off. I get to my ladder to go climb down to get Tig's body parts. He's not in his fighting position. I mean, he's not on the ground. He's actually in his fighting position. And as much as I make fun of Marines, I told you that night, I tell you what, I just thought to myself, whatever they're feeding these Marines, I want some of this stuff. Man, these whole bars they're eating, wow. Well, Tig didn't die because he got hit with what we call a gelatina bomb. We got beat up pretty good when we first came out with what happened because a lot of the naysayers that have never been in combat, they're like, well, how did he not die? Tig's a big dude. Tig's a lot bigger than me. He's 6'3", 240. He's a big dude. Gelatina bombs don't have shrapnel in them. They're used for fishing. It's Mediterranean redneck fishing. They drop it in the Mediterranean. Fish are big in the Mediterranean Sea, and it blows, the fish comes up. It did hurt him for the rest of his life, though. His shoulder still goes out, his back goes out, but he didn't die. He got up and he kept fighting, even after getting direct hit with a bomb. You never quit. Well, between 1 and 3 a.m., that's when we realized there's nobody coming to help. Because Boone, every so often, he's coming to me because he's relaying traffic to our RTO, our radio operator, a Vietnam veteran that was working our radio there, that worked for the agency. And every few times in an hour, he'll come to me, hey, Delta's on its way. And then he'll walk back to me a few minutes later, no, they're not coming. And then he'll come back, he'll be like, hey, the SIF team, the Commanders and Extremists Force, the JOC team, JSOC team, 10 Special Forces Group, they're on their way. No, they're not coming. Hey, the Marines, he did that twice with the Marines. Hey, the Marines are coming. The fast companies are on their way from Spain and from Sigonella. No, they're not coming. We put a reference to Domino's Pizza in the movie because the last time he came to me, and I said just this to him, I said, dude, if it ain't Domino's Pizza, I don't want to know who's coming because you're breaking my heart, man. And we knew we were on our own. And that's the one time I did think back to my family. My 3-year-old daughter, my 7-year-old son, my second wife that I met on spring break. And it wasn't that, did they get to talk to me or did I talk to them? It was, what did they say when I got off the phone? Did I tell them I loved them when I got off the phone? That's all I could think of. Did I tell my daughter I loved her? Yep. Did I tell my son I loved him? Yep. Did I tell my wife I loved her? Yep. Okay, we're good. And I got him out of my head. That was it. The lesson learned there, and this is something that stuck with me forever, is you never leave the house angry. You never get off the phone angry. I'm not telling you you're going to be in that situation like I was, but if you're ever in a situation that you're under duress, You're going to remember that. You're going to say that. You're going to think to yourself, did I tell them I loved them? Do they know how I feel? And if you did, you can put them out of your head and you can get back to the task at hand so you do get home to them. And that's what I thought. And as soon as I thought, and I was like, yep, I told them, good, focus back, job's ready to go. Let's finish the job. At 3 a.m., we got hit again. And the movie showed it just right. Wave after wave of terrorists, and we were like a retaining wall. They're like a hurricane storm surge, and we were just knocking them out. Just crushed them. And I got no problem saying that. Terrorists, anyway. At 5 a.m., we get word that Bub's team's coming in. Bub died that night, too. He was SEAL Team 3. Great man. He actually rented an all-executives jet with his own money to get to us. CI didn't pay for that. He paid for it. 25 grand out of his own pocket. I think he got reimbursed recently. His family did, of course. Well, as they're coming over, I remember he gets over there and he gets to Benghazi from Tripoli. It was 3 other Juras operators, 2 Delta Force operators, and him. Bub was a lot funnier when we portrayed him in the movie. But I remember he was driving towards us, and as they're driving, they're just lost in the city. They have no idea where they're going in Benghazi. They've never been there before. He's on the radio trying to call to us. He's like, guys, this militia has no idea where you guys are at. He says, Google and Siri does no idea where you're at, guys. I thought that was funny. I go, Bub, get your night vision on. I'm going to lasso the front gate. So I turn my app peel on, my infrared laser on. I put it up in the sky, and I go like this on my M4. You can see that for miles. It's how you call for fire when Spectre gunships. Up here, then you sparkle the target. So this is what I'm doing. Then I come down, I sparkle our front gate. He can't see that sparkle the front gate, but he can see that laser, and he can see it come down. And he sees it, and he goes, I got it, we're coming in. Guys, it's 5:30 at that point in time. We're tired. All we've been surviving on is Gatorade and Snickers. And I could just feel the energy of the entire base just going away, just been sucked out. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, humor, you're a Ranger. Say something off color. You got to think of something. And I took a bite of my Snickers. And that Snickers commercial actually spot on. I should be a spokesman for Snickers. I was like an angry Rosie O'Donnell, and then I took a bite of my Snickers, and I'm back to Tano again. But I thought of a joke. I couldn't believe they put it in the movie. So I'm just going to tell you. As I put my infrared laser down, I turned it off. I said, Bub, you got our position, right? He goes, Roger that, we're coming in. I said, Roger that. I go, break. Guys, I know this is an awkward time to tell you this, but I've had to take a crap since we left the consulate. There's more crap, see? You crap jokes. And the only reason I said it is because from midnight to 5:30, I had a turtle head poking out the whole freaking time. I really did have to take crap. Why I tell you this? Those are the things that a lot of you don't see in the movies that happen in battle and combat. That stuff, you make fun of yourself. Self-deprecating humor, that is a Ranger tradition. That's what we do. And again, I learned that from one of the best, Lieutenant Colonel, now 3-star General Stanley McChrystal, who would stand up in front of the whole battalion and make fun of himself. And I could hear the whole base erupt in laughter. I heard Jack coming across red, and he goes, too much information, Tano, and he's laughing, but we needed it. Well, as Bub's team comes in, the 3 Juras guys, the 2 Delta Force guys go on our building C. They go inside. Bubba's the only one that comes up on the rooftops. I'm on building A. Boone's on building B, which is right in that corner there. Building C is about the back of that room. Building D is where Jack is. He's over on that side. As they go in there, I hear a shh. It didn't sound like a mortar. Now, my hearing had been shot out at that point. I don't wear hearing protection unless I have a whisper mic in, but I never wear hearing protection, so my hearing's gone. Because I had a 308 on its side all night. But as I heard a shh, I went, did you guys hear that? And then something inside of me goes, that's a mortar, you idiot. And I've heard mortars 8 million times, man, before that. It just didn't sound like a mortar, but I didn't know what else it could be. And I went, mortars. And as soon as I said take cover, the first one hit, and the movie did it spot on. The first one hit on the backside of Building C. Tyrone spun with his machine gun, and it was still, the movie it showed, it was morning time. It was still before morning nautical twilight. That's right when the sun comes up. So my night vision was still on in real time. So as I see Tyrone spin, and he goes cyclic with that machine gun, which means he holds that trigger down so that belt fed just spits out bullets. It looks like a laser beam, and it's freaking awesome. And he's just going, and he's just ripping people up. And I saw Oz shoot his M4. I saw Dave Ubben shoot his M4. I saw Bub shoot his M4. I take 2 shots over their head, And then I think to myself, okay, mortars, I got to make sure our backside's covered because I got our backside. I look, expecting to see the whole city of Benghazi behind me overrunning our walls. There's nobody there. I went, okay, that's weird, but fine. And I came back, took 2 more shots, and then the first mortar that hit the roof I saw hit right on point. Boom. My night vision goes white, and as it comes back, those 4 bodies are now 3. It's like one of my teammates just disappeared. Can't stop fighting. We're still under attack. I turn around. Nobody's coming. I come back. I see boom, boom, boom. And that's 3 81mm mortars fire for effect. For those that have been mortarmen or artillery, you know what that means. That's bad juju. That means they know where they're hitting. They're hitting exactly where they want to hit, and they're hitting to destroy and kill everything in that vicinity. And as my night vision goes white, it comes back. It was really weird. It just got silent. And I see all this pixie dust raining down. When explosions go off under your night vision and there's a lot of dust and debris that gets kicked up, it gets electrically charged or it gets heated and it looks like pixie dust like you'd see in Peter Pan. That's what I thought. It's like Tinkerbell dust coming down. And my team of 3 were now gone. I saw no one. All I saw was dust. And my brain's going, your team just got turned to dust. You never quit. And we got our guns back up and we finished them off. We fought them off. At 7 a.m., we get word that there's a militia coming in, a Libyan militia. My chief of base, Bob, there's only 3 guns left, me, Boone, and Jack. That's it. Nobody else is coming up the roofs to help us for some reason. I don't know why, but it's just us. And my chief is going, Tano, you have the front gate. There's this militia coming in. If they're not friendlies, you need to fight them off. All I had left was my pea shooter, my little M4. I go, roger that, Chief. I go, what do they look like? He goes, we don't know. I go, Chief, insignias, emblems, anything? He goes, we don't know that either. I said, Chief, do they have uniforms I can ID? Nope, we don't know that. Colors of vehicles? Chief, nothing. We have no information. Chief, can I have radio contact, maybe phone contact with them? I have a burner. He goes, nope, we lost contact. I said, Chief, you have been a plethora of effing information tonight. And I said that we didn't like each other at all. I appreciate it. And then I saw him coming, and I've seen a lot of militias over that 10 years, and this was a big, bad militia. Just technicals. A technical is a Toyota truck, like a Tacoma. They call them Hiluxes, and they put machine guns or aircraft guns in the back of them, and they're moving on us, and all I can see them is just this monstrous militia coming. Pablo Schreiber played that scene so perfect. That's just me. I was spot on. I just see him coming, and I'm like, this it. I'm not going to give up, but I don't care how good I am. I ain't going to win against 50 technicals. But I'll fight it up as best I can. And I got behind my parapet wall. It was 3 foot high, and I got small. I ain't going to lie. I was Ferris Bueller's Day Off. If you haven't seen that, Pucker, I would put a lump of coal in my butt. It would become a diamond in about 5 seconds. And I'm looking at the front guy in the vehicle. He's chewing khat. Khat is what they chew before they go into battle. It's an amphetamine. It's basically Copenhagen mixed with steroids and cocaine, if you want a one lump leaf. And they've been chewing it. It looked like he was in his 40s. He looked like he was bottle fed with it, chewing it since he was 2. I could see him that vividly. Just no teeth, just gums. Big old chew of khat in here. The guy on the dishka that's pointing directly at me, he's got khat in too. And just no teeth, just dripping down the sides of their mouth. And all I could think of was, okay, this is going to hurt. If you've seen the movie, that wasn't movie magic. I threw up what we call a jumbo. I learned that from the Sudanese guards when I worked in Mosul in 2007. It's a Swahili thing. It means good morning, but because of the interweb and Hawaii 5-0 and the Shaka, it's cooler, so it basically means be cool. Shaka, jumbo. And I went like this. And as I went like that, and I puckered up, the guy in the front vehicle looked like must have been the commander on the passenger side. He just looks at me. He puts his hand out the window, and he smiles. And he goes like this. And the guy in the dishka took his hand off the flywheel, and he went like this. I have a beautiful wife. I have a beautiful daughter, two beautiful sons. But to this day, guys, I still ain't going to lie. Those are the most beautiful grins, poopy-looking, toothless grins I've ever seen in my life. And I went, they're with us, they're with us. And I did break down for a second. Well, we got off the rooftops. We got to the airfield. We flew out. We got back to Tripoli. I took a shower, got some clothes because I didn't have any clothes, got some food. Then I got on an aircraft. We loaded the flag draped coffins of our brothers on there, and we flew to Germany, stayed there for a week. Then I flew home. And then I kept hearing my grandmother's voice. Did you work hard enough, Eho? She had since passed. My dad from Spur, Texas used to always say, and you guys may have heard this, you old school guys, if you fall off that horse, then get back up on it. And I kept hearing his voice. And I got back on a plane 60 days later, and I flew out to Yemen, and I fought the Houthis for a while, for about 6 more months. And then we all came home, and we got tired of seeing the lies on TV, and we all came together, me, Oz, Tig, Boone, Jack, and we told the truth. Well, that's it for Benghazi. And I know we're on time here. Everything that happened prior to Benghazi was supposed to happen. Everything you're going on through life, if you're going through hard times, get through them, guys. It's prepping you for something down the road, that dare to be great moment or that dare to just survive moment. And that's what getting kicked out of the military, the Crohn's disease, the divorces, all that for me, that's what it was prepping me to do, the seeing the death and making bad decisions on the battlefield, but surviving them. So as you leave this room today, first of all, be thankful that you're leaving the room. Every day that I wake up above ground to me is a great day. Even when it's minus 33 in Fargo and my huevos are up in my throat, it's a great day. All right? If you're going through hard times, get through it. Because it's just prepping you for something harder. I got divorced from my second wife in 2017. I tried to kill myself 3 times in 2017. People were like, why'd you do that? Like 1 million followers on the Twitter and all this other social media crap. It was miserable. And all I could think about when I looked in the mirror, single, divorced, life a wreck, had more money than I needed, but my life was a wreck, was like, holy crap. Why am I putting this gun to my head? I got through hell, going through the military twice, Rangers twice. I got through that first divorce. I fought off a disease, 10 years of combat. Then I got through one of the worst nights that anybody could see in my life and got through that, and now I'm going to lose my soul to the devil. I put the gun down, called my wife, we reconciled, and here I am. Benghazi saved me for something that was coming later that I didn't even know. So fight through it, get through it, all right? And as you leave today, guys, enjoy yourselves, have a good time. All right, remember, though, that any time that we have, that we can be with our families, our loved ones, there's no other better place than that. And that's the places we need to be. I'm off my soapbox. Jessica, I know it's my time. I know you're going to come kick me off the stage if you're here in a second. My brother at the Lighthouse, God bless you guys. Thank you for having me. Thank you for listening to me. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and you all know this. Stay warm. Take care of yourselves. Thank you.
Well, that was every bit as expected. It's amazing. I watched Chris speak on YouTube. It's incredible how much more powerful it is in person, even just being here. What a crowning moment for this event. Let's, feels like at least one more round of applause for Chris is appropriate here. Thanks again, Chris. I think the impact you have by sharing your story like this will be felt for a lot of us weeks, months, years down the road in ways you don't even know. It's such a generous thing you do to share this story like this with groups of people like us. So thanks again. So, well, back to the rest of the agenda and more industry-focused stuff here. The next thing we have going. There we go. Next thing we have going. We're really excited to have Adam Dunlap here from Harvestone Low Carbon Partners. Adam's the Chief Development Officer, actually Harvestone Low Carbon Partners was Midwest Ag Energy Group. Prior to that, Blue Flint Ethanol. My career, big chunk of my career was at Blue Flint. Adam was actually the first person I met at Blue Flint. He's been on the front lines of low carbon fuel policy, development, opportunities, and so forth. And I think Adam was, and I think Adam's here. So, all right, Adam, yeah, if you want to make your way up here, Adam, I think what he had loosely agreed to is to share what he knows now about some of the carbon stuff that affects us on the farm. And then I think was a willingness to answer some questions from the crowd or answer them as best we can. So this is a real, probably one of the foremost industry experts in this, and to get him here today and share about this key carbon topics, couldn't be more excited to do it. So, Adam.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, if you want to use that. Perfect.
Good afternoon. Hi, everybody. Thanks for that, Dave. I've got a couple of notes here that I put together, but like Dave said, I'm Adam Dunlop. I'm the Chief Development Officer for Harvestone Low Carbon Partners. You might know us better as Blue Flint Ethanol, Dakota Spirit Ag Energy, but I've been with the company for 19 years this spring in various roles, kind of managing regulatory, technical services. One of the unique things about the plants here in North Dakota, Blue Flint, Dakota Spirit, we're co-located with power plants. So we take the steam off the backside of the turbine at those power plants and use that for the thermal energy that's required to make the ethanol. And so along with that comes emission reductions. And so I've kind of been playing this game since 2006, looking at the markets, looking at developing out the lowest carbon intensity fuels. And then part of that's also getting pathways into the places of the world that care about that kind of thing and being able to monetize those benefits. So that was kind of foundational to our business. Most recently, the Blue Flint plant started doing a carbon capture sequestration as well. So that squarely puts Blue Flint as the lowest carbon ethanol production facility in the country. So Dave wanted me to talk a little bit about carbon intensity rules, and we'll talk about some of the farming stuff. When we talked about this last summer, we were thinking that there'd be some rules and guidance out there around 45Z, and I'll get into that a little bit here as we go. And thought I'd have a little bit of time to prepare. Unfortunately, those rules all kind of popped out last week, so I'll give you the first take from my perspective of what it's worth. But I didn't want to just comment on this is the first time Dave's asked for a favor, and I think about a decade. He's a great guy, and I felt like I owed it to him. But the last time, about 10 years ago, I stood in on his Blue Flint basketball team. I ended up getting 2 fractured ribs. So I'm hoping today is a little easier on me as we go through this, so cut me a break if I don't know the answers to all the questions, but I'll do my best to address stuff as we go. So maybe just like to set the table foundationally, what we're talking about, and I think there's probably some folks in this room that have a lot of expertise on carbon intensity and biofuel production and ag production components, and there might be some that are maybe not as informed, so I'm trying to level load it and set the table a little bit here to get us to all the same level to begin. Let's just a little quick history on the background of low carbon fuels and low carbon fuel markets. So it really started back in 2007. There's something called the Renewable Fuel Standard 2 that came out. And in order to make biofuel, renewable fuel ethanol, you had to demonstrate that you had 20% less greenhouse gases emitted than a base fuel. So this is really just a gatekeeper to get into the market. You want to sell ethanol as renewable fuel, you have to demonstrate that it's going to have a 20% GHG reduction. And then there were some other buckets, advanced fuels, you had to be 50% less GHG production, and then cellulosic was like 60%. So that was kind of the foundation. Now most people think about like the state or regional standards. When you hear low carbon fuel, everybody first thinks California. It's the biggest market, it's a fifth of the fuel market in the United States. And they've got low carbon fuel protocols across the board there, but there's also Oregon, Washington, British Columbia, Alberta, Ontario has renewable and low carbon fuel mandates. And then more recently, all of Canada kind of put together the clean fuels regulations, standards that apply up there. So Shout out to those folks that deliver corn to Blue Flint. Part of us being able to participate in that program is that we document where the corn came from. So we're asking people to sign off on what's their home address when you sell corn to the Blue Flint location, Dakota Spirit location. It doesn't get us anything except access to the market. And then most recently, under the Inflation Reduction Act, there's a program called 45Z, which again is incenting renewable and low carbon fuel production. So generally how all these systems work, you've got these life cycle calculations. So think about life cycle as everything that it takes to, and we'll talk about like ethanol, everything it takes to grow a bushel of corn. So your fertilizer inputs, how many passes you make on that field, harvest that corn, bring it to your farm, bring it to an ethanol plant. All the energy that it takes to process that corn ethanol into renewable fuel. All the energy it takes to transport that renewable fuel from the ethanol plant to the market. And then you run it through your automobile and what comes out the tailpipe. So we look at that entire life cycle. So everything that goes into making the crop, everything that goes into refining that into useful motor vehicle fuel, everything that goes into burning that fuel in tailpipe. And then we compare that to other fuels, other standards, other metrics that are out there. So usually they're given in like a grams of CO2 per unit of energy. So like grams of CO2 per megajoule of energy, or kilograms of CO2 equivalent gases per MMBTU. The point of it is we just try to get to like a standard unit that we can use and compare and trade. Part of that sometimes also is something called land use change and indirect land use change. So depending on where you are and what model you're using, sometimes they say, all right, well, you're growing more corn in North Dakota because you built these ethanol plants. So clearly you're tearing up rainforests in Brazil, and we need to assign that penalty to the carbon intensity score. So there's a lot of us pointy-headed folks that get into details deep in the weeds on what's appropriate and what's not appropriate, what should be included and whose models and not. And of course, every state, province, regulatory agency's got their own model, so they're not all the same, and the units are all different. So it can get a little bit cumbersome, but I'm trying to keep it like, just break it down. So you've got a GH Genius model applying here, and over here you got California's GREET model. 45Z has got their own Argonne GREET model as well. So I think that's like a long soliloquy for an introduction, but just try to level set on where we're at for renewable fuels. I think the intent here is obviously to drive behavior. These are social behavior influencers. I've got an opinion. You're all entitled to your own opinions as well as to how this works. But generally, they kind of follow the carrot and the stick approach, meaning if you've got a regulation, somebody is required to meet that. So think about the major fuel suppliers in a market. They've got a mandate that they need to drive down the overall carbon intensity across the board of that fuel. And then you've got renewable fuel suppliers and fuel suppliers, and we've got a carrot saying, hey, can you make a lower carbon intensity molecule to be able to provide into these markets? And typically the entity with the lowest CI market or lowest CI molecule has first access to that market and creates the most value. So there's a lot of politics and dynamics to go into that, and I'm kind of setting all those things aside. And I guess I should have started out today by saying I'm not up here advocating for anything for Harvestone or Lighthouse or Adam. I don't advocate for any products or any services that are out there. The goal here today from Dave's ask is really just provide a little education, a little insight, and a little background into kind of what goes into these and makes it up. And as one of my favorite commodity managers used to say, my advice is free, and you're getting what you pay for. So with that, maybe we can, I wanted to unpack the 45Z regulations that were put out last week, or I should say guidance that was issued last week. So again, maybe quick, what is 45Z? Back under the Inflation Reduction Act in August of 2022, they set forth that qualified biofuels can generate an income tax credit for domestically produced clean transportation fuels. This goes back to 2022 when this was established. So a lot of us started looking at, okay, what does this mean? Does the renewable fuel I produce qualify? What are the levers and the ins and outs of this? So to qualify, you had to be, in this instance, less than 50 kilograms of CO2 equivalent gases per million BTU of energy put forth. So it was also said that starting 2025, so 22 days ago, was the commencement period of 45Z, and that would run through the end of 2027. So the guidance that we saw last week was really call it a message from the Department of Treasury and the IRS that are kind of set forth what standards may be at some point in the future. They made it really clear that they weren't issuing a proposed rule or a final rule, but these are guidance and guidelines. And so for some of us now, 22 days into wanting to comply with the regulation, getting guidance that may or may not become rule. So let's back that up a little bit. If you don't follow policy development, there's usually a very long process associated with it. It's, hey, here's a proposed rule, and then you get a very long comment period. You can submit written comments, and there's usually some sort of hearing and process at the end of which whoever's administering it, in this case it's Treasury, would write a final rule, and then there'd be a period of time for that to roll out. So here we sit, again, 22 days into it, and we don't even have a proposed rule. We've got some guidelines. So again, back to maybe previous comment on my advice is free and you get what you pay for, but this is the guidance that was set forth, and I think it's generally indicative of what we believe may or may not happen. So a couple things of use did come out in that regulation. Number one is the model. So for those of us who are trying to put all these pieces together, at least having access to the most recent and utilizable model can help us determine whether our fuels are going to qualify for this and if value can be created. The other thing they did is listed verifiers. So basically, if you're a CARB certified verifier or an ANSI certified verifier, for us to get this 45Z credit, we're going to have those folks come do a rigorous audit. It usually takes about 3 months to go through all the process data to put together that audit. And I think most probably interesting to everybody in this room was that there was this concept that agricultural practices might be allowed under 45Z, meaning what happens on the farming inputs could be monetized through this 45Z clean fuel production credit. In the rulemaking, I think it was 85 pages in one, 15 pages in the other. There was one paragraph about ag use practices, and what it said was that climate smart rules would be proposed in future rulemaking. So, okay, I think that's positive that it seems like there's an opportunity there, but it's hard to say exactly what that's going to look like from a lot of our perspectives. So what I would say is concurrently, though, the USDA released some guidelines about January 15th on kind of how to manage, I think it was the interim rule for technical guidelines for climate smart ag crops as biofuel feedstocks. So this is really, I think, the first time in the history of any of these clean fuel programs that somebody's put together a document or an opportunity to back up, hey, can we change these ag use practices? So you go back to any of the other models, it's all standardized, and there was no opportunity to change for good farming practices, for advanced farming practices, for things that we know can influence the carbon intensity score. The models were established, you had to use the default values. They're pointing towards an option now in 45Z to do this, and now we've got some USDA guidance that says there's some possibility in how we're going to manipulate that. And I just read this last night, so I'll kind of go through what I saw in those rules. But I think it's interesting to note that some of us, since RFS 2 came out in 2007, have been saying, hey, wait a minute, you're assigning this, call it a third, 30 grams of carbon to farm practices, and that can't be changed. There's no opportunity for this, and it's taken us 20 years 18 years to get to a point where this might be finally recognized and somebody's finally putting out the guidance from a governmental perspective on what this looks like. So what are the climate smart practices? So first of all, maybe they rolled out these practices for corn, sorghum, and soybeans. So that's the three crops primarily that go into renewable fuel feedstocks. And they also rolled out some eligible practices in this document. So the things that they detailed were reduced till, no-till, cover crops, and then a series of things around fertilizers, so nitrification inhibitors and application timelines of your fertilizer. So if you put on a fertilizer in the spring versus the fall, there's some benefit there. So there is, if you go to the USDA webpage, there's like a little Excel spreadsheet, and you can put your inputs into it and figure out on their calculator what it was. So just for a little bit of fun, went to Burleigh County and plugged in corn and then changed some of these variables around. So if you follow reduced till practices, it showed about a 10% reduction from the baseline number. If you did no-till practices, that was a 21% reduction. Cover crop was about a 25% reduction. And then on the fertilizer side, the nitrification inhibitor was a 6% redux. Timing of application, so if you did like an application pre-emergence and post-emergence for your nitrogen, that was a 7% reduction. And if you just did a spring application, that was a 3% reduction. So encourage folks to go out and look at that if you're interested in these programs, and kind of see how you might stack up, see if you think there's opportunities there. So that was kind of the terms of what was set forth in this. I think they also looked at, from a USDA perspective, all right, how do we ensure that these practices are bankable and insurable? And so there's a list of hooks that comes along with trying to participate in these programs as well. Field variability practices. So this was an interesting thing. So on your farm, if you wanted to use this model, you might have different fields, same crop, but say you've got 4 cornfields and you use different practices in each of them. They want you to go into each field, run the model, come up with your number, and then aggregate that for the entirety of your farm. So if you did no practices, you'd have the base number. If you use some practices in another field, you have another number. Kind of put that together with how many total bushels you had from each of those and come up with a farm-based average. So it's not on a field. They want you to track it on a field-by-field basis, but your number is on a farm-by-farm number in terms of the carbon intensity. So part of the requirements was also what they called a biofuels feedstock report. So again, each crop on your farm would have a report that would be submitted. That report would be then due to the first aggregator in the supply chain. So if you're selling to an aggregator, if you're selling to an elevator, if you're selling to a biorefiner, everyone along the link of that chain needs to have that report, and they've got chain of custody requirements and a whole bunch of other stuff that are set forth as part of the guidance that were issued here as well. Additionally, there's call it a annual audit required for folks that want to participate in this. There's a lot of folks out there offering services nowadays that can help you calculate your carbon intensity. They can help come up with what this is, but I think really what they're saying is you need to have systems and policies in place to ensure that the practices that you documented are actually there, and that the third party is going to verify that's the case. And then record keeping. There's pots and pots of records in different ways that we're enabled to track this sort of thing, but wanted to make sure that they had a 5-year look back on the ag practices for anybody wanting to produce climate smart ag crops for biofuel feedstock. So that's a lot to unpack. I just had a couple things. I'm sure you guys have got a lot of questions, but sometimes as I process this stuff, I come up with more questions and more uncertainty on what this means. So again, back to, this is guidance. This isn't formal rulemaking. So with the change in administration, it'll be up to the new administration to put forth the proposed rule and ultimately the final rule. What's that going to look like? I think anybody's guess is as good as mine. The time until we receive clarity is also something that's interesting. Again, this is a 3-year program as originally set forth, and if we don't have final rules for the first 2 years, how exactly does that work? How do we take advantage of this? How do we allow others to take advantage of the feedstock? In addition, I kind of talked about the USDA guidance, and I talked about the IRS guidance. It's not entirely clear how those two would be linked, if they would be linked in the future. There's other 45V and B regulations that have been issued that offered some sort of climate smart ag opportunities, but not necessarily saying that we're going to adopt these UST guidance. So again, just think about this as mostly as a guidance. And then think about I think most of us that look at this rule say that it will be retroactive to January 1, 2025. So if you've deployed these practices in your business and you want to be able to monetize them, you'll have that opportunity. Even if the rule doesn't come out for a year, we can look back and gain that benefit. But I think the timing gets messy, right, from a record keeping standpoint. So if you're thinking about, all right, the crop for 2025 is already in the bin everywhere. So if we're going to take credits for clean fuel produced in 2025, we're really looking back at the 2024 crop year. And if you use climate smart ag practices on your farm, say cover crop, to get that 25% reduction, now you're back to 2023 when you would have had to plant that cover crop and have all the appropriate documentation in place to be able to monetize this and take advantage of it. So I think there's a lot of questions there from a timing perspective and how does this ultimately work. And then from my perspective as the clean fuel producer in this arena, we did the first ever 45Q tax equity deal with our business, and the level of due diligence from somebody like Bank of America is amazing. There's no stone left unturned in what goes into your pathway, what goes into your number, and no lack of assurance from us that that number is valid. So as we start looking at where and when and how do we pay people for lower carbon intensity corn, I think the question is, well, when can we monetize the clean fuel production credit? When do we have all the verification and auditing data in our hands such that we know that this score is good? Because again, it's us that's taking the risk on moving this fuel into the marketplace. We're guaranteeing that the carbon intensity on this is appropriate. If somebody told us they did something and an audit finds out they didn't, that's on us to make the customer whole for it. So we want to make sure that we've done all our due diligence on this, and then kind of just the timing of when we can market those credits, and then ultimately when you market an income tax credit, you're selling it to really big, really rich companies, and they're not going to give you dollar for dollar for those credits. So there's a haircut that you need to take in marketing those credits. So how much is that going to be? How much is that taken? All of that kind of, again, back all of those thoughts into the payments to producers for achieving this. So I do think that we do have maybe a really good opportunity in North Dakota, though, as I look at this. We've done a lot of things from a policy standpoint that are relatively unique. You know, we got the first state bank, we got a state mill, and so there's some rumblings that there might be an availability of some sort of a state program that would help you out with verification and maybe insure or underwrite. That if you've said you did a practice and you documented you did a practice, that can come to those of us that are taking the risk on the clean fuel production tax credit, and we can use that to underwrite those dollars and make sure that the money flows backward in a timely fashion. So that's a lot to unpack, and I kind of ripped through it really quick. There's other low carbon fuel programs that are available out there, and I think maybe going back to the USDA and this climate smart ag things, I related it to a program that we're going to pursue on the 45Z, but there's certainly other endeavors that are available to producers and folks that want to try to monetize that carbon through other mechanisms, voluntary credits, and other direct agreements with folks that want to reduce their carbon intensity and footprints for those things. There's others that can speak probably more intelligent to those than I. So I think with that, I would just stand for any questions on stuff that matters to folks here today that we want to process collectively.
Thank you, Adam. That actually was a tremendously useful overview on where things stand today. Any questions for Adam here, just to further flesh out if anyone's got any carbon, CO2, 45Z, kind of anything in that arena. So, yeah, Steve.
Obviously, in regards to the opportunity of 45Z, these other carbon program offset inset voluntary carbon markets, is there any risk for us as farmers to enter into that space and then miss the opportunity of 45Z? Can you double dip is what I'm asking. My understanding is we can't double dip in some of these initial rulings that came out.
So Steve's question, and for the streaming audience, that if you made an election like in a voluntary carbon program or something, can you still potentially monetize 45Z credits if they develop? Any thought on that, Adam? Is there a...
Yeah, I think that as we've looked at voluntary carbon markets and some voluntary carbon offsets that we might be able to sell from the production of renewable fuels, you can't do that and sell that fuel into a low carbon fuel market concurrently. So they are mutually exclusive. So going upstream a level and looking at the biofuels feedstock, it would seem more likely than not that you would be able to double dip and collect a voluntary credit and then concurrently sell that same bushel to be used under 45Z.
Adam, a question that you spurred to mind. So the USDA's Climate Smart Ag guidelines, if they become rule, they may not in fact be what the IRS uses to validate 45Z in typical government efficiency fashion. There may be is that what you were, I'm struggling to keep pace too with all the nuance of this, and is that your best guess today then, or?
I don't want to offer an opinion on whether it will be or it won't be. I just wanted to really point out that these are two separate and distinct programs. The release of the USDA guidelines almost concurrent with the release of the 45Z has been viewed by many as though they will be linked. But again, if you actually read the rule and what's referenced in the guidance for the rule, it's saying this will be addressed in a future subsequent rulemaking. So let's unpack that maybe a little bit more, Dave. If you're, they're seeking public comment on this guidance for the climate smart agriculture at the same time as they're seeking public comment on the guidance for the 45Z. So theoretically, if those two things came together, they could incorporate some version of climate smart ag practices through this USDA tool. The little bit of time that I spent in the tool and working through it, it kind of works, it kind of makes sense. It gives farmers the a la carte option that has never been available to us before, where these are the practices that make the most sense on my land, and I'm going to deploy those to help you monetize that, versus, no, we're Washington, D.C., you do these three things and you get a chance at some value creation. So I think it's positive from that respect.
Good deal. Yeah, that's tremendous insight from all the news that's dropped recently. Any other questions for Adam, or just in this carbon arena here? Yeah.
Is that
I think we got, so with, if blender's tax credit going away, is that affecting the markets at all, is what you're asking? Is that correct? Is there something coming along that replaces the blender's tax credit? So, I'm not sure if if you caught part of
I
that.
think the blender's tax credit has been gone for 10 years, and it seems unlikely that there's any additional blending requirements. I think part of the renewable fuel standard was, so then it's more than 10 years when the blender's tax went away on it. So I don't see that there's anything coming to incent additional blending beyond the mechanisms of the RFS and RFS2, and maybe some of these provincial and local carbon reduction strategies also incent biofuels development. But from a blending standpoint, so that the blender's tax was really, the blender's incentive was really given to the people who blended ethanol into fuel and didn't really have a direct impact on biofuel production as much as a mechanism to get that fuel into the marketplace. I think that's, I had a hard time hearing the question, but that's I think my
Very, yeah, perfect. Well put. Any other questions for Adam? Mike, yeah.
Okay, it sounds like your presentation was really going to base off of the last 4 years of policy out of Washington. Now we have a new president that all of a sudden signed a whole bunch of executive orders that dials the policy in a whole different direction. And it all boils down to climate change and doing climate smart, and CO2 is bad. But is there going to be a time in the next 4 years our carbon is going to be our friend, and we're going to encourage more carbon? Because what's our corn use to grow CO2?
So,
I guess, are we barking up the wrong tree?
right. Yeah, right, Mike. Yeah, no, I know where you're coming from, and we've had lots of discussions around this, and I think it's a fair question. Will policies look different under the Trump administration than they did under the previous administration? A lot of us really hope that that's the case on a lot of different levels. And I'm trying to avoid any discussion on whether removing carbon from the atmosphere is, based on certain political beliefs or not. I think as a scientist, I can say that your corn isn't going to starve if we sequester a little bit of CO2. That in fact there's growing amounts of CO2 in the atmosphere. I think the bigger, more pertinent policy question really is sequestering CO2 going to realize the benefits that those who put these programs in place were intending? And so I think as a businessman, I put myself in the middle of that, and I'm saying you've got certain folks on the far right that want to see all this go away, that think it's all nonsense. You've got certain folks on the far left that think this is the most important critical decision for the future of humanity in the United States. And I'm saying, I'm reading these regulations, and there's an opportunity for us as clean fuel producers to put another nickel in my pocket, and hopefully with some of these climate smart ag practices, be able to put a nickel in the pockets of the farmer. And I prefer just to stay out of the middle of the politics of it. But I do think that you're right from the perspective of, is there a risk that all this goes away and gets changed when the next round of proposed rules comes out? I think that's possible. But I also think that as you look at a financial incentive to do this, all right, if 50% of the farmers have an opportunity to make a little bit more money because of these requirements, they might be more likely to support it. How's that for a political answer? Sorry.
well, good dialogue there for sure. Let's maybe if there's one more question for Adam here, we could end on. If anyone else has Adam, carbon question. So, and if not, I have one at the risk of sounding dumb. I'm never afraid to ask a dumb question or answer a dumb question. So I'll ask one here now. But so if like as precursor to sustainable aviation fuel is some of the climate smart USDA guidance with that. So we're talking about 45Z potential monetization. But if you look at the SAV side of this, how does that play? Is there also a potential farm pathway for the climate smart rules, or worth something to someone who's making a SAV feedstock?
Yeah, so I think in particular, if you look at ethanol to jet process, there's definitely an opportunity for maybe a longer runway for monetization. So a couple things have to happen for that to be possible, right? So again, it all comes down to the carbon intensity of that feedstock molecule for ethanol to jet, so sustainable aviation fuel, SAF. Not every gallon of ethanol produced in the country is going to have a low enough carbon intensity for these SAF producers. So again, these unique facilities like the ones that we've got in Harveststone can serve a low carbon fuel market. And if our ethanol no longer goes to renewable fuels, it goes as a feedstock to a SAF producer, I would assume that you could account for the agricultural practices in the carbon intensity score that ultimately is the feedstock to the SAF. So perhaps a little bit longer opportunity for those kind of unique or niche markets that are serving as a feedstock to SAF.
Thanks, Adam. That sure helps characterize too. Well, this is certainly a complex issue, but a tremendous opportunity in front of the farm potentially, and having just expert guidance like this, our meeting, we sure appreciate it, and appreciate all that Blue Flint Midwest Ag Harveststone has done to just innovate in the ag space over the last 20 years here. We're tremendously fortunate as producers in central North Dakota to have this kind of business buying our products. So yeah, thank you, Adam. This was a nice treat for us.
Right. Thanks, Dave. No broken ribs.
We'll maybe take about a 10-minute break now, and then we'll come back with the results of our benchmarking from 2024, our grower panel, and then we'll be on to the happy hour. So. We good to go? Say, guys, don't let me interrupt your focus on break here, but a couple things. The shirt orders, the Lighthouse swag, that's all free. So put an order in if you want to look like I do. Get an order in. These are free shirts. And then also Chris Peranto is going to hang around for a while. So speak to him on break. Speak to him later. Check out, if you're inspired by what you heard today, maybe check out one of his books. But Chris was willing to hang around for a while here. So anyhow, we can back to break in here.
I don't know what you've been told, but time is running out. No need to take it slow. I'm stepping to you toe to toe. I should be scared, honey, maybe so, but I ain't worried about it right now. Keep them dreams alive. 1999 heroes. I ain't worried about it right now. Swimming in the floods, dancing on the clouds below. I ain't worried about it. But shit gets lonely when you're out on your own. Don't move too fast or it's just you and your shadow. Glass only half full, leave all your bags home. Everybody needs somebody sometime. Everybody needs somebody sometime. Everybody needs somebody, somebody. Everybody needs somebody sometimes. Just met you and I think that's a good sign. Just met just a taste. I got my head out the sunroof. I'm blasting our favorite tunes. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than a sunshine in my eyes. You got those pretty eyes in your head. You know it. You got me dancing in my bed, so let me show it. You are exactly what I want. Kinda cool and kinda not. Wanna give myself to you. Yeah, we're driving down the freeway at night. I only got one thing in the back of my mind. I'm feeling like this might be my time to shine with you, with you, with you. I got my head out the sunroof. I'm blasting our favorite tunes. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than a sunshine in my eyes. I got my head out the sunroof.
Good to go here. Say, guys, we maybe better find our seats and get rolling again here on benchmarking in the next minute or two. It make up a little bit of lost time here. So. But yeah, if everyone wants to grab their seats here, make their way back. So. I feel kind of guilty. You guys got to look at me, and I'm looking out all the way to South Dakota, out this views here. So I got the better end of this deal. These views are incredible here. But yeah, as people are making their way back, just kind of the last couple things that we had on the agenda today before we give away a gun and do some socializing and have dinner and get people on their way was just to have this benchmarking discussion and then our grower panel. So, and we'd slotted in the schedule 35 minutes for benchmarking. We don't need near that much time here to make the key points that came out of this. We'll move through it a little quicker. We'll stay on track here overall agenda wise. So yeah, but I think most of us are back in tow now. Let's just roll into this on benchmarking. There's I guess just what we want to talk about here. Just I want to set the stage. So we're using this term benchmarking, kind of a fun word to say, a buzzword. You hear it in other contexts and benchmarking your farm and this and that. What we're talking about here, for the purposes of this presentation, the 2023 crop year corn crop. So this is a little bit dated now. So you got to think back. This is a crop that you would have planted in 2023, harvested in 2023. Marketing of that started all the way back in fall of 22. And the reason is to benchmark it, you need it all to be shipped, priced, and marketed. So you have essentially a 1.5 year lag on this data. So this is what we're looking at, 2023 corn, a much different market than we have today. This is all Lighthouse grain sales data. So the uniqueness of our model, the professional merchandising, we've got any brokerage hedges we might have done along the way, as well as any hedge to arrives, any cash contracts, all that. Looking at every single sale on what was 20 million bushel or so of corn that we marketed for 2023. I want to talk to
about a key distinction in the data that we made this year. So one of the tremendous assets, something that our quantitative analyst Vishesh helped us uncover, as we were putting this data together and trying to look at insights that are useful on it. It was in looking at all the data in aggregate, we were starting to hit some stumbling blocks, so where stuff just wasn't looking correct. And kind of an insight that we had, if you think about with Lighthouse and just in general, you've got a chunk of this grain that we intentionally market every year, like typically is forward contracted, but wouldn't have to be. It's grain that, if you think about the most clearest way to think this is grain that's on hedge to arrive contracts. Typically for a Lighthouse client, it's 70% or so of your crop. And for good reason, with the production uncertainty, the lack of insurance, there's usually 30% or more that's just not intentionally hedged, what we deem unhedged here. So this is this extra grain that ends up in our bin, and then we need to get it marketed at some point in the year. And it's important when you split out and demarcate between those two classes of sales, it makes this data tell a much clearer, much more compelling story, and it'll tie into some of the conclusions we make at the end of this. So looking at hedged sales versus unhedged sales. And then the other thing we have that's kind of useful is a benchmark of the industry as a whole. We've got North Dakota Adult Farm Management publishes data every year from the clients they work with. You can look at the average farm price received, futures price for corn overall in their 2023 crop year, the data that they released. That provides a pretty good benchmark. So here's where a Lighthouse client was or wasn't. Here's where the industry as a whole was by using this North Dakota Farm Management as a proxy. And then we're looking at, so what we're trying to do in looking at this is, at the simplest level, just are we successful on marketing? Are these things we set out to do, are they adding any actual value? Like are we actually making decisions that are increasing, perhaps the price of our marketing, decreasing the stress in our market? Are we getting to an outcome that's successful and repeatable? So some of the things we looked at are our price signal, our legacy price signals that we've had for years, just analyzing the score of that, analyzing our new market gauges. They weren't even developed and released yet in 2023, but you can actually take them and backdate them to that crop year. The average sale date, the number of sales, the largest sale as a percentage of overall crop, and then just other thing just to note, just looking at futures price here. So these are futures prices. The influence of basis can actually skew some of the conclusions, because you might be in a market where your basis is just a lot different than someone over here and so forth. So this is just a futures discussion. So let's look at these super cool charts here and talk about what we see, and then we're going to draw some conclusions at the end. Average by price here. So this is the different classes. The top 20% of 2023 corn of the Lighthouse client group of hedged bushels, the bushels we intentionally hedged, that 70% or so, average 584 a bushel. The bottom 20% average 520 a bushel. Just as a reference point, November 1st of 2023, corn was 475 a bushel. The North Dakota Farm Business Management average was 461 a bushel. So if we just stop right there and don't keep lumbering across the rest of this chart, I think you can draw some conclusions that overall, we did a decent job of marketing this crop. We were almost on the top end, almost $1 higher than the December 1 price, and significantly higher than just what we would call the farm average overall, the Farm Business Management pricing. The 2023 low, like the lowest price that December corn traded until harvest of 2023 was 447. This is where this data starts to get interesting. So the unhedged bushels, the bushels that weren't intentionally hedged, that last 30% or whatever that just ended up in the bin, and now we, and Lighthouse and the client have to figure out what to do with it. That averaged 439, 145 cents worse than the top 20% of intentional hedging. Actually worse price than if you had just sold the harvest, the low of the crop year ahead of harvest going into 2023. Some of that's tied to the uniqueness of that crop year. Prices just fell all the way through 2024 too. But nonetheless, just point making here, the unhedged bushels were the worst outcome of anything on this chart by a wide margin. This is the distribution of all clients overall on our hedged bushels. There's, of course, a couple outliers on the high end and a couple outliers on the low end. But this is, if you think about distribution, if you had even a rudimentary high school stats class. I actually had a stats class in college, and the only thing I learned out of it is I don't want to go on to get a master's degree in animal science because I can't handle the stats math. But if you think about a bell curve, like how this data should look is in a normal distribution as a bell. We're pretty proud of the fact it's not really a bell at all. The overwhelming majority of Lighthouse clients had average corn prices within a 20-30 cent range of each other, and they were quite high, 550, 540, 550 type futures average against more than $1 higher than what harvest price was that year. So that's your average distribution. You had a couple outliers on the high end, a couple outliers on the low end. So here's, as you start looking at signal score. So again, this is our price signal, the version 3 signal, what's in your daily emails, daily texts. When we talk about we've got to sell today, we've got to buy today, we cross the sell threshold, that line, that chart that we're talking about. So this probably isn't too shocking, but 59 average score for the top 20%, 52 for the bottom 20, and 46 for the unhedged bushels that just got marketed after harvest and after the fact, if you will. So almost a 20% higher average signal score for the highest price marketings than the worst and whatnot. Not terribly shocking insight there when you think about, obviously, the higher the signal score, the better price should be. But just another way to just say how important it is to pay attention to the analytics here. They really sync up well with what the actual price data is. So this is looking at the composite of our market gauges. So just taking them all 4 gauges and then just a simple average. Similar distribution here, 51.2, 40, and 35.2. So massive difference as you step down between the top 20%, bottom 20%, and unhedged. And when you look at the unhedged bushels, and this will tie into a pretty powerful conclusion here. Average composite of our market gauges score of 35. Those sales are just getting made at still getting made at not an opportune time. So this is again. Artifact of actually having a quantitative analyst on staff. This is a scatter plot of every single Lighthouse corn sale for the 2023 crop year, and it's plotted against our average market gauge score. So, and drew a simple trend line across this, and this gets busy right in the middle of this chart, but there's a couple things on the ends of this chart that should really stand out. If you were making a sale and the average of our market gauge was above 65, what's circled on the right-hand side of this chart, every single one of those sales was in the top 20% of the price range for the year. Every single sale for all of Lighthouse, you can see where they land. Conversely, if you were making a sale and the average score of the market gauges was below 30, every single one of those sales was in the bottom 20% of the price range for the year. So I think this scatter plot makes this data jump off the table even more. In the middle, a wide range of outcomes. You still need some just general awareness of what's going on in the markets, but you can draw a pretty apparent conclusion here that if you've got scores below 30, you should probably not be selling grain. If you've got, and again, this is composite of market gauges, the new market gauges. If they average below 30, at least in 2023, you shouldn't be selling. If they average above 65, you should be selling. So average sale date, this is one of these, wouldn't want to draw too drastic a conclusion based on this small data set, but this is the timing of these sales. The top 20%, their weighted average sale date was April 4th, 2023. So again, this is the 2023 crop, harvested fall of 23. The bottom 20%, their average sale date was September 9th, 2023. The unhedged, much lower price bushels, May 2nd, 2024. So if you think about how that crop year played out, high prices the winter before, just gradual decline all the way through the crop year, and it's reflected here by average sale date. The earlier a guy sold in this crop year it tended to be the higher average that they had. That's, again, not a conclusion you can generalize at all. That this year, 2025, has a lot of characteristics to say it would be exact opposite, but this was the case then. So if you plot this on, same thing, plot all of these sales against their sale date, what you can see on these highest sales, there actually weren't really any sales on April 3rd. That's just the average of where the dates landed. What there was a whole bunch of high price sales in the fall of 2022, way back on the left-hand side of this chart. And then in that spring rally, that June rally in 2023 that we've referenced a few times today, there was a big rally and a bunch of high price sales that occurred on that rally. Otherwise, just as you went through time, these sales just tended to taper off and whatnot. So this is also interesting when you look at this in the context of top 20% market or average price, bottom 20%, and then you look at unhedged bushels. So this is the number of sales, the average number of sales that, this is not a weighted average, this is just the number of total sales that people average on the year. So top 20%, 7.9 sales, bottom 20%, 12.1. This kind of fits all right, like the highest price averages made fewer sales and maybe just had a higher conviction time versus the bottom 20%, and if we extended that out, the average just made more routine sales and so forth. The unhedged, this is where you start to get into disaster territory. Only 3 sales in total on average, and they were at much lower prices with much lower signal scores. These unhedged bushels were just getting like almost like give up type sales, way less total sales. Another way to look at this, if you look at this as your biggest sale as a percentage of your crop of that classification, so there actually wasn't a lot of difference between the top and bottom 20%. Around 30% of that crop, was made in your biggest sale on average. The unhedged bushels, those bushels that just ended up, not intentionally getting hedged prior, the average largest sale was 70% of those bushels. So you could kind of see the trap you're falling into with these bushels. That last 30% or whatever the crop, it's getting held, it's getting aggregated, and just you're getting it marketed in a large volume at the worst time of the year. This data just makes that apparent. So that's the raw data. And I just want to make some conclusions off this and actually there's a lot of words on this slide. And I want to make some conclusions and make sure they don't get lost in the shuffle and so forth. So one thing I want to say, that there is not one irrefutable conclusion here that says this is the guaranteed way that you would have the highest price every year on marketing your grain. If there was that one conclusion, I wouldn't tell you what it is. I would keep that for myself, and we probably wouldn't hold this meeting. It would be a foolproof way to go about our business. So I want to say, but there are some general conclusions that we can make. We hit on this already. Every single sale across 20-some million bushels of grain that was made in the 2023 crop year, when your composite score of your gauges was above 65, every single one of those sales was in the top 20%. Conversely, every single sale made when your composite score was below 30% was in the bottom 20% of your sales. So those are some real clear guidelines as far as, but it's important to note those conditions don't happen that much. You actually have to try, you don't get a lot of days when your composite score is below 30 or above 65. But when it is, you should be selling. If it's above 65, you definitely should not be selling if it's below 30. Those are 2 pretty easy takeaways. The other thing too, if you said my goal on marketing is to be the outlier at the top of this distribution. I want to have the highest price every year on corn. It's not easy to do, but the way to do it is relatively simple if that's your goal. You need to make much larger volume sales when you have a super high conviction in the market. There was only 2 times in the 2023 crop year where this was achievable. That brief window in the fall of 22 and then that extraordinarily brief rally in the summer of 2023. So it's important to note that's not a realistic or even helpful goal for most farms, because implicit in that is if you miss on this, you're going to miss big. But that is your pathway if you want to have the highest price average on crop is to make larger volume sales when you have a super high conviction, typically that aligns with what our gauges and signal are saying. The other thing too is you can't generalize on that from year to year. Like those conditions in 2023 that created the opportunities for the highest average is different this year. Like the fall of this year, we were actively advising people not to hedge the 2025 crop. I think the good news, or the most important breakthrough in this data makes really clear, if you just stick to making incremental sales, 10% here, 15% here, you have broad fundamental goals, you have a risk management target, and they're informed by analytics. You're making a sale, when the analytics say this is an okay time to make a sale, you're creating something that is repeatable every year. If you look at that overall distribution that we showed, virtually every Lighthouse client on their hedge bushels of corn beat the broader market of corn in 2023 by over $1. So that is very repeatable. The key to that sort of performance is not the latest picture on Twitter, the latest fundamental insight, the latest anything. It's, if you have a plan, if you break these sales into smaller increments, if you have paying a close eye to analytics and get these targets and orders working, you probably will never have the highest average at Lighthouse, but there's almost no scenario where you don't come out with an acceptable marketing outcome. The other clear takeaway, and this feeds right into our efforts to emphasize beacon pricing, the managed bushel program this year more intently, is these unhedged bushels are a disaster in a lot of work. They're combining the worst of marketing behaviors. You're getting this scenario where you've got these unhedged bushels, a lot of times just bushels on a basis contract, maybe that's not priced, and typically it's at a time when the markets are in an extended period of poor performance, and you end up with just kind of getting backed into a corner and just making a large volume sale at the worst possible time. And we're in this together. This is not to abstain Lighthouse of those results either. This is what the data is saying, though, pretty clearly. When we're putting ourselves in that spot, when we've got these unhedged bushels, and we're having to get them priced after the fact and whatnot, that we're not getting it done well. We're making fewer sales, larger volume, lower signal scores, lower price, kind of just all of these bad psychological behaviors that come out when you get in that situation. So that's something, too, that if you're looking at your market, you want to avoid that situation at all costs. Chief among that is just to not have unpriced grain in town or unpriced grain on a basis contract. Parallel to that, just forward contracting as much grain as you're comfortable forward contracting, and then just not getting in the grain that we're storing that we're not priced, just making sure that we don't back ourselves into a corner on that, because that's when the decisions start to suffer. If you've got grain in a bin and you're not on a timeline, it's easy to say we will wait. Our analytics are saying don't sell, but if I've got to pay a landlord tomorrow, or I've got a basis contract, or I've got storage in town, that's when the decisions start getting clouded, and invariably we end up making a bad decision. So just avoiding that, and with that, I think that ties into some of those bushels that maybe we aren't getting marketed intentionally ahead of harvest or things of that nature. They're a good fit for the beacon pricing, if you will, because certainly would have a high expectation that our managed pricing program could do better than the results from 2023 on the unhedged bushels and so forth. So that's kind of what we had from our benchmarking study. Some exciting conclusions there from a huge amount of data. I'd sure be willing, if there's any question or two or anything, just to clarify on it before we go into the panel discussion. Any questions anyone has on the benchmarking data itself? Yeah. So, and one of the things it means is, I should have looked at the slides again before the presentation. That probably, the general conclusions here was just one of the things for 2025 is not like 2023. Like how these guys got in the top 20% in 2023 will not work this year. One of the conditions has already passed us by, which was really high fall prices. But what it does mean for if you want to be the top in 2025, you probably need to take 100% of your price risk into the spring, bet on the relatively high probability of a summer rally, hook that rally, have our analytics say, this is a time to sell, and have the conviction to sell a whole bunch of your crop in one trade, in one shot we get this summer. That's good enough if it works. If it doesn't work, it's a disaster. That's not what we would advise. That's not what we intend to do. More pragmatically for 2025, we want to just be making sure that as we're seeing rallies now, that we're doing what gave us that nice flat distribution for across all the clients is just, okay, maybe we have 470 corn for December a week from now, and we've got a sell signal. Let's make a small sale there. In a month or two or later, let's make another small sale in the analytics say, and we almost certainly will end up with an average that we like there. And then just the other thing this data means for 2025 is we still want to avoid at all costs having unhedged bushels that we get backed into a corner on, and just have to, because that's where those poor marketing decisions come from. So, good question though. Any other? We'd have time to do one or two more questions here if anyone else has. This is also a real good topic as we come away from this meeting to just chat with your merchandiser about, if you want to drill deeper into it. We covered this really fast here, making up for a bit of lost time. And if you've got questions, but they're just not a fit for this bigger audience, this is a good one with your farm merchandisers as we come away from this and get back to work tomorrow to just talk through. So, but any other last questions here as a whole group though? Jory, yep. So, yeah. So, yeah, and that Jory's question was just, and then the Lighthouse team member questions, they're supposed to be lobbing softballs at me, but this is a little more nuanced here, so I probably wouldn't have swung at this one if this were that data's a little mixed, because you actually, the average number of sales was 8 sales. If just simple average, that implied 12.5% on a sale for the top 20%. But that's not a weighted, that's the actual number of sales. What the actual underlying data said is that largest sale for those top 20% was over 30% of the crop. Over 30% of that crop got sold in one sale. And then obviously you just, because if you had 7 sales, one of them could be 94% and the other 6 could be 1%. So some of that's what that's saying. The top and 20% had, as a generalization, had at least one trade that was very high percentage of their crop. And you saw the outcome if you're going to make a really high percentage trade on one trade, you're going to either be at the top or you're going to be at the bottom. And that's what that data made clear. The unhedged bushels made a large sale at a bad price. The top 20% made a large sale at a good price. The middle just kept making incremental sales at opportune times and came up with a good, respectable average. So, well, that's maybe a good one to end on. Again, just this is a real good topic for more one-on-one discussion, though. With that, the final formal part of the agenda, I think we have our every year kind of fun to just conclude with a grower panel where you guys as farmers share a bit. Andrew's going to moderate that for us, and if you guys want to make your way to the stage here, you guys that agreed to be panelists, and we'll get on with the grower panel here.
All right, we'll probably just get started here on panel. I know we got one panel member that's got to jet out of here a little early to grab a flight, so we're going to get rolling, but that doesn't mean we'll necessarily quit early. Just we'll drop one off, and maybe we'll just randomly pick somebody from the audience to fill a spot. So we'll see. But anyway, back again, moderator Andrew. I'll probably just let these gentlemen introduce themselves, tell a little bit about their operation, where they're located, what they're up to. Some folks have been on the panel before, some have not. So with that, Ben, I guess if you want to lead it off.
Sure. My name is Ben Kuhn. I am from Dickinson, the western part of the state. We have a grain and cattle operation. My responsibilities are the grain farm, and the feedlot and cow-calf operation is by my dad and younger brother.
I'm Troy Jangula from Napoleon, North Dakota. I'm in the middle. I have a partnership, my two sons, B&G partnership, and then there's a Alliance Farms partnership, and I'm kind of in the middle of all that. I probably get told what to do more than I tell what to do.
I'm the outsider here. I'm Andy Benson from northwest Wisconsin, and we have about a 4,000 acre cash grain operation along with a custom harvesting business, and just transitioned out of about a 30-year career in agronomy sales with seed and chemical and doing some consulting. So a few irons in the fire there, but we're in the process of transitioning over to a younger partner. So hopefully I can get some more of these things off of my platter.
All right, great. Well, we'll lead off here, and I guess the other thing too is it's interaction with the panel. Obviously we'll let them lead, but if somebody from the audience has something to add in the mix, all of their comments, feel free to raise your hand, and we kind of like to make this a little interactive too. So, but I guess first things first, you know, we talked about 24 cash flow. I think that was alluded to. We all feel the crunch a little bit this last year, and as many dollars coming in as there has been the last previous years. As we look to 25, you know, obviously crop insurance is our safety net to the extent of production issues, and especially in some of the areas where some of you guys farm, it's critical in more years than not. Any major changes on the crop insurance front, things that you've heard? I think if we don't touch on some ECO stuff, but I guess just on that front, are you looking at insuring things a little differently?
For me, as far as crop insurance, you know, not really. Like you kind of mentioned the ECO thing, I think there's a higher subsidy rate for that this year. So once some of those come out, we can look at it. But crop insurance, I mean, we generally insure, I just do an 80% enterprise units, and it gives a whole farm base. And I doubt I'll do much changes outside of maybe the ECO, SEO thing. So yeah, right now it's just kind of business as usual, I think.
Well, I guess if I would change something, I know he's listening, maybe agents. Just kidding, Josh. I think our crop insurance, we would look at maybe going up on guarantee. In our area, you know, we've had 3 probably average to above average crops, and that's not generally the norm. We don't have the subsoil moisture in our area, and you know, March is a pretty big teller for us. If we don't see a pattern change, we're not a come from behind area of farming in Napoleon, North Dakota. You better have it before you start. So we're pretty corn on corn, and I think that's where we're gonna stay.
Yeah, we made some changes last year given the high spring prices that we were afforded with the crop insurance quote. So we insured with extra ECO last year. This year with the crop being worth a little less money, our premiums also will be down a bit. And so we may look at some of what we have in the budget and say, well, if we can insure higher levels for the same dollars, we may look at that. More than likely, conventional wisdom would say, well, if we have low prices in the spring, you know, we have a better chance for higher prices in the fall. However, depending on what we get for legs out of this rally that we've got started right now, we may look at that differently. But I do think using the ECO or the SCO, depending on what your opportunities are, to use the county average to help bolster your own levels on your own acres or on your own bushels per acre makes a lot of sense. And my understanding is the government has increased the subsidies for those supplemental policies that let you cover up to, as I understand it, about 95%. It fills in that gap between, if you elect 80% or 75%, fills in that gap between there and the higher level using the county average.
Yeah, for sure. I know we've been at a few outlook meetings for a couple of insurance agents and said the same, that obviously we'll wait to see numbers, but definitely something to be looking at pretty hard this upcoming year. So this is probably for us more than for you guys since we help you do this, but any difference in how you're marketing grain? I know even last year, you know, and even the year prior when as interest rates are starting to rise, obviously we started thinking about, hey, cash flow, cash needs and stuff like that. I think as it relates to what we've seen in our group, this at least through fall and early spring here, a lot of guys still wanting to keep moving grain as much as possible and turning stuff into cash. Similar thoughts. Obviously, we still want to do the right merchandising moves, but any change as you've seen or any drives that have been going on this year? Andy, maybe start with you. We'll just.
Well, since I first started working Lighthouse just this last year and really didn't start until midsummer, I was probably one of those guys in the bottom 20% as a result last year because we started so late in the game and you know what opportunities were there early. However, so a big change for me is just using Lighthouse, and I've been really, I thought I was always a great basis negotiator. But what I found out very quickly in working with Dave is that they can get my local ethanol plant to do things basis-wise that I have never been able to get done. And so that change in basis that Lighthouse is able to do for me has more than covered their fees, for lack of a better word. So I'm going to continue to use Lighthouse. I've always been one that's willing to short options, and we'll probably continue to do that, even though right now my short bean options are ripping me up, but the party's not over yet.
For sure.
I think on our farm this year is, you know, we had this discussion, Dave and Andrew would get on a phone or text last summer, and you know, you're talking 2.2, 2.3 billion bushel carryout, and we're a little different now. And I always look at different metrics as far as we're the only people, I swear, that store grain. Everybody else in the I states, they're hauling in, and it's like all of a sudden now where did we lose 600 million bushels? And it's very hard to, you're looking at your grain, marketing it differently this year. We've been, for 18 months now, we've all just like, let's just go through the motions, we're gonna get to better times. Well, now we're here. It's all of a sudden, wow, we're here now. And I think everybody's plan to market grain has changed in the last 30 days. And it's probably going to continue to change, especially if we don't get some more moisture showing up in North Dakota. I mean, we're you know, that I think you almost got to be using more of an option strategy, you know, than hedge to arrive type scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I'm guilty of really just letting Lighthouse run my marketing plan anymore. As far as the 24 crop, we still have some left, and I'm glad that we do. And you know, in the previous years, it was better to hedge early. And for 25, I've been really following the advice of wait and see. I do know I grow wheat yet on the western side of North Dakota, and if I were to market my grain today with inputs where they were, I'd be locking in a pretty hefty loss per acre. So we're going to just kind of, you know, to let that develop. And but really, I'm going to stick with the recommendations. I would agree that normally I hedge a little conservatively, like maybe only 70% of my expected crop. And after seeing the data today, maybe I should be, you know, having you hedge 100% of my expected crop. I always get nervous where we are. I think what you describe in your area about you can have wild yield swings is what we see too, and we've had 3 record years, record on record on record, and I feel like we're due, but I don't want to let that change, my objectivity of how I market the grain.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, there's always, we get there every summer. It's, are we going to get it, and how far are we willing to go? But I think, with all these different inputs that we keep adding, I think that gives us a lot more confidence in a lot of this that we're doing. Again, on the theme of inflation, we love that word, or we've seemed to have loved that word. It was fun when prices were inflating. Obviously, the input side has a long tail on it. We've seen some softening on stuff, but even to that point, nitrogen, phos, and those just still haven't really broken with where current price levels are at. Any changes you guys are making on the input side, more variable rate, or looking at grids and saying, hey, I think I can skimp a little this year? I guess anything along those lines.
Been kind of very involved in fertilizer seed through the years. I had a business, I kind of like you probably, and still stay in touch with a lot of people on the wholesale level to the manufacturer. And the one thing on the nitrogen side this year is I don't think there was very much fertilizer put down this fall. And considering that the southern growing areas didn't do all the NH3 or the anhydrous they wanted to do, I think it's going to put a big strain on the urea price. And we've been doing split applications of nitrogen. We went more to liquid than anything, and we've been seeing results on doing that. It's just more management in doing it. But I tend to see 28% is going to get stronger and stronger, because if the corn price stays up, it's going to keep the acres, and they go before us, so it's going to keep the price of that up.
I'd agree with you on that. Great opportunity, I think, for nitrogen to continue to escalate between now and spring. All indications are there's going to be significantly more corn acres, and you saw, as you listened to the discussion about carbon, the government's definitely pushing us away from any fall applications, and they're definitely pushing us towards split applications even in season. One of the things that you may want to keep your eye on, and that is typically nitrogen prices fall off by the last part of June and into July. And so keep an eye on your opportunities to forward price for that late delivery period, because sometimes there can be as much as $40 a ton less price for something, let's say, delivered June 25th or July 1st than it is on May 15th. And so we have all of our nitrogen priced in already. My advisors have been telling me that I should be pricing my fuel as well. I haven't pulled the trigger on the fuel, but we also, just before the end of the year, covered our P&K just because we wanted some prepays for tax purposes. But I would look closely at getting some of those, especially nitrogen, covered for spring.
Yeah, and I think, again, this is 60, 90 days ago, we'd have said, well, probably not a huge hurry. Well, you can already feel the sharks circling a little bit, like, hey, now we got a bullish story to tell on some crops, and the ability to just go flat price some 32 out in April is probably not going to look near as fun as the prepay opportunities we had here. But
nothing groundbreaking for me. It reminds me on the operational side, if you prepare for a disaster, you'll have one. So as far as cutting fertilizer rates or skimping on chemical weed control, that's not something we do. And in fact, in these tighter years, it's more important than ever to grow a good crop, right? It's a huge difference if you can get a 5 bushel or 10 bushel bump. So I tend to go for the bigger crops on years like this because it's that much more important. But I wish I was 100% bought on my fertilizer. I'm not. And so I'll have to deal with that as we make those decisions.
Obviously, we got some other areas up there on the screen. Anything else that rises to the top, obviously, I think we've had a common theme of labor issues. I think almost every panel that we've talked in the last 6 years, any end in sight there, obviously, too, or I know it's more of the high-tech workers, but I mean, especially in North Dakota with some of our visa workers and stuff. I mean, trending that direction for that, or still not able to find local help, or anything along those lines that have been a change at all.
Well, when you talk about labor, I've had H-2A labor since 1999, and like all of you, most of you in here probably have South African labor or different wherever they're from. I was telling Dave last night, I went to, we built a brand new nursing home in Napoleon, North Dakota, and well, they can't staff it. So they got to start looking for foreign help, and if you're not doing it, especially, it's just, that's where we're at. Labor, we manage between 6 and 10, and that, it solves a problem but creates others. They're not a cure-all, but at least they're there. Equipment costs, they're just going to keep going up. I think consolidation is coming in the market. I was telling these guys, I was at a FarmCon 3 weeks ago, and the whole panel there was discussing consolidation. Farms have went from 7 million down to 1 million, and they figure that's going to 500,000. Whether we like it or not, you're going to be talking to your neighbor instead of trying to take them out, I think, to stay alive. I really believe that. I mean, it's just, that's where we are, and I think that those talks need to be had, and I think that kind of helps with the equipment side. Repairs and maintenance, tried to hire a mechanic, a John Deere mechanic that had lost his job, probably got a DUI or something like that, but he was a good mechanic, and trying to get him to come and, hey, we'll help you get your own, we've tried to be in the wholesale mold on our farm ever since I've been involved in it. And I don't know where the things we're looking at doing going forward is just, we've all been there. I don't know where we can cut anymore.
No.
Yeah, I think we're all feeling that same, whether it's labor or whether it's equipment, or just think to yourself how much just the price of filters has exacerbated our repairs and maintenance things. What used to cost $17 as a filter now costs $170. I mean, it's that way all over. Our big things like our seed and our chemical and our fertilizer haven't made those kinds of jumps, but they've been steadily increasing every year, and we don't see that changing. Some of the things that we're doing specifically on our operation have been for a while. One is variable rate technology. When we're spreading our fertilizer, we use strip till for one thing. We're all no-till or strip till. We don't do any full tillage anymore at all. We've incorporated a third crop in our rotation. We're not just corn beans anymore. Now we're putting winter wheat in there. Gives us a great opportunity then to put a cover crop in behind the winter wheat and build some nitrogen at a low cost for the following corn crop. So we're doing a lot of those kinds of things that fit really, really well for us. The labor, we have not gone to H-2A yet, but we've certainly had the discussions. It's not real common in Wisconsin, but they're starting to see it more and more. So it's just really got to be a multi-pronged approach. And I don't believe that we're going to stay with these ultra-tight margins forever. However, I think that our opportunity to have good margins are going to be much smaller in length of time. I think we're going to see these opportunities come and go away very quickly, and I think we need to be very nimble and ready to have a good enough handle on our costs and our expenses to know when there's margin and when to try to lock that margin down. And I think that's the biggest change that's happened in my lifetime. It's always been tough, but it's never been, I don't think, quite as challenging as we're looking at today.
Yeah, and I think too, just quantifying those numbers and getting a number on paper too. I think the era of, well, yeah, it's probably this cost per acre, but you go buy an expensive machine and, not to pick on Deere, but some of these X9s that have dropped significantly in value at auction, and obviously we were due for a correction, but to that extent, I think being honest with yourself about those too, because some of that's the hidden costs that we don't think about, or we think about, but sometimes we don't even want to calculate because we're probably a little scared to find out what that real number is.
I would give a take on equipment. And equipment dealers, we all get mad at them, but we need them. And they're not getting better. They're dealing with the same issues we are on labor. They're dealing, they're so busy building new shops where they could just come out to our place and work on them. They don't need them. But, we as farmers, we'll hold on to things and hope it gets better. If you look at what the equipment manufacturer's done in the last 18 months, they've just they're going to take an ass kicking. They took it, and now Gooseneck, a lot of you in this room probably work with Gooseneck. What they ordered last year, 160 some combines, they're down to 42. The equipment market's going to correct itself. I mean, much quicker. It's just like you can hold on to stuff, well, sell it, if we hold on to grain forever, well, they know it. Same thing in the equipment market, I think it's bottomed. I think you're going to see it go the other way. If we have a good year, I'm sure the cattle guys are buying all new horse trailers or whatever it may be, or anything that they could, hey, it's making time for us to do this. But I think the equipment side is it's like a chart too. If you can kind of ride that out, if you're forced to sell out, that'd be one thing, but I think the equipment side is they've tightened their belts, which is painful when you're trying to trade something right now, but if you wait, I think it all equals itself out. That Deere pushed these companies just push so much equipment out the door, and look at the pickup market, all that, I think
well, the cow-calf guy will take care of the pickup market probably, so.
Right.
Yeah, I would, you're right about the equipment side, and one thing I've noticed, while talking about labor, that's the thing I think about the most, and it's the thing I like doing the least. And I've always thought just because you're a good farmer doesn't mean you're a good people manager, right? And it's a completely different skill set, and that's just been really hard. And we're next to the oil field, so we do H2A, and we have full-time guys and part-time guys. But we've had to offer, a benefit package and retirement, and I mean, just like a normal company would. And but one thing related to equipment and labor, in the golden years, I call them, just a few years ago when we had high prices and good yields, in our farm, we really invested in machinery and facilities and upgraded. And once we did all that and had these things, a lot of, I'll call them part-time people, retired guys or whoever, they just kind of came our way. And I mean, top-notch guys that you can just have them do anything, and they know how to do it and they care. And I've really noticed that once we got all this stuff together, the labor thing is kind of starting to not solve itself, but be a little bit easier to get people in the harvest and spring when you really need them, and then they, when you don't need them, they stay home. And plus, then we have nicer, newer equipment now. And once you get in that nicer, newer equipment realm, it's easier to kind of keep up on it rather than let it go. Except for this year, it's a little tougher. But because your machinery cost is going to be high, whether you have old stuff and you're paying to fix it or maintain it. I mean, the cost of ownership on this stuff is crazy. Even oil changes now used to be not a big deal, and now you're like, wow, that was, $600-700, and I did it myself with oil and filters, or more than that if you do all the filters. But so I feel like they get your money either way, and that's one thing that's really worked for us well so far up to this point. It's kind of helped solve two problems in one. And equipment reliability has been excellent. We have very few breakdowns, and we have good people to run them now. So that's one thing that's helped me.
Maybe not. Try to get one more in here, and I know Andy's got I'm going to get one more question out of him, but if I can't get it to go, but if it doesn't roll over there, but as we approach capital purchases, and I mean, this kind of bled in from even this last question a little bit, you know, obviously, you know, working capital, cash flow, all of this plays together. Have you looked at some of this stuff, either buying land, and obviously with interest rates where they're at, you know, it's a little different equation than at 2 and 3% on long-term money. Anything new there that you've looked at or thought about how you're structuring stuff?
Well, we talked about capital costs a little bit on machinery, and I'll just relay a real-life example that we experienced this last fall. We have 3 combines on the farm, or we had 3 combines on the farm, and we were talking about maybe downsizing the 2 combines, but make them a little bigger combine so that we could reduce our labor demand a little bit. And so I went to 4 different dealerships asking for trade prices for a very low hour. We had some demands. We wanted less than 300 separator hours, and we wanted you know, something that was new in the last 24 months and so forth and so on. We had the things that we wanted as far as features. And all 4 of those dealerships came back with a trade price. Now I was trading in 2 combines and 3 heads for 1 new base machine. That was the trade. And all 4 of those equipment dealers came back between $480,000 and $540,000 to boot. Well, we had to talk it over a little bit with my younger partner and I, and decided that wasn't going to work, that maybe we should watch some auctions, because we knew there'd been some low-hour combines coming up on some auctions, and so we started watching. To make a long story short, we bought a low-hour combine, met all of our criteria for $287,000. Then we turned around and sold our 2 combines and those 3 heads on auction. Weren't happy with what they brought, but when we looked at the net out, we did our trade for right around $110,000, compared to what the dealerships all wanted between $480,000 and $524,000, whatever the number was. So that sent us a very clear message. And you talked about the dealers taking their hit. They certainly are taking their hit. But I think if you're looking at trade machinery, don't blindly go to the dealership and just use what they have for trade price. Do your homework, because there are some real opportunities if you're willing to do a little bit of the work. And I mean, we had the combine we bought inspected. It checked out perfectly. I think we needed 1 small little item, but so that's my message. Now, when it comes to land purchases, that's a whole nother discussion, and we should probably have a whole conference just on land strategies, because I don't even want to chase that one right now. But there are opportunities to do better than what you're first offered.
Yeah, certainly. Well, Andy needs to get, I think, heading out so he doesn't miss his flight back, but appreciate you having on the panel, and I guess welcome to Lighthouse after being here for not quite
I just got one more thing to share before I
Go
leave.
ahead.
You know, we lots of times lament how the Green Bay Packers ended up their season, and as it worked out, you know, Minnesota couldn't say a whole lot about it, the way they ended their season, and Detroit certainly now followed suit again. But we like to tell a little bit of a joke that, do you know why North Dakota does not have a professional football team? Because sure as heck, if they ever get one, Minnesota's going to want one too.
Appreciate it. Thanks for coming, Andy. Appreciate it. Troy, you have any wit and wisdom?
Any wisdom on capital?
You like auctions, I think, too, from what I hear so, at times. So.
Yeah, I want to get out of here and go to one tomorrow. But I guess on the farm, we rent pretty much all the land, and our biggest thing is growing the amount of corn we do and dealing with all of that and drying it. And so we've really invested in our own grain handling facility. We bought some storage this summer in Topeka, Kansas, of all places, and bringing it up here and reassembling it. I guess it's not a new bin, but after you fill it the first time, it's not new either. And we're just sitting in the middle of no man's land. We're 150 miles from any place willing to deal with you. We have an elevator that's a half a mile down the road where we were able to deal with CHS, and now you can't. It's just, it shouldn't be this hard, but we have some other things that we're looking at doing and I don't want to talk about, but it's becoming that we're gonna have to be our own. I'm glad we have Lighthouse, because everything else we're trying to do, we don't have time for marketing anymore because you got things moving at such a fast pace that, you know, used to be growing up on the farm, it's like you could, you know, you look at it as a meal, you know, you could say I could eat my potatoes and my steak and my vegetables, bread, whatever you want to do. Well, you're doing, hell, the seed guy's showing up at your place in June. Hey, you know, the early order discount's coming pretty soon, and you got this going on. So we just went and started selling seed to ourselves, so they quit stopping. You know, it's getting, we're busy all the time, and my son that's, you know, kind of runs day to day. I mean, I don't know what I did without him before. I mean, it's like, it's 24/7 now. I mean, it's, you know, Lighthouse has solved so many problems on our farm. Just, you know, we have them do a lot of trucking. And if you pencil, me and another guy here were talking today, you know, we can pencil what your trucks are. Trucks are expensive. And especially when you go to newer trucks, I mean, there's always something going on with those. It's just like, I don't know, we're just looking at trying to, from the marketing standpoint, we got to get to a point that we can handle and be our own elevator. And that's kind of where we're going, because we're just in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, trucking is the worst. It's the worst. And if you're a Lighthouse client, it's good. I also have a commercial trucks on commercial plates, and Lighthouse pays just barely enough to barely make it worth it if everything goes perfect. You know, we'd backhaul.
And I thank you for doing that.
Oh, I have a guy that likes trucking, so I do it.
I'll buy you a beer.
Yeah, if everything goes perfect, you'll make $50, you know, and so I keep telling him, I'm like, I should just hire all this trucking out, but I don't. But, you know, capital purchases, so it's interesting, I have the same thoughts as you as far as, like, we're just busy all the time, and it really does take all of my energy to just run the farm. I don't even want to think about doing other things, because it's like I have all I can take. But one thing I've noticed when I look in my area, who I consider successful farms or well-run operations, there's two things that I noticed that they do is they get their work done timely and they grow good crops. And if you can do that, that's been kind of my goal the last few years, is to get our work done timely and to try to grow good crops. And one thing I've noticed is, you know, other people notice that. And if you want to expand your farm, other land or other farmers notice that are retiring, and they approach you. And I think anyone would agree, if someone calls you wanting you to farm their land rather than the other way around, that's a good thing. And just focusing on what we can do to run the operation efficient and a nice, you know, whether it's planting, harvest, keeping grain in condition, that's been a hard one, and moving grain and just keeping things moving and run a professional, neat operation has actually expanded my opportunities more than I ever would have thought, and things seem to come my way more so than I would even like. And I think that's probably the most important thing. And then capital purchases with land, that kind of comes with it. People approach you to buy, you know, you have to buy land when it's available. That's the easiest way to do it. And a lot of times that's in bad times and poor times. And even recently, all of a sudden, we're, you know, approached with people wanting to sell their land. And it's hard to do it in times like this with interest rates and whatnot. But if you develop those relationships, a lot of times you can talk into, well, yeah, we want to sell it. We don't want to do it at an auction. And, you know, we don't want to take all the income one year. And so then you can work out contract for deeds and things that are beneficial for both people, and everyone's happy. And I think just running a smooth operation helps with a lot of these things too.
Perfect. Let's see if this works. Oh, work this time. There you go. Again, kind of dovetailing off of our theme today, but you know, crop rotation plans. We've seen some alternative crops out there, specialties. I know I've heard some sunflower numbers have been good for guys. Obviously, that's locationally dependent, but anything on that front that, you know, or maybe what we thought 60 days ago versus where we are today, are you reconsidering some things?
We do sunflowers. They always pay the bills every year. I might do a few more of those and maybe less canola. And other than that, I don't do soybeans or anything, so there's not many non-GMO opportunities for us. But yeah, I know, I mean, things like peas and all the specialty crops, but years like this, everyone's wanting to do them, it seems like, so they're not as attractive. So for us, it's mostly business as usual and stick to the plan and a few more sunflowers.
Yeah, we're heavily invested in just growing corn. It seems like we've gotten it figured out how to do corn on corn. We're big into strip till, split nitrogen applications. You know, specialty crops are out there. We did some pinto beans last year, and I think everybody did, and that shows now in the marketplace. But when you're, you know, right now, I think you can't change. You got to stick with what you're good at and let the chips where it falls. You know, everybody's operation is different. You know, I hear all the time, well, you can't grow that much corn because then I would have to do this or do that. Well, we're at our point where we can do it. We've set up our farm to where, so we're going to do it. And everything else seems to just throw a wrench in on some of that. You know, you guys most in here have all watched Yellowstone, or, you know, the one episode, what was it, third or fourth from the end, where they went into the bar and the 4-6s had their own vodka. You know, you sit back and you think, why don't we do that? You know, why can't we have a vodka plant up here? They're doing it in Austin, Texas. Why can't we do it here? You know, I mean, there's just things out there. The one guy that you got the award, you know, that, you know, I think that's the big thing we got to start looking at. There's things out there on your farm. As everybody wants to get bigger, I think really it's figuring out how to do something on your farm and brand itself, because that's where it's going. It's different. It depends on what level you want to play in here.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we've had this constant theme of, you know, people want to know where their food's coming from and, you know, telling the story. And even if it is just commodity row crops, I think, you know, being able to tell that, and obviously there's different channels to go there, but I think those are definitely opportunities down the road that, you know, whether it's somebody that talks to us and then we feed it down to the group or vice versa, I think those opportunities will continue to grow.
I think, you know, to expand on that, at that meeting I was at, that, I mean, when you're hearing ADM talk about identity preserved and being able to sell into Europe, and they want to know where it come from, well, there's technology out there to trace this back, and it's going to get that way. I mean, people are going to identify with what they are. The younger generation in the bigger towns, they're not buying houses, they're living in rent, they're not having kids, they're spending more money for their food, and they want to, if they can identify with that, that's your niche. I mean, farming is changing, and it's going to continue to change.
Obviously, too, you get into these tight revenue times, or just as you look at trying to keep a full-time employee around or whatever, any side ventures, any side investments, complementary businesses, more custom work? I mean, have you been looking to do that, or is it just keep growing the internal acres and whatever? I guess just chat on that a little bit, if you would.
For me, nothing that makes any money. I do some of these things, but they don't make any money, especially trucking. The custom work, more of that I do for developing or fostering relationships with some guys that rent me some land and want to farm a little bit, and so, you know, I give them a deal. I don't sell any seed or chemical or anything, but kind of like I said before, it takes all of my effort and energy just to run my farm, and I've found that I think that's probably the best focus for me. But other than just a few offshoot things, it's mostly just the farm for me.
Does the wife being a nurse count as
complementary
revenue?
Wherever, so.
Even though I want her to quit, but no, I've dabbled in that a little bit, got myself into where now I own a couple of fertilizer spreaders that I was thinking, what the hell were you thinking? No, got to expand on that. Trucking is just, yeah. Well, my son-in-law is big enough in the cattle. I don't need to muddle the waters there. Seed business, my son does that. So no, I just went and bought fertilizer spreaders thinking I knew better. But I think with our farms, we're just so busy on them that if you take away from your farm, to go do somebody else's, you're maybe losing there too. Unless you can, if you have the labor force and you teach them correctly, maybe you can do it. I know we could do it, but it's just, right now I don't know, what do we have? 8 trucks trying to haul to 4 different elevators to keep them going all day. I mean, it's just become a pain in the ass. It's just, you can't even haul to 1, much just 4. You're just like, I don't know, I don't understand it.
Yeah, the custom stuff is hard. I mean, you can't charge enough, you guys know what it costs to do anything, and so to realistically charge enough to make any money with depreciation the way it is and just labor and everything, for me, it's just been not worth it. And then like for even some spraying things, some guys will ask me how much to spray this, and I'll give them a number, and they'll be, oh, well, that's way more than the co-op. Well, yeah, but you got to go buy your chemical through the co-op, and so they supplement some of those things for their application costs. But at the end of the day, it's way more pain in the ass, and you take on the liability of the spraying and fertilizing and everything that comes with that for me, it just hasn't been worth it.
For sure. Well, that's the last of the major, prompter questions, but I guess kind of want to open up to the audience too. Usually we get a few every year, and I guess would invite anybody add to something that was said, or any thoughts on that, or another question to pose to some of the panel members. Oh yeah. Dave, yes, you can ask a question. Join the panel. Just join the panel, Dave. Just join.
No, I'm an audience member for this. So when you guys look at this, and we're 2 years removed from the greatest times ever, and 1 week removed from the worst time ever, and whatnot, how much actual medium and long-term planning do you do on your farm? Like we'll talk a lot about these are the overall goals for 1 year, for 5 years, et cetera. Do you guys you both run really large farms and whatnot? Do you do a lot of just like 1 and 5 year type planning and stuff with your leadership group and things of that nature, or is it just too tough to have to confront all the day-to-day twists and turns and stuff?
I get bogged down in the operational stuff. I'm the one that does all the crap work, it seems like, which is bad. But and as far as the leadership group, that's also bad. I'm the leadership group, so any failures are my own. But 1 or 5 year plans, for me, like my farm, it just seems to be growing naturally to the point I don't even really want to grow anymore. It just seems to happen, and when it just naturally happens, I have a hard time saying no type of thing. But I don't have, as far as like an acre number or even a financial number, not really. It's more so, I really do take it year by year more so than anything to try to, maximize the year, and then put yourself in a position to take advantage of opportunities when they come, whether it's a land deal or whatever it is, because you just never know where things go. And honestly, like working with Lighthouse, I don't even think about marketing anymore. I really don't. I check the markets and whatnot, and I keep up to date, but that's been such a mental load that's just off my plate to focus on other things that a few years ago, I made it a priority to get a really good accounting system on my farm, and that was a much harder process than I thought too, and it's still an ongoing process. But so we do these quarterly meetings, and they keep pressing me, and we're going over the numbers, and what's your goal for this number in this many years? And I really don't focus on that as much as I should. I more so focus on like year to year, like let's just do the best we can this year and move to the next year. But crop rotate, like we're going to way more corn, and we're doing a lot of corn on corn anymore, and we're kind of trending the same way you are. And as far as like upgrading facilities for drying corn, that's kind of my next goal is to really update that, because I waste so much money with all these little bins I have in bags around the country, and you wait 4 hours to unload, and you know, we're at the mercy of these elevators, like you said, and they are consolidating, by the way. I mean, like CHSs are buying other co-ops, and there's so few left anymore that I think you're right, you're onto something where we need to start finding a way to get some of our products to market more directly. And the bigger these consolidations become, the harder it is for those companies to segregate identity preserved grain, you know? And so that's where maybe these niche markets for us, we can load single rail cars of wheat that's identity preserved to certain mills, and they aren't having to ship it to a grain elevator that stores 5 million bushels, and they're trying to segregate it. So I think there's opportunity there. That's one of my next goals.
Yeah, I'm the guy that comes with ideas every day, and I pretty much get told to go home if I bring up another idea, or I want to take a strip till apart, tear it apart, put something else on it. Just, I'm never satisfied with the status quo. And my wife thinks I'm, you know, my pickup's always a mess, but when it comes to the farm, I'm always looking for different ways to make things better or do things better. And I've been that way forever, and it's probably it's worked more than it hasn't. But I think as a farmer, the status quo is not a way to be. You got to have goals. I know, like, you know, we've had a situation present itself to try and get away from the elevators and control your own destiny on marketing, even the next step further, and work with the end user instead of the middle guy. Everything we've done, we're trying to, I mean, if we could, hell, I'm building a house, and I built a house in 2006 in Napoleon, and I had a spraying business, and I was busy all the time, and I think, I don't even think I picked anything in the house, and this time's a little different. I have input that is not very good, and my wife says, hell, I'm down to Alibaba trying to get shit from China. I mean, I've imported stuff, and that's a whole nother avenue, and then that's in the different time zone, like 24 hours difference, so I'm up at night trying to get tile imported, and it's, you know, goals, I think if you don't have goals going forward, what are you doing this for? It's not a way of life anymore. It's, you got to be goal orientated, and our farm is, our goals are to do a better job instead of expansion, and find ways to find that niche market to make everything less complicated.
My hands are flying up here, flying up. Must be so inspirational. We don't need any more inspiration, so. We're close enough to 5. I think we'll have our bar over there, drinks for social hour getting set up. But I think definitely want to give panel members a round of applause for spending some time with us today. And I think the only thing before we wrap up is we did do our gun raffle, and I was told by Carly, who did a very random drawing like we do every year, so this is not fixed. So, but we didn't have a repeat winner this year of any sort. But Kim Moen was the winner of the gun raffle this year. So, congratulations. And with that, there we go. There we go. With that, we appreciate everybody coming. This was our actually biggest turnout so far in the 6 years we've been doing it. It's been great to see everyone. Hope you guys all had a good time. We really appreciate it. Stick around, dinner, drinks, and socializing. So with that, appreciate it, and have a good rest of the evening.
old man feeling old. That old love you still remember. Cut you deep down in your soul. Lost that girl down in Alder, chasing some old voodoo dream. Levee broke on Whiskey River, got me trying to swim upstream. Getting tired of going crazy, headed back to Tennessee. I gotta crawl on out of this river, before it drown me in the sea. Shotgun Willie on stereo, words speaking right to Don't you think I want to? Don't you think I would? Don't you think I'd tell you, baby, if I only could? You might acting crazy, you might just too proud, you might just plain lazy. Yeah. I've seen the Joshua tree, got down on my knees through the Virgin Mother of Prayer. I walk glass barefooted, stroll across the devil's high cold. I've tried everything, I swear. But hey,